Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good afternoon, friends. So let's start our morning comedy close for today. So let's observe something quietly. We often say, I had a thought, as though one small thing appeared. But if we observe carefully, that there is no such thing as this thought. What we call a thought may actually be an entire world unfolding in an instant. Sound contact, a vision, a vision, a smell, a taste from any of our sense of contact, sense faculty. Certainly, this simple contact is enough to feel like we recognize it. Something is there, and we recognize it, and it is an entire rest follows. Language awakens, feeling awakens, emotions awakens, more story awakens. Different ones. But whether it's past experience or expectations, ownership, different ways. One thought at each other thought, and the whole network got not together. Now finally, mind says, I had a thought. All after this. The thing is, as humans can only see the final part. We can't see the process before thought because it happens so fast within a split second. It's hard for humans to see that because that's the speed that they cannot really see something. They cannot. Each and every time, one of the sense contact or the thought itself can trigger the thought. So let's take a simple sense contact. Every time when this sense contact, simple but not just the whole sense of contact. When it comes to hearing, we hear a lot of things. Yet simple fragment we took, and from that This recognition, like feeling, the like we know it, we identify it, we remember things that exist out there. That's how it feels, but in it, what happens really when the sense contacts appear, this mind feeds the thought, and this thought, it's we think we recognize it, and we think it's out there. Yet what happened was, yet what happened was, thought appeared in the mind. This is the solution. This is the process. How this mind works, how these thoughts work, how these objects appearing, appear solid, appear existing. No matter how real, how solid we feel when we feel it exists out there, it's all depending on the power of the thought, your own thought. The power that it's really there is also given by the thought itself, not that something exists out there. That real life feeling given by the thought itself. Someone, it might not be even existing. For some, it's strongly existing because it always depending on the mind, on the thought, on each person's power of that thought. No matter how real it feels, it's not really exist out there. It's that power creates this illusion of a reality. This power gives, makes us feel like it's really there. This power gives that illusion of reality like feeling for this mental object. And even the fact that we believe everything exists out there in that outside world. That's also even by this power of this thought. Nothing exists out there. So the best example is, let's say you get out and now you can't see your house. Still, you strongly believe your house is there. House is not physically present at the moment. So no proof of the house, yet you strongly believe the house is there. So this strongly believing, this feel, it has given by this thought. This thought is so powerful. It gives an illusion of reality like feeling. So this thought is the one that drives it, that creates the illusion, that power makes us feel like it's really existing. Not that it really existing. It always depends on the thought and the power of it. This power is the one who drives it, drives this illusion, make us strongly feel like the thought is the object is really existing and really there. We feel it, we really feel a solid feeling, an existent feeling, even without us knowing. We strongly feel ours is there. It's not even physically present, yet we have strong will because there was never a house out there. House was always in your mind. It's a mental object. That's why this mind can decide whether it exists or not. This mind gives the power. This thought has the power to make us feel like it's real, not that the real object exists out there. The only thing we get really is sense contact. And those sense contact gives nothing else than five senses. Just a vision and bunch of colors. A hearing, just a sound, smell, taste, touch. Does the touch give different touches? No, we only feel hard or soft or warm or cold. Only those. And when it comes to vision, we only get just some bunch of colors. That's it. Nothing else. No story. No real feeling. No, just a 2D 2D image, bunch of colors. And when it comes to sound, just a sound. A sound wave goes up and down. A frequency. It's always some frequencies in different forms. It all are just some frequencies, some vibrations, nothing. So how can a simple 2D image can give us a 3D huge house? Or how can a sound gives us a house? How can that word or light or warmth or cold touch can give us a house? Each sense contact can only give the simple contact only. They cannot give the whole house. They can only give their respective contact. So the house was never in the sense of contact. But we took those sense of contact and created the house and mental object using those sense of contacts. So now, when one of those sense contact comes, we think that what we created in our mind is existing now. The sense of contact is represented. That's how we feel. We feel like the object is really out there and we are using our sense of contact to observe it, to look at it. That's how we feel. To that point, this thought has become stronger, real. We feel like this object is so real that it exists out there on its own. We can't see, We see some combination of sense contact and this mental object is nowhere else in our own mind. When one sense contact appears, we believe what we created in our mind is out there, not that it really existing, but we think this mental object is there. That's why even without the best example is, even without any sense of contact present, the strong feel is there because the house was never outside. It was always mind's illusion. It was always a thought. The thought has the power to make us feel like the house is real. The house is really existing. That's why we feel the house is real. Whether the physical, whether the sense of contact is present or not, it's always the mind, not the sense of contact. It's always the mind's work, mind story. Whether there is a sense of contact or not. If we believe the thought, then the house is real for us. So nothing needs outside sense of contact. Real experience is ignored at this moment because we believe the thought, we believe the mental object, and that also is not real. This mental object is a mental object. It didn't come. It's the first day of reborn. It wasn't there. We created the mental object using some fragments of sense contact. The thought itself is not real, yet we feel it as it's real, not simple, light one, but strong, heavy, realistic feeling we get. That's the power of the thought. That's how this thought creates this illusion of the solid, continuous, not just the house, not just these outside objects, with each and every outside object, there is another thought, the self. Just like how we feel the house is real, just like the thought of house wasn't created, the same way the self got created. Not that we born with the thought of self or real self. The self thought also got created at one point in our life. We got the image, we got the sound, smell, taste, touch, everything, and created a thought of self. Does the only image itself is the self, the me? No, it's just the image. But when all the sense contacts combine, it feels weird. It is this mental self. There's no self existing. It's always created mental self. mental image of an existing self. The power is given by the thought. We strongly feel the house existing. Likewise, we strongly feel the self is existing, living, and that is given, that power is given by the thought. Like this, there is no actual object or a self, but we feel like that because the power of that thought creates this illusion, like a hallucination, like it's really there, really existing. It's the power of this thought creates this illusion of solidity, this real like feeling. That's why we strongly feel I am real, I am here, I am existing. Even when you think, even when you take an experiment with the self, is the body me? Is it where is this self? No matter how, check it. This power of this thought make us strongly feel the self, invisible self, like it's existing, because it's the power of that thought creates this illusion of existence, reality like feeling. And that's why we feel I am here, I am living, I am real. But the real self, likewise the house, nothing is there. Just some sense contact appearing and disappearing. But the self, likewise the house, that that real feeling for it is given by the thought itself. That power of thought creates the illusion of real existence. That power creates a certain spark that gives the illusion of a real existing being, a self. We feel like a self here, but we can't point it out because it's an illusion. There is no self, but an illusion of self. There is no self here, yet the self appearing just like a mirage. That power creates a thought, a self, a mirage. But there is no self here, because without the thought of self, there is no self. This thought of self is the one that gives the power to this real life feeling. So if this thought is no longer there, then there is no self. But we don't feel it like in that way, because we believe everything exists out. We believe self exists here inside. And even without the thought of self, we think the self exists. But the thought is the one who gives this living like experience feeling to this self. At that same moment, we blindly assume, even without that thought, the self is here because we always put it to inside. because we always believe the self is existing, yet that's also part of this illusion itself. Even though we feel the self was there all the time, it wasn't. The self is always gone when the thought appears, and dies when the thought disappears. Yet, with that split second, when that thought appears, it gives us a feeling of existence even without the thought appearing. It creates an illusion of it existed before, and now it existing like a feeling within a split second of appearance and disappearance. This thought gave that kind of a whole illusion an existing self, and even without that thought appearing, it assumed make us blindly believe the self was out there and existed. But all the time, there's no self existence there. It's always the thought. The thought itself gives the power to this real, alive, existent feeling. Without thought, there's no self. When there's no self thought, we don't remember there's a self. We don't have the existent real feeling because the thought of self gives that power. So without the self thought, we don't know ourselves, we don't feel ourselves. Yet when the thought appears, immediately it gives the illusion of it existed even before it appeared. That's why we feel everything is continuous. And also, it doesn't happen slowly. Everything happens so fast. So because of that also, we can't figure out where the self was there or not. So we assume the self was there because it's an illusion created by the thought. So we believe self was there. But self didn't appear. But the thought appeared right now gives us a feeling self was there even before it appeared. This is how this illusion continued. And when it happens so fast, we don't question it. We assume blindly self is really there. It's continuous. But what happens always is everything appears and disappears. And disappearing and disappearing, just like a tiny spark. It appears and disappears. But this spark creates a whole illusion of reality. The powerful the spark is, the more real, the more solid it feels. That's why this self thought creates a real feeling of self. Even before the spark happens, it blindly creates an illusion of an existent self. And also, it happens so fast, we think even through those gaps, there is existent self. Just like a light bulb, when it sparks so fast, We can't see that interval gap between. We think the light is continuous all the time. Likewise, the self. Likewise, we think the self is there and continuous all the time. But the self is born when the thought is born, when the spark happens. And when the spark is not happening, there is no thought to give the power to the self to appear. Yet, when the thought appears, we blindly believe the self was there at that time also. Look for this illusion appear real, solid, and continuous. Every thought creates this illusion, not just the self, even every chair, every table, every house, every mother, father, animal, anything that feels solid real objects is part of this illusion, illusion of mind, illusion of those thoughts, illusion of those power, those power. No matter how strong, how solid we feel, how real or how continuous it feels, all are happen just like this way. They were never endorsed them, but when suddenly the thought appears, it feels again mentally like it was existed to those times. And when those happens so fast, we cannot figure out the truth. We blindly assume everything is real, solid, continuous. It's basically like a tangled up yarn ball. We are trapped in it and going back and forth. But when you dive deeper and deeper into this truth, what you can find in the end is nothing is there. Because this thing, this real object, self, or even one time thought, not that the thing is existing out there. We only get 2D flat sensor contacts on. There is nothing in that. Yet no matter how we say it, when we look at something, it still is a real like feeling because that is given by this thought. It's the power of thought that creates this illusion of real feeling. It's never the sensor content. It's the power of this thought that gives life to this mental object. So when you dive deep and deeper into this, then you understand this truth of the thought. No matter how real it is, it's also illusion that occur because of this power of this thought. When that spark happens, and the thought itself is not something real, not that we have thought since the day we born. Yes, we created the thoughts, we created the mental objects, combining sense contents. So there is not even a thing called thought. The mental object is a mental object, not that an existing mental object, a mentally created object. Basically, like a mirage. It is not existing. It got created in our mind. And that also is not appearing always. When the conditions met, the thought appears. And when there is no conditions, there is no thought. So as you can see, just like the mirage, when conditions were not met, anything to appear, there is nothing appear. And then the thought appears. And then again nothing. Then again the thought appears. That's how it works. So likewise, there is nothing is there. Just some emptiness. Thought appear when some conditions are met. And the thought itself is not something real, not something solid. Just like a mirage, there's nothing there, but some conditions are met for mirage to appear. So there's a appearance, but at the same time, there is nothing there, just like the thought. There is appearance, but at the same time, there is nothing there. And that appearance is gone. It goes back to its true nature, nothingness, emptiness. This is the truth. Yet we feel like we never feel this emptiness because there are thoughts one after another appearing and disappearing so fast, so many. Because mind is used to create thoughts. It cannot stay without thoughts. There's no calm. It's always busy, so lousy, so noisy, so loud. Because of that, we can't see this emptiness that exists underneath everything. And because everything happens so fast, we can't see it. But when you see this down, these thoughts, the value you have learned, start to loosen this speedy process. It happens slowly, not at once, but slowly it happens. The only thing we can do is to see through this down, this reality, see through the reality behind this object, thing, self that feels real. Every thought is an illusion, just like dreams. There is appearance, but at the same time, but behind everything, what's underneath everything is nothingness, just like the mirrors. We can't say there is something. At the same time, we can't say there's nothing because there's appearance, and this appearance of the thought is just like that. Thoughts appear, but they are not the reality. They are not the truth. They are just simple light appearance, just like the mirror. But we don't feel it in that way. We feel like it's a real object. It really exists out there. That we really get affected by them. If when it isn't in there, we get emotions. We feel happy, sad, angry, guilty. We suffer. We suffer for that. But it's just a simple mirage-like appearance. Because some conditions are met to this mirage appearance. And the conditions gone. It's gone. Empty. Nothing is there. No matter how solid you feel, it's the power of thought that gives the solid feeling. Not that it is really solid, because it's a mental object. We cannot touch a mental object. It's basically a concept unfolded. No matter how good it feels, just a real appearance and disappointment. The only thing we can do is to understand again and again. When you understand the true nature of this illusion, whatever thing that we feel, whether it's an object that exists outside or the self in here, whatever it is, all are some mirage-like appearances appearing when some conditions were met. That's it. No matter how strong it feels, how real it feels, all are just mirage-like appearances. But it's too powerful. Mirage is too powerful. It creates an illusion of reality. But the mirage is always a mirage, no matter how powerful it is. Even the self, anything that feels real, that feels solid, is just like this. A real life mirage appearing. Real life, not a real solid thing. This real life feeling is given by the power. When the power slowly starts to reduce, the reality of feeling, the solidness but given by this power also starts to melt slowly. Not that we do it, it happens automatically. Only thing we have to say is live through this experience this field. When it slowly starts to see there is no even a self, the self itself is a mirror that feels real because of the power it has. And that also not existing continuously, appearing and disappearing each and every time. And what remains is underneath what remains is always the emptiness. Nothing is there. When some conditions with mirage appear, which is the thought, and then it's gone, it disappears, and then begins again. And when you slow down, when you slowly start to see through this, you will start to notice, like you experience and notice, not by knowing, but you start to experience it. Not that you can do it yourself, but forcefully do it. The only thing we can do is to understand this reality, how this real life feeling, these objects will came to life, how they feel real, this illusion of thoughts, this illusion of the mind, this illusion of the self. When you slowly understand this unknown, with that understanding, slowly comes the liberation from this illusional reality, from this mirage, from this thoughts, from this mind. But for that you have to control yourself. This is not the reality. Not by blindly believing it's not real, but by experiencing it yourself. So when you experience it yourself, it's not real. With that experience, with that truth, automatically it transforms you. Because when you get that information, something as illusion, then you no longer feel power to keep it because now you know it's an illusion. So that's there gently. We remember when we done this course for today. There was everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with greatest respect. I worship Parayan Wahanse at his feet. There was Sarnayan Wahanse. And we are very fortunate to have your guidance. We are very fortunate to be able to listen to your Dhamma explanations, which have immensely helped all of us who are going on this path. Tirvan Saranai. May our uh, friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another session of the Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom series. Sorry. My dumb friend just finished her session just a few minutes ago. So this is a continuation of this series, which is starting at 5 a.m. and from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sri Lankan time. This is being continued. And also there is a 2-hour session for discussions where any of you who have any queries on on these sermons, please do join us 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And we are more than happy to explain you whatever in within our capacity. If there is a doubt for us, we can always direct the question to our noble friend Aryan Wahanse for further explanation. So there is a solution for everything. Do not keep any doubts with you. Uh, do not have any gray areas or queries because it will be an obstacle to your Dhamma path. Whenever you feel that something is not clear, it's better to get it clarified then and there rather than going on the wrong track for too long and trying to reverse. So that is a small reminder, and you can use this same Zoom link to join us for the discussion between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. Uh, so this Lord Buddha's Dhamma or this Buddhist philosophy is something unique, something not confining a person to a particular belief or any faiths. It's kind of a generalized thing applicable to any person who is willing to listen to this. You may be having some different faiths, or maybe you are a person who doesn't believe about any religion. So any of you, any background is not a problem. So you can join. You can listen to these sermons and see the difference. Uh, if you have been listening to Dhamma sermons in the past, this sounds a bit different. This is actually connected to science also, but we know science is actually far behind still compared to the facts that Lord Buddha has explained nearly 2600 years ago. Like our Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend says, scientists are like children in front of the Buddhist findings, the wisdom of Lord Buddha. What Lord Buddha understood with his supernatural wisdom. Still, the scientists are struggling to find out how certain things are happening, why certain things are happening in that way. Uh, so it's actually beautiful. Whatever the scientists have found very clearly matches with what Lord Buddha has mentioned. But still, there's a long way to go for them. And also, we don't know whether they will be able to reach the final goal and find out everything crisp and clear, like the way that Lord Buddha has explained to us. So, Dhamma facts that Lord Buddha has explained is being re-explained in more simpler manner, simple words, simple metaphors by our Aran Mahanse, by our noble friend who is helping us with so many explanations, which are the original teachings of Lord Buddha, which comes as sutras. They are only in Pali. So, unless the person has a wisdom within himself to understand the fine ways that they are explained in these sutras, it's not going to be an easy task. So, if, like Aryan Mahase says, the ways that Dhamma is explained varies depending on the person's ability to understand and also the background and ability to uh, and also the level of maybe education and also the level of the mind at that time, because Lord Buddha was the best person who could understand such situations. We know that the mother who lost everybody in her life, Patachara, she was addressed in a different way, and the mother who lost her only child, uh, who was like he was second to her own life. Her own life was second to that child's life. So the way that Kisa Gotami was approached, or the Kisa Gotami was explained, this Dhamma is a different way. And the way that Lord Buddha explained Dhamma to the serial killer uh, called Angulimala is in a yet another different manner. So, like that, that is why it said that the Buddhist preachings, Lord Buddha's preachings, uh, has a recorded number. We don't know whether there are any others missing from that. But what we have heard in the history is 84,000 sermons done. So they are not. That means doesn't mean that it is a huge syllabus. It means that depending on the different people, Lord Buddha has explained this Dhamma. So similarly, even Navaran Mahanse says that if you are explaining this Dhamma to the village mother who may or may not have had any basic education, it has to be explained in one way. And when you are explaining to the children, it has to be in a different way. When you are explaining to the ordinary people who have listened to Dhamma from different sources, it has to be a different way. And when you are explaining Dhamma to the educated, so-called educated people, uh, it has to be done in that way. And also another way has to be used to explain Dhamma to the monks and the nuns who have got a knowledge about these Pali stanzas. So it is depending on the level of the mentality also, because we know that when Kisa Gautami was devastated with the death of her child, Lord Buddha knew that trying to explain Dhamma at that time is not going to be of any use. So we know that Lord Buddha is the best psychologist ever in the whole world. So what he did was he used a tactic and made sure that she herself understood that trying to give the life to a dead body is useless. so so that is the beauty of this Dhamma, because depending on the person's suitability to understand Dhamma at that time, Lord Buddha would select the most correct time, correct opportunity. and Lord Buddha will use the best metaphor to explain the things. So recently, actually, I listened to one of the sermons done by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse to a group of university students. So they were expressing their views about the pressure and the stress that they are having with the exams. Uh, so our Aryan Mahanse was giving a beautiful sermon about how the thoughts are formed and how this mind is behaving and how this so-called pressure is coming up and what is meant by self. That was a beautiful explanation, actually. I thought it's worth telling those facts to in this Zoom also because if it is somebody who cannot understand Sinhala, this message may not reach them. So I thought it is worth mentioning that. So the complete respect and the honor of these facts that I am explaining should go to R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, who did this beautiful sermon yesterday to a group of university students and some girls who were studying in the higher classes at the school, who has never listened to any of the Buddothpado sermons. So they were very fresh and they were ready to take up uh, what was explained as empty utensils. Because a person who has listened to many Dhamma sermons from different monks, they are trying to fill the rest of the pot while having some water already in it. So that pure teaching, pure explanation will actually not go in. There will be a lot of uh, arguments within the self. How can that be? This is not the way that we heard. This is not the way that is written in that particular book. So those are all drushtis that they are having. So when you are filled with certain drushtis, actually this Dhamma cannot be taken properly. So if there's a problem in the receiving end, always it's not uh, complete. It's not going to be very effective. So Aryan Mahanse was explaining actually how the light is created, how the sound is created. So if I explain it again, I'm giving this full honor of these facts to our Aryan Mahanse. But these facts are, I think, very important for whoever is listening to this Dhamma. We had the belief that the light rays are coming from outside, the sound rays are coming from outside. That is how we created the sounds and the light. And we did actually talk about the taste and the taste, of course. The smell, we thought that the smell is coming from outside. And the skin feeling, again, we had a little bit of doubt how the skin feelings occur. So it wasn't very clear, but uh, the basic understanding according to the teaching done at school, because this is the way that the school syllabus has been designed. So we all felt that everything depends on outside world, and uh, which means there should be outside light for us to be able to see, and there should be sounds coming from outside to be able to hear. And also, we had the impression that whatever is there, we should be able to experience. And also, we felt that uh, these facts actually we have not analyzed deep. That is the main reason. Because there were bits and pieces of information here and there. We couldn't tie them up together to complete the full picture. We knew that when we were studying, we had some idea about the different types of eyes that different insects have. And we had the idea that some animals can't see during our daytime, but they can see very well in the night time. And also we knew that the some animals have the ability to feel the smell very fine ways which we don't feel, and also the sounds again, it varies from animal to animal. So we knew these as separate facts. They were like separate packs. The knowledge of those things were packed in different packets and kept separately. We didn't try to put all of them together to find out and see how it's tallying with what Lord Buddha has said. So, what Lord Buddha said was that uh, the world is a creation at the sensor level. World is a creation of the mind. We know that as human beings, we are the category that has the highest level of advanced level of mind. So we are mostly talking about the humans here, but animals do have thoughts, but they are not advanced, very simple, basic level minds, basic level thoughts are there. So uh, the question actually was that why don't we see in the night? Why do we see only during the daytime? So uh, that was the fact that we also knew as a knowledge that most of us can during the daytime can see during the daytime where when the sun is rising and when the sun goes down, unless we have another source of light, we can't see. So this was into some extent I tried to explain yesterday also, but from this RN's explanation, I thought I will go further and do a more detailed explanation. So this phrase called uh, Salayatana Loko, that means the capacity of the senses is going to be deciding, it will decide the world, the created world. So uh, one thing he explained was that if you do not have the eyes from birth, you can't anyway talk about the light. So basically, the physical organ called eye should be there to be able to see. The physical organ called ear should be there to be able to hear. And similarly, the physical organ called tongue should be there to feel taste. The physical organ called nose should be there to feel the smell. And the physical organ called the skin should be there to feel the four senses related to skin. That means the temperature changes, solid nature, liquid nature, and the nature of the air, airy nature. So that is the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, those four things. So the skin should be there to be able to feel those four things. So that is one basic concept, basic rule. So the physical component should be there essentially. But actually function is different. The meaning of the sensor means an institution which has a function. So the Chakkayatana or the eye sensor or the eye faculty means a function of seeing. The Sotayatana means the ear faculty, means a function of hearing. Ghanayatana means a function of smell, feeling the smell. Jivhayatana means the function of feeling taste. And Pottabhayatana or Kayayatana means the function of feeling those four that I mentioned uh, uh, as skin sensations. So the ayatane or the faculty means the sensor. So always these sensors are non-stop functioning. They are like uh, generating machines. So the example that Aryan Mahasi gives is that like 5 solar panels. If you take the very old example given by Lord Buddha is like 5 fire circles. When you are spinning a fireball, it creates the appearance of a fire circle. So like 5 separate fire circles are spinning. Uh, these 5 sensors are non-stop uh, generating some action, generating a power, I would say. So, to explain this function of seeing and hearing, Aryan Mase has given a beautiful metaphor about the tuning forks, the two tuning forks, which has the same frequency, what is called the frequency. It is given in numbers. Now, if you have a number of tuning forks, uh, one inside the house and uh, several other tuning forks outside the house. Uh, so inside one has a frequency of 200, and out of the outside ones, only one has 200, other ones has different frequencies, maybe 300, 350, 150, 500, like that. So when the tuning fork inside the house is vibrating, that means you put a little tap with your finger, it starts vibrating. And this explanation is purely science, actually. It is a natural way of happening, it's a natural law. What happens out of the outside tuning forks? The one which has the same frequency, that means the 200 one, will start vibrating, but not the others. So the two matching tuning forks will vibrate. When one is vibrating, the other one spontaneously starts vibrating. Similarly, if you vibrate the outside one, the inside fork, tuning fork, which has the same frequency, will start vibrating. So it happens mutually from this one to that one or that one to this one. There is equalization. that that vibration becomes this vibration because of the similarity in the frequency. So this is a beautiful example. So if the frequency is different, nothing will happen. And also, uh, now take this example to a different level. Uh, the eye, he took the, we can take first the ear. I think ear will be easier to start with. So take the inner tuning fork as the ear of the physical body. And what happens when there is a vibration outside? When there is a sound vibration outside, the eardrum, if it is within the capacity, within the compatible limits, the eardrum also will start vibrating. That is, the eardrum is within the range that it can vibrate. We know that vibration range is 20 to 20,000 for the human beings, and it varies different to different animals. We know that the dogs have a much wider range of vibrations. So, in other words, there are trillions and trillions of vibrations outside, and if a suitable vibration occurs which is compatible with the eardrum also will start vibrating. So, how do you express it? I heard the sound of the tooting of the vehicle. That is how you express it. That is how it is manifested. the two vibrations became equal. If for some reason, when that outside vibration occurs, the eardrum did not vibrate, then you can't talk about hearing, isn't it? Then you will say, I can't hear anything. Whereas your friend might say, I heard the sound of the tooting of the vehicle. What has happened there? That particular vibration has become equal to the vibration of the eardrum. Or, in other words, like the tuning fork, like vibrations from the outside tuning fork, turning the inner tuning fork also to start vibrating. Similar thing has happened. Something has vibrated, and the inner tuning fork or the inner eardrum also has started vibrating. So your friend says, yes, I heard that sound, but you say you can't hear. It's because your eardrum did not create that sound, whereas your friend's eardrum created the sound. So, can you say that it is the only sound which is there in the outside world? No, there are trillions and trillions of other vibrations which you can't hear. It's because your eardrum did not vibrate according to that. Now, similarly, the eye, eye is also functioning in the same manner. Essentially, the vibration of the eye has to happen for the person to see it. And that vibration should be equal to something outside. So the two vibrations become equal, isn't it? And then you have the concept, what's called the seeing. Now, taking this a little bit deeper, actually, light and sound, temperature, smell, all five sensor things, they are all vibrations or waves. And waves is not something that can be seen, not something that can be felt, smelt, or tasted. So they are not uh, within the level of uh, recognized or experienced by the senses. But what happens with these waves? When sensors are there, it is manifested in a different way. That manifested form can be experienced. Now, for example, uh, the light rays. Actually, light rays are seen as a light because of the eye. But the light rays cannot be appreciated or experienced by the ear. Light rays cannot be experienced by the other sensor functions. So it is highly specific to the eye. And if it is something always coming from outside, the beautiful example that R.N. Mahas explains is that color blindness. Now, if you always depend on the rays coming from outside, and if the person is colorblind, still should be able to see the red color in the normal way, isn't it? That is because even though the red color is there outside, the eye cannot vibrate accordingly. So there is no equalization of the vibrations. So therefore you say that can't see the red color. So outside vibrations does not mean that they are experienced all the time. And a very limited number of vibrations can be experienced or caught up by the five senses in the human being. And there are different, very different types of vibrations which we have no idea at all. So one thing is like the radar like vibrations which the bat is using to navigate in the night. between the trees. And the dolphins used to communicate with this radar method. So there are different types of sensors of the different uh, species. So this, I think this explanation gives some idea why we say that it is not coming from the outside world. And the the fact that uh, even the light is coming up as, or even the light is can be divided into different levels depending on the wavelength that is picked up as different colors by the eye. So we know that human eye can experience seven colors of the rainbow, and different colors do have different wavelengths. So if by any chance, if the eye cannot have that particular vibration, that means the red-green blindness, if the person cannot have that particular wavelength, that particular vibration of the green color, even though the green color vibrations are there outside, the person cannot see the green color. So the two important things, as I mentioned, is that physical organ should be there and physical organ should be able to vibrate accordingly. Now, this vibration, as I have mentioned earlier, also it is not something that is a visible vibration. It's not something like a visible tremors or trembling like thing. It's a physical change of that organ. So this is how all five senses are functioning. So if the sensor function is there, then we experience it. So as I said earlier also, we experience only a very small percentage of uh, vibrations of outside. We don't know how massive that is, and we have no way of finding out exactly what percentage of the vibrations are experienced by us. But we have to be limited to that small amount of vibrations that we are experiencing. And we know that these vibrations occur, and it is actually manifested when the organs start functioning, when the organs start uh, activating. It occurs uh, from the small baby's age. So the baby who has the uh, five senses functioning, the individual sensor functions are there. So at that level, you can't talk about any other experiences other than experiencing the shapes or the light, experiencing the sound, experiencing the taste, smell, uh, the skin sensation. So those are the things that can be experienced by the small baby. And we call it a radiant mind because, or the Prabhashara Manasa, because it's very pure. The baby has no manifested defilements at that age, isn't it? They have no raga, dvesha, moha. But the necessary raw materials are there. The potential is there to develop defilements with later time. So these two types of well, it's not only two actually. Actually speaking, all five types of sensors combine in different ways to form yet another different type of vibrations. So it's like combining several copper wires to form one single wire. Uh, so now the the thin copper wires uh, which has been combined together and put in a different cover. It is another different type of a wire now. And that wire can carry a higher current than the thin separate copper wires, isn't it? So something like that is happening. But now you have to take it as a single wire. You can't be talking about several wires combined there. Now it is a single wire only. So something similar is happening here. The vibrations called seeing or the light, vibrations called hearing or the sound, and depending on the stimulus, sometimes a vibration called the taste, vibration called the smell, and vibration called the skin feelings, they combine together to form a different type of a vibration, which is another single wire. And we know that the single wire is composed of several tiny wires. But now you can't go back and find out the single wires because it is tightly encased now. The example given by Lord Buddha was that once the milk is converted to ghee or butter, you can't find milk in that one. Once you prepare a cup of tea, mixing the tea leaves, milk, sugar, hot water, you know that those components are there in the cup of water, but you can't find the ingredients separately. So it's something like that. The thought has all these components, uh, the five senses. All five may not be there in each and every thought because we know that uh, some thoughts like a chair, table will not have the components of the taste, will not have the component of the smell also quite often. So, uh, but the most widely combined vibrations are the light and the sound. This combination occurs actually without anybody's involvement. There's no self who is doing it. When the child is growing with the inputs, so called teaching by the elders at home, elder siblings, or the teachers when they start going to the preschool, these uh, vibrations will combine to form this different vibration called the thought. So actually this teaching process uh, makes it very fast. But the child will start learning it from the home setup itself because the child has the curiosity to find out. And as the parents or the elder siblings, we start putting this data. Uh, we will be showing things and then give the sound. So even maybe just at the beginning, the mother will come near the face of the baby and say, Amma or Mom, Mommy. Now the sound is there and the baby uh, recognizes a shape, there's a light. So again, that explanation about the two tuning forks, because the baby has the functioning organ called eye, and there was some vibration, uh, light vibration, and that light vibration became equal, or this the organ called eye also started vibrating. So the two tuning forks means one is the baby's eye the other one is a mother's face. So it's a light wave which starts vibrating in both sides when the mother's face comes as the light, and the baby's eye also starts vibrating. So the two vibrations become equal, and the concept of seeing occurs. Similarly, the sound, when the sound vibration occurs from the mother's larynx, the because it is compatible with the baby's ear, the baby's eardrum also starts vibrating. So the two vibrations become equal. The concept of hearing occurs. And what happens next? There's some hearing, there's a light. These two will combine to form a different type of a vibration, which we describe as thought. Now, this is a very basic thought. This picture is tied up to the sound called mum. Picture is tied up to the sound called mum, happens again and again and again. Mother will do it because this is how we do what's called teaching the child to talk, isn't it? But on the other hand, see now, if the baby is deaf from birth, the sound vibration part will not happen. And the baby will see a figure, baby will see the picture, but the thought will not form because the sound is not there. But there may be different ways. Now this is one of the things, as people who are in the health field, we know that if the babies uh, do have a hearing impairment from birth, which is actually not detected unless it is tested, their speech is delayed because they don't get that sound. But having a mental picture about the mum can come in different with the help of the other senses. But the baby's sound making will be delayed because that sound vibration does not occur. But the mum's face will come along with the other senses. The baby will touch the mom's face, isn't it? That's a touch sensor or the body sensor. The baby will feel the softness of the mother's face. Baby will get a smell of the mother, maybe the mother's milk or the mother's body scent. So there will be a body sensor, smell sensor. And if it is a nursing baby, the baby will connect up the taste of the milk also with that face. Now, even if the baby has no sound, even if the baby is deaf from birth, the baby will have a thought called thought without a sound, which has the picture, which has the smell, which has the touch sensation, and also maybe the taste sensation. So, without the sound, again, there is a thought. Uh, which the sound is not there, but a mother figure is coming up as a thought. Take a child who is blind. The child will not have the picture, isn't it? Child will not have the light, but the child will touch the mother's face again, and mother will say, "Mom." Now the sound is there, so the sound vibration occurs, touch vibration occurs, the smell vibration occurs, the body scent. And again, if the mother is feeding the baby, taste of the milk also will be related to this, what the baby feels as mother figure. So there is sound, smell, taste, and the skin sensation. So that is how the world is created to the child. What is meant by world? World means the thoughts. So the thoughts can vary depending on the way that the senses are functioning. And yet now for a person who is blind and deaf both, Still, there can be some thoughts. Still, there is a different type of a world which is created with the other senses, because a child can feel something. Child will be able to feel the taste. Child will be able to feel the smell. So, a limited world is created for a child like that also. So, I just wanted to explain the complexity of this thought formation. And the thought formation occurs in a way, in a variety of ways. You can't stop it actually. When the child is growing, the thoughts are formed with whatever the sensor functions, with whatever the sensor input. And in a normal child, whose the organs are normal, the most uh, prominent thing is combination of the light and the sound. So very basic level, the mom is, maybe the baby is feeling like a picture, no different from a picture. But as I said, the mother will make more and more inputs. Mother will be repeatedly saying, coming close to the baby's face and saying, mom, mother, amma. So she will be using the sound and showing herself near the baby's face. So those two combines and forms this thought again and again and again. It becomes very strong. And the strength of this thought, the thought becomes stronger and stronger. And the baby gets that experience again and again, which gives rise to a stronger thought. The strength of the thought increasing means that it gives a experience or gives the impression that it is really existing. That is how you get this current stronger and stronger. And not only that, as I said, all the other inputs, all the other data will be combined into this. The touch of the mother, smell of the mother, taste of the milk, and her voice, the way she is talking, the way that the baby is being carried, the way that mother is offering various food, the way that the baby is taken care of when he is ill, the way that he's being comforted when he's in discomfort, how when the baby is crying, how the mother picks up the baby. Now all these things strengthen that thought. The mother thought called mother becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. And stronger means the current is much high, power is much high. And in other words, a real mother is now there, an existing mother is now there. Doesn't realize that it was just simply the creation of the sensors then and there, but but the strength, the current more means the really real mother is always living mother, mother who is living in the village house, mother who is living in the Sri Lanka while I am in this country, mother who is calling me all the time, mother who looked after me from my small age. All kinds of inputs gives this thought a very strong weight, a very strong current. And not only that, the stronger the current means, in other words, that is a myself. Stronger the current means it is a defilement. So there is no separate self who is experiencing this mother. That experience, that heavy experience, that upadana or the tanha itself, or that defilement itself is the one which is labeled as myself. So this is how the thoughts are formed. So this is how we experience the light. This is how we experience the sound. Now, uh, take the taste. The small baby has no idea what is the sweet taste, what is the sour taste, what is the salt. So this again comes as a thought. Now the sweetness of the sugar or the sweetness of the jaggery, uh, sweetness of the chocolate is not something uh, recognized by the tongue, isn't it? The tongue can feel the taste, but no description. And what happens again? How this data is given? The where from their small age, sometimes a parent or somebody will give a small piece of chocolate to the mouth and give the sound chocolate, and the baby see it, isn't it? See it as a shape or a light. Baby heard the sound chocolate, and not only that, the baby feels the smell of it. Baby feels the taste of it, and also the soft texture melting on the tongue is felt. Or when she is holding the piece of chocolate, the firmness is felt due to the vibration of the fingers of the skin. Now, here, all five senses have contributed, isn't it? And more chocolates are offered. Now, the chocolate becomes a heavy current or heavy thing. Now, if the tongue was not capable of vibrating according to that sweet taste, you can't talk about the sweetness of the chocolate. So, all the now, mm, you can take so many examples like that. Compare the self with the different animals, even. Now, the cockroach has some two special sensors which are very sensitive to very fine vibrations of the air, very fine movements of the air. Similarly, the housefly. The fly is capable of jumping away just with the slightest movement of the air. So they have some special sensors which are compatible to that vibration. Now, just to test it and see, if you approach your hand even very slowly towards the fly, with the last moment, sometimes it will fly away. That is because its sensors are so capable of vibrating according to that air vibration which is occurring nearby them. So that vibration of the air becomes equal to the vibration, or sorry, the vibration of the air creates a vibration of their sensor. The two vibrations become equal, and then the concept called feeling that vibration occurs in the fly, and the fly will fly, it will fly away. So similarly, the cockroach also, I am sure you may have noticed some sort of vibration or some form of shaking nearby uh, leads to the vibration of its sensors, and quickly it realizes a danger and it will run away. So, if you take the insect world, of course, there are so many variations of the sensors. And one of the things that Aryan Hase frequently mentions is the termite. The termite has no, uh, we don't know how they experience actually, but it will always be handling with the soil, isn't it? It will make the its termite hill with the soil, and even the uh, on the wooden things or even the all the papers, piles of papers, furniture, wherever it gets a chance, sometimes on the walls, it will build up its house with some clay. So we don't know what sort of senses they do have. We do not know how they feel the world, but they also live, they also reproduce, they also have built up their own home, own nest, and they also feed their young ones. So they have a group work, they communicate with each others with some way. So these are actually things that yet to be found out. There are so many things that we do not still understand. But one thing is sure, each animal, each insect, and each human is experiencing the world in a different way. And the biggest mistake is that whatever is experienced is taken as a real thing. So there is no unique real thing. That is something that we have to understand. There's no one single real thing which is common to all of us. But for each and every animal, each and every human being feels that this is the common thing, this is the true thing. So taking it as the true thing or taking it as the real thing, uh, uh, the defilements will build up according to that, or the current will build up according to that so called real looking existing things. So, real looking existing things means always that is a self, that feel, that feel of current, feel or the current, which is explained as real, means it is a self. So, we are always living in a world of thoughts, isn't it? So we know now how the thoughts are formed, how this process of thought formation occurs. The thoughts become heavier and heavier and stronger in the current with more and more data. Now, think about the simple thought called mother or the mom, which started just with the simple combination of the light and the uh, sound. And even during this childhood itself, so many other data has been added because the mother is one of the very closely associated uh, uh, characters or the people. So lots and lots of data are added and all the aspects of your mother, and that is why we call it a strong bond. The bond means, in other words, it is a current which is created when you take that thought as a single thought. And if you have less contacts with the person, the thought is not very heavy. think of a think of your even the grandmother who lives far away and whom you visits maybe couple of times a year. You do not have much contacts and you do not call her often. So in such a situation, see that the data you are having about the grandmother is less. The thought about the grandmother is not very heavy. So, in such a situation, if a death occurs, the bond, so called bond that you had with the grandmother is less. So, even you will not feel it as a very strong sadness if the grandmother passes away. Whereas, if you had a very close contact with your mother, passing away of the mother, you may not be able to tolerate. You will have lots of psychiatric sort of disturbances, because the current or the bond or the way that you felt real mother is very strong. In other words, parallelly, in that stimulus, yourself was very strong. Whatever the thought which is real, you can label it as self. The Kya is you. That is why R.N. Mahase is saying Kya is you, mother is you, the house is you. So if something becomes real, something is felt as real, or if a stimulus becomes a thing, දෙයක් we use that Sinhalese term, දෙයක් වීම, බැස ගැනීම, or if it is felt as something real, that is where the self is. So also R.N. Mahasi gives these examples very often. Before the marriage, you didn't have a husband, isn't it? Before the marriage, you didn't have children. And how the concept of husband or how the concept of the children became stronger and stronger and felt more and more true and alive. And the concept becomes stronger and stronger because of the repeated thought formation, repeated stimuli related to the same topic. So with time, the bond or the current that is created in relation to the thought called husband becomes very strong. And now you can't be without him. You have a close association. It may be in the form of anger, or it may be the form of even hatred. So that is something that you have to remember. A person, the husband who is having a very aggressive behavior sometimes. There are husbands who are very strict and very tough. So that sort of a situation, you are not having an affection towards him, isn't it? What you have is maybe an aversion or a resentful type of attitude. But still, that is also a current. So the affection is not the only current. Even the aversion is also a current. So in both situations, the husband has become a thing. Husband has become a reality. You do not realize that husband was created with the five senses. And you do not realize that the husband was created with the five senses, with repeated stimuli, repeated strengthening of the sensor inputs. And now that either you hate him or you love him dearly because of that thought which has become very strong, the thought which has become very, very real now. Similarly, about the children, just think about the children. You didn't have children before the marriage. After the marriage, also, the children may have born after some time. And thereafter, the children were repeatedly born as thoughts, isn't it? So mostly the eye sensor, ear sensor, and the body sensor may have come into action, and sometimes the smell sensor. So these may have come into action again and again and again, because you are doing everything to the child. You are after him, taking care of him, uh, looking after him when he is sick, cleaning him, dressing him, feeding him. All kinds of things are coming up again and again and again. Now the child has become a thing. Child is real to you. You do not realize that it is just instantly appearing in the mind. Actually speaking, it's not now when you understand this Dhamma, it's not that the child is disappearing or the child is seen or heard in a different manner. That weight which was there with the thought called child, is the one which is going to disappear. The current or the burn that you had underneath that thought is the one which is going to disappear. So your touch sensation, your eye sensation, ear sensation, all will function in the normal way, and your thought formation also will occur in the same way. That fire, that burning underneath that thought is the one which is going to disappear. So you can apply these things to all your family members, or maybe something beyond that family circle. Sometimes people are very much uh, attached to their job. The job becomes a thing to certain people. They feel that without me, they will not be able to do this. Without me, no one else is going to do this job properly. And this is how I have been doing all this time. So this way of doing the things should not be changed. And uh, I don't like to work under a different boss. I don't want to be transferred to another station. I like to continue to work in this place until my retirement. Now, these are the ways that the thoughts are coming. If your occupation or if your job has become a thing to you, remember again, now I'm just reminding these things wherever, if it is a thing, that is yourself. Recognize that discomfort or the burning when there is a change in this stimuli which has become a thing. Now, if your job has become a thing to you, if your job has become a thing to you, see now, you will not like to change the job. You will not like even to change your table or the chair, isn't it? You will prefer to continue working with the same group of people. You may not like to see that your boss is changed, or you don't like to go on a transfer. Now see in the mundane world now, a person who has been working in the same place for a long time, if they are given a transfer, they are trying in their best to change. They give medical certificates, they give various reasons uh, to not to be transferred. Why is that? Because the job has become a thing to you. The job has got a huge weight. The job has got a real current there, a power. That is, or you can also say tanha or upadana. You are so much attached to that, and it has become a thing to you, and that is where you are. If you tell it in a sentence, you say that I like this job. So that is where you are. So many, you can see so many instances, so many things in your life, so many people, so many items, which you can apply Dhamma and see where your stand is. The the point of contemplation or the kamatahana is something that is important to identify. Point of contemplation means that what is the most important stimulus that is bringing the highest current into the system, or what is the thought or the stimulus which is felt heavily, which is felt as most uh, real, existing. I'm using so many words, but uh, I do not know whether it gives the exact uh, feel that I am trying to convey to you. Something which is felt very heavy, something which has the heaviest current. So take up different examples, then you might be able to understand. For some people, It is the husband or the wife is the point of contemplation. So any changes, lack of attention, or any rude behavior, or inability to keep him attracted to you, all kinds of things, or even a little or some scolding or some rough behavior by the person. If it leads to a big shake within the system, within your system, then you can recognize that it is the kamatahana, it is the point of contemplation. You don't like to see a change in that thought. You don't like to see a change in that stimulus. Any alterations makes a big change in the level of current within your system. So it varies from person to person. Sometimes uh, it may be a child, it may be uh, something to do with your workplace, something to do about the neighborhood property, sometimes the house you are living. Now we know that sometimes the elderly parents, particularly when one of them die and only one of them is living, children try to take them to come and live with them, but the parents don't like. They say, I prefer to stay in this old house all by myself. Now, in such situations, you have to see whether the point of contemplation is that familiar surrounding. The familiar surrounding has become a thing. So, if you take the house, the how it has become a thing is something that you have to think about. Over the time, the seeing and the hearing about the house and touch sensations, those things has been made strong. The concept called house has become very strong. This was where I was born, and this is where my children were brought up. This is where my parents lived, and this was the property given to my by my parents. And I have played in this garden so much, and I love these trees which I have planted. And this part of the house was constructed uh, with my advice and with my supervision. And I gave the labor to some of these constructions myself. And I did this part repair actually all by myself. And this home decor was done with my advice or with my wishes. And these plants all done by myself. These flower pots were all planted by myself. And not only that, there is a convenience to the main road. I can see many people going on the road, and it is easy to get a bus from this place. Now, these are the data that comes along with this stimulus called house, isn't it? So many things. Now, I'm just giving you some examples. Even the trees in the garden, this jack tree is my favorite, and this jackfruit I really like. When it is ripened, it's very tasty. And uh, and there are no thieves in this area, so it's very safe even to stay in the night. And the neighborhood is very nice. Neighboring people are very nice. And there's a small stream going by the side of the block, and I enjoy being there. And the water is very cool. This this well never dries out. It always has water. So even if the tap line is not working, I am self-sufficient with water. All kinds of stories you can come out. So this is how the abhisankaranya or the volitional formation of a thought occurs. With time, more and more data are being added. More and more data added, and the thought gets stronger and stronger. Now the house has become a thing to this mother, so she doesn't want to leave. And the house becomes a thing means the house is myself. House is that mother herself. House and mother are the same because the house has become a thing. House creates such a powerful uh, current in that system that is the self. So you have to find out your own point of contemplation. That is the measuring stick actually. So whether it is the house or if the mother is living with a child in her house, even the items in the room, uh, her own room, maybe a comfortable chair or maybe the bed, even a pair of slippers, walking sticks. Now, all these things, sometimes the things become simpler, especially an elderly mother who cannot go out very much and mostly confined to her room. Certain pieces of furniture in that house, in the room, may have become the point of contemplation. She doesn't like to change them. She doesn't like to move around to a different place because she would prefer this room. Now, this is one of the major problems sometimes the children are facing, particularly in Sri Lanka, because here still we have, to some extent, the extended family setup is still there, and still mostly children take care of the parents, and they don't like parents staying alone. But that proportion, of course, is now changing. But still, mostly children take the responsibility of looking after the parents whether they live with them or separately, at least the expenditure wise, and keeping somebody to look after. So that sort of way. So the elderly parents are attached to certain things so much. The points of contemplation are really sometimes looking very funny. Not only that, when they become weak and weaker, they feel they because of the fear of death, they turn more towards the religion. They turn more towards the temples. And then what is the point of contemplation? Nirvana may be the point of contemplation, isn't it? Sometimes the Dharma or even the specific monk who is doing the point of contemplation will be the point of contemplation. So our Varanasi very often says that don't see me as a person. Take the Dhamma. Similarly, Lord Buddha said the same thing. Don't take me as a person. It's not this physical body that you have to see. It is the Dhamma facts that is explained, which has to be taken. If a person sees Dhamma, he will see me. That is what Lord Buddha said. The person who understands Dhamma will be able to see Lord Buddha through that Dhamma. That means, in other words, if the stimuli are uh, deeply realized that there is nothing as nothing, they are simply creations of the senses, then there is no person here. That means you are seeing Buddha. The Buddha nature is seen. It's nothing to do with the physical body of Lord Buddha, but the Buddha nature is what he meant in that place. So we have some idea now how the light is created, how the sound is created, how the light and sound waves combine to form the thoughts, and we know that the sensors sensor function only one at a time. Two sensors can't function at the same time. but the time gap is so small, we don't feel it. We feel as if several senses are functioning together, but always it's one at a time, but there is a high speed and they are changing from one sensor to the other, so that we have the impression that several sensors are functioning at the same time. And what RN Mahanse trying to explain is that we are actually uh, we are actually experiencing a self drama. It's like different uh, chapters of this self story, isn't it? There are different people related to different components of the drama. We feel that we are acting in the drama. We feel that we are alive in this drama. But it is actually, there's no self here. The drama means the senses are taking over their roles, taking part alternatively, and a story is running. But there is no person who can control this system. The system is running, and there's a drama or a film is running, and without a person. So, the four levels of contemplations that Lord R.N. Mahansi explained actually takes the person gradually from this mundane world to the level where the deep realization comes that there is no person but only a system is functioning. So once it is done in one of the programs, a person who has done it in one of the programs will be able to practice it by themselves and see how it beautifully gets applied to each and every activity that is happening in day-to-day life. And what always R.N. Mahansi says is that uh, thought, identify your thoughts, identify the stories that are woven around the field. So the field is something underneath, and for you and me now, loads and loads of thoughts are uh, woven around that field. So the field is completely going uh, covered. So the path is always along the field, not the thoughts. And Naren Hanse beautifully explains that the thoughts will always cover your uh, pathway. Now, one of the examples that uh, he gave for some of those students who to whom he talked was that they had a fear about the exam. Fear is something that is felt, something like a heavy feeling, something like a discomfort. The feel cannot be explained exactly in thoughts, but these are the closest way that you can explain. So it may be something discomfort, something heavy, something like a current which is functioning, uh, something like the self is there strongly. So the also you can say it's felt as a pressure or a stress. So many words can be used, but not possible to exactly explain the feel. But along with that stress, Arun has assured them so many thoughts are coming up. I have the exam next week, and these are the subjects that I have to study. So many areas to cover up, still I could not finish. And if I come down from the exam, what will happen? And I want to go to the university by somehow. I will not be able to get a good job. What will be my future life? These are all thoughts. Initially, what they experienced was the feel. Again, the feel had to be explained in using words, which will give some idea what is this meant by feel. But over the feel, all kinds of thoughts are coming up. So this thought process is not something that you can stop. Thought process is not something that you can change also. But when you understand the way how the thoughts are formed, that power which comes with the thought is the one which gets less and less. When you realize that this is simply a process, simply the thought formation is nothing to do with me. Thought formation is, I mean, there is no self in this thought formation. It's the uh, like the way that uh, you are mixing two colors. You mix red and blue, and you get the purple color. So mixing means a different type of a vibration or a different product is coming up. So it's something like that. The thought formation is something that happens naturally for you and me. It's not there for the small child, but this natural process is called chitta niyame. Chitta niyame is no one's job. There's no self who is doing. So you can see that chitta or the thought is not myself, isn't it? If the thought is myself, you should be able to change the thought pattern the way you want. You should be able to bring up the thoughts that you want immediately and also get rid of the thoughts that you don't like. You can't do anything like that. So the thoughts means not myself. Thought formation is not under any person's control. So it's something like that. Now when you leave a door open, the air will come in and it will go out of the window which is opened again. So similarly, when the mind sensor is there or the mind sensor is formed, which is again the natural process, the thoughts will continue to form. And if you realize that it is a part of this system, uh, if you realize that the thoughts are just created right now, thoughts are not real, they are the products of the sanya or the perceptions. There's no reality. They are kind of creations now. Then that real feeling about the thought, the itta sanya is the one which gets loosened. And what happens is that the real feeling about the thought goes down little by little. And that helps to reduce the formation of that similar thought again and again. What happens on the other hand, if the thought is formed, if some additional weight is given, oh my gosh, this thought is coming up again. Why isn't it stopping? I'm really harassed with this thought. Now, those thoughts means you are fueling the fire. The fire fuel is added to the fire. So the thought is now real. Thought is becoming more stronger, and such thoughts can occur more often. So there is no way of changing this pattern. Only way is to understand how it happens. When you understand that nothing can be done, the let go uh, concept of let go becomes uh, effect. It comes into action. Now, if you have that concept of let go in relation to the thoughts, the weight or the value which is given to the thought becomes less and less. So, what Aryan Vahans explained to those students was that identify how these thoughts are formed, and do the things whatever is relevant for this moment. Do not have long plans. Do not have uh, uh, try to do try to act accordingly in that situation. So what he said was that if you are having the exam today, just be prepared the way you can and be at the exam. Do not have lots of plans about the future. True that you have to have some plans, but they should not be carrying a weight. They should not be carrying an additional current to the system. That is the difference. Even Lord Buddha's time, even Lord Buddha or the Arhants, they made some plans. They said, tomorrow we have to go to this place for the alms, or maybe sometimes might say that uh, want to go and visit Anuruddha Thero, who is living in the close by monastery. So they were planning, but none of those plans had any weights. None of the plans had any current. So then and there, Lord Buddha or the Arhants will act accordingly and take whatever the necessary step to fulfill that task. So that way, the life becomes very comfortable. The life becomes more comfortable. Life is at ease. So Buddhism is not something that makes a pressure to the people. It has to be something that brings a light feeling. If a person says that I feel quite stressed, I feel quite difficult, or some discomfort with this learning of Buddhism, then the Lord Buddha says that you are holding the serpent from the tail. Holding the serpent from the tail means the serpent will attack because its head is free. So, similarly, the Dhamma has to be taken from the correct angle, like holding the serpent from its head or the neck area, so it can't attack you. So the Dhamma is something that has to be taken carefully. Take the correct version. The whatever the way it is expressed, sometimes the person, the perceiver, or the person who is receiving from this end may not have taken it correctly. Now, one such situation is that people think that there's nothing outside. There is no tree here, there's no house, there's no mother, there's no father. So that sort of sometimes very incorrect understandings happens. So that is holding the serpent from his tail. Actually, what Lord Buddha said was not something like that. What Lord Buddha said was that what you expect or what you think may not be there outside. What we experience may not be there exactly outside, because our experience 100% confined to the uh, sensor functions or the sensor capacity. So beyond that, we can't talk about anything. There may be so many things, there may be so many complex things, but we cannot experience them. That is what Lord Buddha said. And also the other important thing is that, like things like what R.N. Mahansa is explaining, you do not experience the world in a different way simply because you have understood this Dhamma. You experience the world in the same way. The things will be seen in the same way, things will be heard in the same way, and the feeling of taste, smell, and the skin sensation, they are going to be experienced in exactly the same way. What is different is that the burn that you had underneath, which is the self, that is what is going to be deleted. So, this may be something that is a bit difficult sometimes to understand. Uh, a person might wonder what is meant by shunyatave or the nothingness. Actually, what Lord Buddha very clearly said that in other religions, the nothingness means that you do not experience those things. Now, this is happening in the uh, situations where people do this concentration meditation to reach very high meditative states. And in such instances, they feel that there is nothing, no perceptions. But in Buddhist teaching, the penetrative meditation or the Vidarshana Bhavana, what Lord Buddha said was that the way that the things are experienced is not going to be changed. Exactly the similar way the things will be experienced. But uh, the fire, the current which was there is the one which is not going to be there. So the things will be happening in the same way in a very relaxed and calm manner. Even if there is a change in the situation, that will not shake, that will not give a trouble, that will not give a uh, the disturbance to the system. So it's like water. That is how our advance is explaining. The person, the system will be like water, ready to accept anything, any change, any challenge. And also, the effectiveness of anything will be much more. The effectiveness will be stronger and very fruitful manner. So, that is the difference between the other religions and the Buddhist teaching. So, what R.N. Mahansi explained was that to uh, go along the four levels of contemplation that he has practiced so many years and realize that there is no self here. That is a final conclusion. There is no self, it is only a system which is functioning. And there are many hindrances actually for this pathway. It is described in so many sutras. Lord Buddha has explained to identify the hindrances. So holding on too tight or holding on too loose will make that bird escaping from or the losing the bird. This is one of the beautiful examples given by Swarnamali, our Dhamma friend. What she said was, if you want to keep the bird, you should not hold it too tight, then it will kill the bird. Or if you hold it too loose, it will escape. So it's something like that. The Dhamma should be taken lightly, but not too lightly also. You have to put the necessary efforts, necessary courage and determination to study it and try to understand it. On the other hand, if Dhamma becomes a thing to you, that is no different from having a point of contemplation for your daughter or your grandchild. The Dhamma should not become a point of contemplation. Dhamma should not be taken as a thing. So that is one of the things that is explained. And also the letharginess, laziness, they are all hindrances. Uh, Thina midda. It's called Thinamidda, where the laziness and not having enough courage or inquisitiveness to find out what this Dhamma is, and even the physical laziness, physical sleepiness, postponing the things, these are all hindrances. If you have a doubt about this Dhamma, uh, kukucha, if you have any doubt, is this correct? I have heard it in a different time, different way in the other Dhammas. I have to find out more about it. Now, that sort of doubtfulness always comes as a hindrance to the Dhammapada. And of course, the Uddacha is another thing, another hindrance that is explained. Uddacha means that you feel that you know Dhamma. You are trying to sort of overcome the other people and indicate that you know it. This is something uh, uh, that even in our Zoom discussions, very often RN Mahansi explains, particularly for the people who are coordinating these Dhamma discussions, he's sometimes uh, very strongly advising in a very tough manner. He says that you should not have your Uddach or your Dhamma Uddach particularly. Not necessarily to be Dhamma Uddach. If a person is not humble enough, the person should be humble enough to learn Dhamma. And even in the day to day life, the humbleness is something that is very much appreciated. Even the Lord Buddha uh, exhibited the maximum level of humbleness. But at the times that he had to be straightforward, uh, he showed that. He indicated that his straightforwardness also. But on the other hand, he was humble enough to accept an alms from a very poor person by the side of the road who would, a laborer or a slave who would donate the food portion that he received as an alms to Lord Buddha. Still, Lord Buddha would accept it and consume it. So that humbleness, which again showed that during his time, he will accept the invitation to have alms even in the royal palace. At the same time, a very he will walk up to the doorstep of a very poor person and accept even a few spoons of rice offered as alms from that house. Even with rice with salt, he would accept. So that is his humbleness. So lack of humbleness is the uddacha, the kind of big headedness, thinking that I know this, I understand this. So that also is another hindrance to your uh, uh, Dhammapada. And of course, the measurements or the mana. Mana is, in other words, it's a self image, self view. So that is the biggest hindrance to the Dhammapada. So recognizing these facts is also important. And sometimes the person will not be able to recognize these things. And only when the noble friend points out the weaknesses only, uh, it becomes an eye opener. So we should be humble enough to listen to the advice given by any of the noble friends, and we should be humble enough to accept whatever the weaknesses or whatever the things which go wrong, uh, and irrespective of the person who shows, if that advice is correct, we should be humble enough to take up that advice. We know the Sariputta Thero, who was the one of the chief disciples of Lord Buddha, and supposed to be the most the person with the most uh, wisdom about the Dhamma facts. And uh, when he was walking and his robe was dragging on the floor, and somebody showed a small novice monk quickly went up to him and showed him. So he was humble enough to be very grateful for showing it. And also, Sariputta Thero, Sariyut Thero has said that he's like a doormat. He's so humble. He's like a doormat. He gave several uh, metaphors or examples to indicate how humble he is. So, one example is that uh, he's like a doormat, so that any person can step on it, wipe its feet before entering the house. Also, he said he's like a beggar boy by the side of the road, uh, accepting whatever is given. Also, he gave another metaphor to say that he's like a bull with both horns being broken. We know that the bull has the horns as one of its defensive mechanisms. So when the horns are broken, he becomes defenseless. He becomes helpless. So he said, I am with the herd of the cattle. I am like a bull without the horns. So, like that, he gave so many examples to indicate the humbleness. This is related to some incident that happened, that another monk was accusing Sariputta Thero, saying that he purposely did something uh, to uh, uh, to have some form of he did some action which led that monk to feel very bad, or the way that the monk felt was very upset or disturbed with his action. So Lord Buddha knew how Sariputta Thero's behavior was. He knew very clearly that what sort of a person is he, but he wanted to tell it in the presence of all the monks. And Sariputta Thero explained his way, and he said, this is my way, this is how I am, how I feel, humbleness. And Lord Buddha greatly appreciated the way that he expressed, and he said sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And that gave a very clear picture how humble is a person like Sariputta Thero with such a great wisdom, and being the chief one of the chief disciples of Lord Buddha, how humble he is. So humbleness or lack of uddacha is another thing that is necessary when a person is going along this Dhamma path. So the facts I explained are called Nivarana. Nivarana means the things or the causes that close up the pathway of the Nirvana. Uh, so the as I said earlier, these Dhamma sermons might sound slightly different to what you are routinely hearing. But it's very important to find out how this is tallying up with the scientific findings and also the way that you experience them. I don't think in any other sermons that you have heard how these thoughts are formed, and the fact that it is just a product of the five senses. And that beautifully tallies with the Buddha's word, the Salayatana Loko Loko. We knew it as a part of the knowledge, but we kept it aside and we couldn't match it with what we are experiencing. So the difference in this Buddhothpada Deshana, Buddhothpada sermons are that it beautifully tallies with what you experience. Now the way your thoughts are formed, and now presently when you have a thought, how that thought is how that thought is reproduced again is something that you can have the experience without anyone's teaching. Now you know that how the thoughts are formed. Now, simply if I say mother, it's a sound only. See how the rest of the mental picture about the mother is instantly formed here, so that you can experience yourself. Now, these facts we have never heard in any other Dhamma sermons. So, therefore, the difference in Buddhottpada teaching is that it very well matches with your experiences. First hand, you have the first hand experience itself. Oh yes, this is how the thoughts formed, and this is how instantly the mental picture completes the rest of the components. And when I say the mother, it's a sound, but without having anything to do with your eye. You have a picture of your mother, isn't it? Not only that, the mother's experience that you had, it's not only this life, but the whole samsaric journey, the experiences that you had is coming up as one single vibration at this moment. And Aryan Vahanse very beautifully explains how this current is going from birth to birth. The current, if the current is not switched off, if the current is not identified, how it is formed and not switched off, and it will continue. And that is a suffering, that is a sadness. So, learning or taking it up as a knowledge is the first thing. And when that knowledge is thorough, when that knowledge is very clear, then the it will start getting applied little by little, and you will realize that the how it is being applied, and that is your krutya jnana. And at some point you will feel just that sukhaya or the relaxed feeling, that is the krutakjnana. These are words used by Lord Buddha to explain different levels of this pathway. And you will definitely start experiencing these things one by one. So, right at the beginning, what is important is that having a clear knowledge about darshana, how this system is functioning, how the senses are functioning, and the fact that it's no one's job. And there never existed a person, there never existed myself. And what is this self perception? What is this feel called myself? So now you have so many words, but the meaning is one, that is a self. So many words means the defilements, current, power, all kinds of names can be given. But finally, the common word to all of them is a self. So self is something felt. Self cannot be touched or seen or heard. It is that current which is there. So something like the gravity power, something like the magnetic power. Power is there. Unless it is manifested in some way, you can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't feel or smell it. So the power has to be identified. And this power is fluctuating up and down. That is what is explained as 31 realms. So Aranvase has given a beautiful explanation about the 31 realms also that we discussed on a different day previously. So the current is fluctuating, and at some stage, if the physical body comes to an end, that current will synchronize to another suitable current. So it goes on. There's no end unless you uh, realize this Dhamma in this birth itself, you have a chance, because we do not know when we will get the next chance again. So I will conclude the session from here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aran Mahanse for all his guidance. I worship Aran Mahanse at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aran Mahanse. And may all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May all our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvan Saranai.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Thiruvan Saranai Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayabo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 153, the discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 28, 2023. Thiruvan Saranai Mahanse, I bow down at your feet. During yesterday's Zoom discussion, one son spoke about a trip he went on. After listening to him, I wanted to share my own experience, which was quite different. I went on a trip with my workplace colleagues. Normally, I enjoyed such trips, but this time it felt very different. When people were eating, taking photographs, and engaging in activities, I felt all of it was meaningless. Even when I tried to force myself to enjoy these things, I could not. There is another trip being planned, and honestly, I do not want to go. Yet, I feel I cannot say no. It is only after listening to your Dhamma discourses that this transformation has happened in me. Now I no longer see value in these activities. The second reason I wanted to join this Zoom meeting is to thank you for the blissful change you're bringing into our lives. Aryan Mahanse, almost everyone who listens to these discourses begins to feel this transformation. They begin to see the world differently because of the experience the Dhamma awakens in them. When we look at the world honestly, what do we see? People running endlessly after things. The late Jackson Anthony once said, devils dance with joy because they are receiving such a gift. Everyone is following this path. Today, people laugh, dance, and celebrate. Tomorrow, they weep uncontrollably. At the end, with wrinkled skin and frail bodies, they endure pain and suffering. This is why the Buddha said, the world is insane, a mad world. People chase after illusions, but in the end, nothing remains. Life is short, yet people perform a mad dance with it. Some intoxicate themselves with substances. Others intoxicate themselves with their own thoughts. People become entangled in wrong views, religion, nationality, and identity. They abuse one another and pass away. Look at the animal world. There is no religion, no false views. How beautiful it is. When I lived in the forest, hermitage, I often saw birds coming in pairs, sitting on branches, flying away to collect food and returning peacefully. Such a relaxed life they live because they understand and move with the natural forces. There was even one crow with only one leg, yet it perched happily on a branch, content. There is no self that experiences joy or suffering. In reality, what exists in each moment is only thoughts arising from forms, colors, sounds, smells, and touches. These occur due to the vibrational systems of nature. It is a natural occurrence, like a stone thrown into the air, falling back to the ground, or rotation of the earth. So, this participant claims that he has been noticing differences, a blissful change, and he sees that how non-fruitful these things that belong to the mundane plane are. And Narayan Mahansa says this change that you're feeling is natural. Most of the listeners of Buddothpado discourses experience this. When you listen deeply to this Dhamma, the heart starts to see the madness of the world. Earlier, those trips and gatherings seemed fun, but now you see them as empty because they are. The Buddha said this world is insane. Buddha always said this mundane plane. The people from the mundane plane, they're crazy. Pruthajjana Unmattaka is the Pali saying. People laugh today and cry tomorrow. They chase pleasures, wealth, status, but nothing stays. life is very short, yet people dance with a mad dance with it, running after things, running this rat race, endless one after another. As a child, it's education, getting through the scholarship exam, then comes O levels, then comes A levels, then getting into the university, and then doing a better job, doing a good job, getting married, having kids before a certain age. If you don't, then you're answerable to the society for not ticking off the boxes of the life events. And then the second child, the third child, and then sending them to school. The same rat race repeats, and marrying them off to suitable partners. The endless rat race. And someone who claims to be out of the rat race follows something else, thinking that he or she is being different. Yet it's another rat race, still in this mundane, crazy plane. Some are drunk with alcohol, some abuse substances, intoxicated all the time, escaping the reality. Others are drunk with their thoughts. But the animals, they live simply, without wrong views. Birds fly, eat, return. So much peace. Even animals without legs, they live happily, content. This is the truth. There is no self that suffers or enjoys, or to make their simple experience more complicated, they do not have a sophisticated mind, so they just live for the moment. Only vibrations, sound, color, smell, touch, giving rise to thoughts in each moment. Just like a stone falls when thrown up, or the earth rotates. These are natural occurrences. The sun, which rises in the east, is sure to set in the west. So this nature is like that. No one has the control. It takes place according to its system, just like whatever we do in our lives. Sleep, get up in the morning, go to work, do whatever it takes, come back home, take care of the kids, go to sleep, go back to work the next day. All part of the nature. And then the thoughts are created. There's an entity called the self in these thoughts. That's also part of how this mind works, how these thoughts are created. The order of the thoughts, chitta niyama. But there's suffering felt by a person because of these thoughts, because of the ignorance, because there's wrong view. That system has been taken for a person, mistakenly identified as a person. That gives rise to suffering. So in this journey, why this person, why this participant doesn't have, or rather, why does this participant have less suffering is because he's been listening to the discourses by Buddothpado and Vahanse. which talks about how to the Four Noble Truths, how this mind is created in the moment. How this suffering is created in the moment. A thought arises. This person hurt my feelings. In that thought, there are few different elements. This person, who's not myself, who's another, whose otherness is emphasized in the thought. That person has done something. What has he done? He has hurt. What? My feelings. So when that thought arises, already there's duality. There's the assumption there's another person, there's a self here, this other person has hurt my feelings. And we, due to ignorance, we automatically assume that the meaning that's behind that thought, they're the same thing. It means the same thing, which is the wrong view. That thought appeared in the awareness because that is how the system is. What is that the system is used to? But in truth, there's no self here. That's a misconception. That's a wrong view. This, as a child, the system took on a thought, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom all these things belong to. That misconception continued, was nurtured thought by thought, and grown into a bigger monster. Now we cannot, even though we know it, the habit is so strong, we can't just exit it, we can't just transcend it. Every time, how did the practice or the habit come about? By practicing it so many times in every thought. Now similarly, we have to kind of undo it in a similar way, thought by thought. So it takes that much of effort that took for the monster to be nurtured. It takes that much of effort for the monster to be not so powerful, monster to return to just to thoughts, just to vibrations. That it is made up of. So that is the whole journey. We've been talking about this for so long, in different ways or in all kinds of angles. Even today we have, that is the same thing that we have to talk about. And that discussion is very beneficial because even when we listened to this Dharma, it didn't make sense in the first go. It took many repetitions. Because first, when you listen to it, only a portion of it will be sinking in, will make sense. The next day, whatever you understood the previous day, plus a little more, will be sinking in. So it takes many iterations before we really see this truth within us. First, even to intellectually understand, because this is very profound, and over a period of 40, 50, 60, 70, however much your age is, that many years, this illusion has continuously been real to us. With every iteration, it becomes much more stronger. And the beauty is, as we see this Dhamma in the moment to moment, you can see that it's slowly losing its power. Something that once felt like something really out there with its all the magnitude or the magnificent beauty and all that, that grasp is slowly being let go. They don't mean so much now, whatever it was. They don't have so much power over so-called us. All that is slowly losing that grip of the so-called self, that sense of self. Everything is happening to me. How dare you? This person said this to me. How dare he says that? I've done this, that, and the other things. Such ungrateful people, whatever, like all those thoughts and feelings that we had, if you watch these dramas that are being telecast on TV, or if you listen to someone who's really engrossed in the illusion, as your grasp on the so-called self is diminished, you are able to clearly see that difference between yourself and another person who's strongly engrossed in the illusion. That is that the absence of the self, the subtle absence of the self can detect somebody's heavy self. That is that non-vibration. Before stumbling upon this Dharma, however much we learned Dhamma, we took it in the form of knowledge. It was just mere knowledge. It was not even in a logical, intellectual sense. It wasn't making. They weren't making sense. So we never were able to detect somebody else's ego, somebody, how someone is strongly grasping onto the illusion. But even if this not system is not fully realized, that could be seen in others. Where your diminishments are the lowest, you can detect that aspect of diminishments in others. It's a beautiful thing, because that clearly tells us that that is kind of another angle that reinforces the fact that this is the true Dhamma. So and that's all we have to do. Continue to not, we can't help but noticing these things, not us, the system. But that is not the journey. Journey is to, have that attention on the thought of this system, yourself, the so-called self. And whenever there's a burning, an internal burning, to see how that came about. The suffering, and what was the reason for the suffering? Because the reason was the belief on an external world and a so-called self. How can the suffering be ended? By seeing that there are no entities in a thought, there are no physical objects in a thought, there are no stories in a thought, because they are just made up of manifested vibrations. As one sees this, that is the Four Noble Truths. And that is the path. So to see that there's nothing of inherited value behind a thought other than a bunch of vibrations. When it says my tummy hurts. There's essentially no me or a tummy or a hurt. Just whatever you're feeling, whatever, can't even say whatever you're feeling, whatever is felt at the moment, just the raw sensory input, raw feeling. So without, I mean, by going beyond these raw sensory feelings, seeing something, hearing something, smelling, tasting, touching, or detecting a thought in the awareness, which is raw feelings, thought created by the raw feelings. If this could be seen, there's nothing to cling on to, nothing to hold on to. The illusion is already shattered in that seeing of the truth in that moment. And that is all there is. That is all that ever there was. That is all that there ever will be. This tangling of one thought to another, creating a sense of continuity, creating a sense of continuing self, continually existing self, creating the past, present, and the future, all illusions that comes about due to the speed of entanglement, the vibration. Without a speed, nothing could be communicated, nothing could be communicated as existing, nothing could be communicated as disrupted. If we can see that truth, that is why in computer systems too, they had to invent ones and zeros to communicate a continuous message. Because if it is one, nobody would notice a difference. If it is just zeros, nobody would notice a difference. There has to be break in between for that communication to happen. That duality has to be there. And that speed needs to be there. So if one can see this clearly, these are just words, but if you can contemplate and get to that penetrative insight, this makes much, much more sense. Nothing could be born, come into place, arise without a speed and that opposing polarity, which takes us to the Majje Sutta. There needs to be an opposing polarity that gives rise to. If there is an opposing polarity, that automatically gives rise to the rotation, the vibration, the speed, which with time matures into what we see, what we hear, what we smell, taste, touch. And with speed, it feels like something's out there, like something three-dimensional. And the sense of something's out there, and the thought of something's out there. And with the speed, continued sustained speed, that thing that's being seen, that's being heard, smelled, taste, touch. I am seeing this comes alive, the sense of self, perception of self. And that is what we continue to have to see to undo this and to not have that vibration, to not be affected by it. When we say not be affected by it, it feels like there's someone, but that internal burning will subside or diminish. The clinging, the aversion, the delusion cannot arise because there's nothing to cling on to anymore. So I think that's all I got for today. I see Randima has joined, Justin had joined. Teruvan Saranai, Randima.
Peruan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very insightful explanation. Teruan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, so as usual, we are discussing this mind. What is the reality of the mind? What is this so-called misconceptions? So everything is a misconception. Every worldly phenomena is a misconception. Is the one most of the time one unable to perceive. So all the secret is there. So actually, if we analyze the this one day practice, even this one day practice that start with the explanation of true Dhamma. That is really giving the idea of what is the real formation and what is this whole misconception, how these misconceptions sort of becoming powerful, how it is felt, and how this power is becoming stronger in the next occurrence. So there is a greater science here. So that science is the one needs to understand. Therefore, however we try to explain, like it is the nothingness, it is somewhat difficult for somebody to get it, you see, as a transformation. So it can come as the mind. I mean, it will see, yeah, this is the reality is it is the nothingness. So it sees the formation, but the question is, you see that initial sort of discussion is not sufficient enough for the transformation. So then that person engage in this 4 techniques, also meditation technique. That is this walking meditation, where the person will ask to basically experience this sensory function in its walking meditation. So that sort of provide a way to sort of feel what is exactly this formation in the present moment. And maybe when it walk along this walking meditation path, it will experience maybe this is just a function is happening, automatic process is happening, and sometimes one can even experience a form of nothingness in its focused attention too. So therefore, one has to be very careful, because sometimes when someone is in the walking meditation, there is a high chance that that it will experience some form of nothingness or some form of non-vibration. But now the thing is, this person is different. That's true. This one knows some, you see, some form of experience it has on what is the reality of the thing. But it is still maybe not strong enough. So this is because the mind is the one which is so strong, and sometimes you see its thickness is still very high. So when the thickness is very high, sometimes still things can be taken in the mind. So showing the truth to the mind is the one which needs to happen. So sometimes we have seen some people maybe in the walking meditation, they experience a form of an unvibration, and sometimes they can misinterpret that as some form of realization, or sometimes that you see, so sometimes it can falls into another pitfall. Therefore, one has to be very careful here because you are doing the walking meditation, nothing to receive like. And it is a normal thing. Some non-vibration experience you see coming up in that focused attention. So we cannot say right or wrong here. There's nothing called right, nothing called wrong either here. But have to be a bit of careful, because none of these things need to be felt as some kind of a development in the path. So some people, of course, they give up after that. Their effort reduces, and then they started keep watching the process. So this keep watching the process, they you see, they try to do extensively in their normal day-to-day work as well, and sometimes that become another form of a practice. So actually, when we say seeing the process, sometimes clearly maintaining someone and seeing that some automatic process is happening is not the one actually we are telling here. Because when you say seeing actually that seeing word is the insight. What we say is the insight. So I mean, it is not another form of a thinking. So it is the feel, and it is the automatic happening, and there is nothing to think there. So sometimes people find them very difficult here, because some people really it is thinking. So then continuously one thinking is also can become, but that doesn't mean you have to stop. Some people stop whole the process. That is also not the one we are telling. What you have to do, all you have to do is you have to show the truth to the mind. So that process shall not stop until your system itself signal you for the stop. That's very important. Otherwise, your effort is somewhere else. Your effort is not in the right point. The right point is showing the truth to the mind. So because it is the mind gets liberated from the mind. So all what is important is this formation in the present moment. How that formation not become real, not become a thing, that need to be very much convinced. And fact that the soul is a misconception must be convinced, because once the misconception is understood, once the drushti is well understood, that is the drushti get eradicated first. Because once the drushti get eradicated, then whatever the incident, irrespective of the fire, the sense of connection is the one which start to get reduced. That is the sense of connecting. All the time it was the sense of connecting. So that sense of connecting is the one which first start to experience. Sense of disconnection. So it's no way coming as a soul. So that is what is happening first. And then what needs to happen is like this level of fire, the level of the burn, the level of the current, then only it start to reduce, you see, in a sequence manner, some orderly manner, because that power which is coming up is not connecting in the system. That's why we talk about this is a system transformation. So that system transformation, there is some solid transformation at the beginning. It is not the gradual, you see, transformation too, because then some problem is there, but we can't say it is a problem or not a problem, but all what has to happen is that effort shall not be stopped. Otherwise, one can, you see, what happens is one can fall into another pitfall here. What is that pitfall? When someone listen the Dhamma and get this message, and when it applies to any form of situation, that situation will get well under control. Then there is a chance that soul is not fade out. The misconception is not fade out, but it is slowly getting to formless. That can happen. So then the soul is another in another form. It is hidden. It is experiencing nothingness, and it is powerful in another angle, in another direction. That's why if someone lost the effort, because sometimes we can understand when we listen to some village mothers talking, they clearly talk like given up nature. What it's all given up like, so it's not thinking like, no, the effort shall be there until the real transformation occurs. So there will be some transformation is happening, but that doesn't mean like stopping also, because we can understand two form of people. Some people completely given up, just go by, let go. It is now that let go, but have to be very careful. It is in the formless. So second category, they are practicing, they are sort of practicing seeing the process. So that seeing the process is automatic. Then also they are not finding, you see, a chance to, they forget that part. Formation is lost. So that part is neglected, and now it is cool and calm in the seeing the process. So therefore, have to be very, very careful. Do not fall into any extremes. So all what you have to do is, the effort is a must. The effort, the right effort has to be there in entire path, entire journey. It is not that you do not have to do anything. So you have to, what is you have to do? Show the truth, convince the truth to the mind. That is, you yourself needs to contemplate this one. So that contemplation is sort of different, keep seeing a process. That seeing the process will enable, it will enable for you to understand some extent what's happening here. But you can't forget the true Dhamma part, because true Dhamma part, that contemplation needs to occur. Because with that contemplation only, the real realization come. And that Patinisagganupasi, that is that form of disconnection of soul, start to experience. So after that, irrespective of any incident, it doesn't matter, because incident will not matter. Even a good incident or a bad incident, and then incident also sort of that feel of the incident become neutralized. So that is the way to go. So therefore, first one is that Sakkaya Drushti, that is this Atma Drushti, the Drushti. When you say Sakkaya Drushti, it is the world, the world becoming real. So the world is real. So one understand what is the world in the present moment, and when it find the world is not real, that you see that process to what extent that is convinced better. So otherwise everyone will now say, yes, world is not true, but actually for that person, world is still true. So this is the problem. Therefore, the knowledge and the real feel of transformation is sort of in two aspects, and that catching up the correct one is very important here. Therefore, everyone must keep virya or the right effort is a must. It is not giving up, because this human life is very, very rare. This message is very rare. But to what extent this message really stop your samsaric cycle? That is stopping yourself. It is not a liberation in the present world. That is, you are now not get affected by this worldly effect is not the path. The real path is the stopping of the entire samsaric cycle. So there is no you. The existence of you is the one which get vanished or dropped in the path. So therefore, right effort is very, very important in a way that that honesty is very important. Whenever at least the self is seen, even in that moment, very much important. At least at that moment, show the truth to the mind. Because when the truth is shown, only that thickness of the power of the mind get breaks. Otherwise, that level of thickness is sort of suppressed and it's continued. So that is not what needs to happen. Yeah. So that's all I have to add. Theruvan Saranai Harshi.
Everyone, Sarnai Randima, who are discussing along that topic. People get misled by this many times, having the self-perception still without really saying the truth, but by suppressing thoughts and avoiding thoughts, kind of similar nature could be achieved, but it's not it's like gold and imitation gold. But seeker in the path needs to really understand this difference. Maybe Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala can add more to this. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage to Aryan Manse, Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Yes, actually from what Randima was explaining, as she very correctly said that there are many pitfalls on this way where a person might feel very comfortable, very calm down and very relaxed feeling, and almost feel that there is no value at all of the things that are created by the senses, but still the self is there on this side. So a person who is tranquil and relaxed and feeling very comfortable and happy is there. So this is one of the very important hallmarks, because lots of people tend to feel that this is the end point, but do not realize that the person is remained on this side. And this is what is called the Arupa Lokaya, or where the feeling of existence is there. It's an advanced stage, I would say. When you have changed, there is some degree of internal transformation, but you are stuck at some point. This is where the noble friends advice should be there. So it's very important to discuss. If you feel something like that, it's very important to discuss. So actually what happens is that the person also becomes zero. The feeling of self or I-ness, or feeling of self-perception, whatever the word which is used, becomes gradually insignificant and zero. But the senses are functioning, so therefore you get the sense of functions of seeing, hearing, and feeling, and the mind is also functioning in the normal way, so the thoughts are there. But all this happens without the fire, and it's felt that very mechanical and automatic system is functioning. So a part of this is actually the Eight Noble Truths. I think it is discussed in some of our previous discussions also. The first one, very important, is that the correct vision, which is Sammaditya, where the correct vision means that the existing physical world is just a creation of the senses. So that is a main vision that has to be corrected, because all the living beings tend to accept a physical materialistic world which is there. So changing from that track to the correct vision, or the Sammaditya, is the most important and the prioritized in the list. When you change this to the correct vision, then your attitudes become correct. So that means Samma Sankappa, where you tend to move to the correct concepts, or the misconceptions are sort of understood and then got rid of. So that is Samma Sankappa. And automatically this leads to the correct correct using of words, Samma Vacha and Samma Kammanta. That means the correct activities, functions. So that means when you change your attitudes, and when you have the correct vision,
which is the base, where the materialistic world is just a creation, automatically the words used by that system and the activities performed by that system becomes correct ones. You do not have to sort of particularly plan and avoid from the defilements or the incorrect activities and the words. Now, incorrect words in the sense the correct wording means not telling lies and um, the what we are observing in our sil, atasil or pansil. So those things will automatically not happen. So Sammaditthi, Samma Sankappa, Samma Vacha, and Samma Kammanta. Samma Vayam means you tend to automatically get into the track of doing correct correct ways of living and whatever the activities that you are doing. It's little different from the Samma Ajiva, where you tend to select the correct ways of earnings. You means you whatever the employment you are doing should be in the correct path, where you do not do the wrong employment to earn some money, wrong ways to earn some money to live. Samma Ajiva, and then automatically what happens is with these you tend to have a sense of concentrating on that moment. You tend to have a Samma Sati, and ultimately it leads to some form of very tranquil feel. So these are there may be some shortcomings of what I described actually. So just I wanted to say was that when you correct your vision and your attitudes to the correct side, that means the very basic fact that not taking the materialistic world that we experience as real, but it is always a creation then and there by the sense activity. When you get onto that track, automatically rest of the things will get corrected, and the ultimate the Samma Samadhi, or where you reach a level where there is a tranquil and peaceful feel, will reach at the end. So you can see that from all these facts that we have been describing every day, finally the essence is just one thing, and this we have been describing again and again, where the sensor functions should not be given the value that it's that is the most important thing. So the sense of when we do not realize all the any activity that happens in the life, in the form of thoughts, in the form of words, or in the form of physical activities, everything 100% is a performance of the at the sensor level. But because of the ignorance, the label of a self is attached automatically. That the system has been doing it as a habit for long time, and it starts happening when the small child is small. When the baby who has the radiant mind, the gradually will start having the thoughts. This is again a nature's law, I would say. There is automatic function where there are sensor functions. Sensor information is automatically tied up together to form the thoughts, and thoughts are the one which navigate thereafter, and then a flow of thought, a flow of changing thoughts, very fast flow of changing thoughts, we call living or alive. If there is no change like that, a system will not feel that it's alive. So the alive feeling comes because of the changing pattern of these thoughts, uh, which we call in Pali Sanya Abhisankaranaya or Sanya Viparinamaya. Viparinamaya means changing. Abhisankaranaya means it's empowering. So every time, every fraction of second, these sanya or these wave patterns will change and then give a different, slightly different picture. So that is why, because of this sanya, viparinamaya and abhisankaranaya, you tend to feel sometimes now when you eat the same food, two servings, or if you eat one vegetable quite frequently during the week, you tend to look for some difference. You might feel that, no, I have been eating, I'm sick of eating this. Same thing about a dress now. If you have been wearing a particular dress more frequently, you tend to feel, no, I need a change. So always the nature of these thoughts are that looking for a change. That is because of this vipariname and the abhisankarane. Then only, as I said, that life feeling is there. So that explains now about the same sensory information now, like an attitude about a person or your likeness to a particular food, your likeness or your clinging or whatever, or your aversion towards something will change with time. The food that you liked some time back, now you are no more interested, and a person whom you thought you like very much, sometimes you tend to feel that not worth getting closer. So like that, you tend to have different thoughts. That is because of this sanya viparinamaya. So these changes are inevitable, and these changes are part of the nature's law. And the process of forming thoughts is again part of the nature's law. So there is no way that you can stop. What happens is, when you understand the Dhamma and when you understand this mechanism, the thickness of these thoughts become less, and they become softer. And I don't know whether these words are correct, but I try to explain. They become softer and finer. So at some point, a system might feel that I'm not getting any thoughts. No, it's not. Actually, the thoughts are just continuously created as part of the mind sensor, but you feel very comfortable because your thoughts are not heavy like that. So that is the result of your internal transformation, little by little. Thoughts are less and less stressful and less powerful, and then the system will observe that it is formed and then disappears like any other sensor function. And gradually the fire which was used to erupt will little by little fade off. So I think maybe we can hear from somebody else. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala. I think that discussion was brought to a good point where, like you said, the density of thoughts are less, but thoughts are still there. Even we know, based on Tripitaka, or even based on our understanding of what this process is, what will happen after the defilements are diminished. The thoughts are going to be there. That is a function of the mind, the function of the senses. But that underlying burning is no longer there. And um, as in those thoughts, like before, um, those thoughts automatically assumed the existence of a so-called world and a so-called self. But these thoughts are now, they don't assume the same thing because now it's realized. Now the system realizes that there is no so-called external world or so-called self. But these thoughts are mere tools now. These thoughts are used as mere tools, serving a functional purpose, as one still has to kind of navigate the mundane plane in the day-to-day activities. So whatever, yeah, so they serve a functional purpose. And like you said, this evolution of perceptions, abhisankarana, that's the one that keeps us going. Like that is the eventually that's the one that led people to kind of seek out for the truth, because something is happening, something is weird about this. You like something, you want to keep it forever like that, or you want to hold on to that forever, but it doesn't happen like that. After some time, it just the desires, the clinging that once a so-called person held is diminished, is no more, because due to this speed, it continues to change. It appears, it disappears. In between, there's a change that happens. The panyayati, vayo panyayati, titatanya tata panyayati. So because of this, you can't even kind of attribute some sort of a life to how fast these vibrations are. It appears and disappears, and it happens so fast, and in between there's some sort of an evolution in the perception. So, and in that, you would die for this girl or a boy to get married to this person. You would go through all the trouble to get the permission from the parents, or build a big house or whatever it is. Like, people do so many things to achieve so many things. Or to buy a car, you would try so much, work so hard, put a down payment, get a lease and all that, continue to pay the lease, continue to maintain a car. The desire or the clinging or that fresh happy feelings will only last for about a month. In terms of a car, probably about a month or two, and then it just kind of subsides. Now the bigger problem is how am I going to pay for the lease? How am I going to maintain all that? Now you're left with the burden portion of that deal can be seen more now than the pleasure it once gave. Or after getting married to the so-called partner you crossed oceans for, after a couple of years, the love, the infatuation, the attachment, everything like kind of subsides. Now all you can see is faults about this person, how bad this person is, how you don't like a lot of things about this person. You feel like you got deceived. So all due to this fast vibrations. This is how the system works. So nothing that, however much you cling on to something, cling on to this illusion, that much, now you're going to hate it. That much aversion now there will be. So this is the one that needs to be seen. This is the nature of, this is the Dhamma, this is the nature of it. This is how it works. This is how it came into place in the first place. Yeah, so it's a very interesting and a beautiful thing about this Dhamma. Justin is silent today. Do you have any questions, Justin? Theron Saranai?
Yes, I get a question. World. or symphony of vibration, what we experience. But what is
Can
that? Actually,
can you
can you
repeat,
explain that?
Justin? I think we missed the
You
first portion of the question.
Yeah. The vibrational world. We speak about vibrational world. Vibration, the symphony of vibrations. So without vibration, we don't get any consciousness. So can you explain the this vibration in the zygote and how it affects the person who uh, uh, in his future life? I mean, when the baby is born, the vibration in the zygote, and you always discuss this topic, I think. Can you explain that? Did you get the question correctly, or did you get the point now?
So basically, you want to know how the asava or the inclination towards stains kind of evolve into sasava.
Yeah, that beginning from the zygote, you say,
Zygote,
zygote.
yeah. Randima, do you wanna?
Does it have any connection to the previous birth?
Yeah, of course.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
it is not clear to me. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard. Now, actually speaking, there is no direct link, right? But there is some string kind of a link also. So, because now if we take the last breath of someone, so that last breath, it is just a one thought, no?
Yeah.
So that one thought means some consciousness, some form of a vibration. So
Vibration.
there is some strength, some strength of vibration is there. So
Yeah.
so then, so at that point, you see that last thought also disappear there itself. So there is nothing going somewhere, but what happens is this resonance principle. That is this vibration system. No? So,
Yes.
so that now last vibration occur means it what is the meaning? There is another, due to the resonance, another form of a vibration somewhere can occur. No?
That's right.
So that what exactly happen is, now if we take this zygote is, you see, it is the zygote which starts the resonance. I mean, where the birth of the zygote is like, the two vibration become equals. So that's why there is a string kind of a relationship. So this wave, the strength of the wave, you see, that carries all form of that 33,000 watts. So that is there. So that is what got telepathized to the zygote. And then the zygote level, you see the next form of division of the cells occurs. No? So then equally that form of resonance also occurs. So basically, each and every tiny cells carry this vibration effect. So this strength of vibration. So that strength of vibration is the one which determine whether someone is a human or someone is a animal, or you see, all that determine based on that strength. So if the strength is very, very high, sometimes the birth can occur in the womb of the monkey. So that is the ego, no? Otherwise, the ego, hate, ill will, all this power, strength, no?
Defilements.
Defilements level. So that's why nobody is doing this. Some natural phenomena is happening here, and what it is, we say defilements, but in terms of the vibration network system, these are really current or some form of a wave vibration carrying transmitting of power. So that power transmission is the one which is occurring, you see, every cells. And basically this sensor system, if we leave out the eye, nose, ear, mouth, all these are just names. But whole body is the trillion billions of cells. So all these cells collectively forms the mind power. Because all these cell system collective vibration is the power in the system. So that is this current or the wave, collective reading, collective frequency of the power. So that is what is happening. So now that power is there, but all the actually that is the samsaric link also in otherwise. That is the world become real, everything is real. So that there is some sort of you see nature there. So every phenomena is real life. That's why the current is high. That indicates the high current. So, but when that child comes to some nursery level only, there is a chance to see this. Otherwise, now you see the sensors spark that isolately work, power is not enough to connect. Because when the sensor level, this various different sensors production is different. So different sensors automatically is connecting after some power level. Because that power level is initially not high for that small child, the newborn child. But naturally that power is coming high because of that glue. Slowly that power of the next occurrence coming high, and then it start to interconnect, and now it has a world. That's why it didn't have the world or a so-called person or things before, but now things start to come. But when the things start to come, this inner wave is the one which really we discussed earlier. That is that zygote. But that inner wave now can flourish with all the set of defilements, hate, ill will, jealousy, and it start to double, triple now. That is what happened. So that inner wave is the one, the world is real. That is the secret here. Even if one wants to cut off this cycle effect, starting point is that one need to see Dhamma, and that system needs to feel that this world is not real, because that is the one wave. It is not the sun, moon, mother, father, children, house, no. Underline all this, there is a one wave. That one wave is this world is real. That is this Itta Sanya. That is this Sasriya thing. So it's very interesting. So when you see the truth, this true Dhamma, you understand this entire wave is a product of these billions of cells, and this is a natural phenomena which is occurring, and there is no real so-called world find here. There is no soul find here. All this is a misconception that form through that collective sensor product. Otherwise, nothing found here. So once that is convinced, only the drishtis start to break. Once that start to break means actually that Itta Sanya is the one which get drops. So once that get drops means that is the disconnection from the samsaric effect. The samsaric effect, because otherwise it's a strong power which is continuously traveling here. Because that's why whenever your eye forms something, naturally it become real in your system. Because your system, entire cell system is running with the fact that this whole world is real. You can't stop that by thinking. Only thing is the attack that through the Dhamma. Dhamma is the weapon to attack this whole cycle. And then what will happen? It is the power, you see. Even now, once the drushti get fade out, like that everything is a drushti, then next, even though the power is naturally as a practice, it is coming up. Now that power, no chance of connection. Connection that world is real, like soul is real, like, and that is also one can't do by thinking. And then what happens? The next occurrence of the, because power can't getting stronger in the system now. Power, one leg is sort of damaged, like then in the next occurrence, what happens now? Less power coming. In the next occurrence, less power. Likewise, sequentially, the power coming up in the system also start gradually to reduce, reduction happen. That's why that Ashrava, even though the Ashrava occur, like Ashrava cannot have a validity now in the system. So it start to negate. That's what we say, seen and liberate. Actually, that is not like the normal people seen and liberate. Like this is also automatic process in the system that we call avadhi. So automatically, that process is sort of needs to happen. So then only Ashrava is sort of getting fade out, and then what will happen, even though stuff is still not over, then what happens, the sensor, you see the entire cell level, you see that sensors sort of needs to liberate sort of senses itself, because inside the system, if there is any you see sort of want or need or some further power, like which is not a thing, which is not relating to a mother, father, child or anything, but some form of you see not related to anything, like so even that sort of one also needs to be seen. Then only actually sensor will liberate from the sensor itself. Until that process is complete, some form of a power generation would be there in the system. So actually what is happening is finally this power is the one, whatever the set of power, like light becoming real, so the sound becoming real, even that itself will become like dead sound or dead sights, like so then only sensor liberate from the sensor itself. That's why human can't do this. Human can't do. Naturally, that change needs to happen in the system. Until that happen, some form of a power driving is there in the system, means another, so at the last breath, another form of occurrence is there. So that's why there is no end to this path. Everywhere is a research. Research in the sense it's not someone is doing, but this power is seen. That is also inside. And some form of investigation or some review is happening. So then only it is slowly reaching the neutralization part. Yeah, Justin, I think I gave some answer. Harshit, there was
Yeah, thank you. That was I got the clear picture now. Thank you very much, Kirwan-san.
Yeah, thank you, Randima, for that explanation. One thing I want to add was that, when in the case of a human dying and, then in the next birth, uh, that vibration in the zygote taking place as a rebirth or the next birth. It's kind of like, how you would listen to the radio in the car and you would, you just arrived home. Now you would turn it off and you go home and turn on a different radio, and that program will be broadcasting in that radio, something like that. Probably not the best example, but uh, just like, if the vibration is there, different vessels, two different radios, one in the vehicle and one at home, two different vessels. But if you have the necessary equipment, that vibration could be kind of detected. So when someone dies, um, that vibration, the body kind of merges back to what it was made up of, like dust to dust, ash to ash kind of thing. But if there's a equivalent vibration somewhere in a womb, as a zygote, due to a cell division, similar vibration is formed. This vibration becomes that vibration, or rather, that vibration becomes this vibration itself, and kind of give that push for that development to happen, for the rest of the development, for the inclination towards taints, asava, to keep going. And like Randima correctly explained, as the mind develops and as with every cell, the vibration continues, manifests in the form of sight, vision, and all that, and the thoughts form. And these thoughts assume an existence of an external world and a self. Now it goes to volitional formation, abhisankarani. That now creates the sasava, the defilement. So that's kind of how asava goes from asava to sasava, that manifestations. That's why different, same parents have different kinds of kids with different kinds of qualities. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to add something to it?
Yes, there was, and I think both of you very nicely explained it. The example you gave was very sort of, it makes it very easy to understand what Randima said. The example of television set is also same, isn't it? Because the television set is equal to the physical body, and when you if that physical body collapses and in some other place, when there is another television set, and then you tune to the correct channel, and then you can get the same picture there. So like that, if the system is there, if the sensor system is there, when the physical body is there, you can catch the same wavelength. And if the vibration becomes zero of the last thought of this physical body, now when this physical body collapses at this end, and the last thought which came up has zero vibration, there's nothing to be telepathized to another place. So that is where the nirvana is. So the vibration of this last thought is zero. And I think the same mechanism, Harshi, if I don't know, I may be wrong, just correct me. The same mechanism occurs when these satellites send the pictures of moon or whatever other things that they take the pictures at that point and then send the pictures to the to the earth, and if you have the correct equipment or the sensor system which is capable of tuning to that wavelength, you can create the pictures which were taken on the moon, on this side, on the earth. I assume that the same mechanism occurs, same sort of telepathizing mechanism is used in that way also. Am I correct of that?
It sounds like that because nothing exactly travels, but I will have to do a little bit of research. It sounds like that,
Researching,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Yes. I think otherwise, you both of you gave a complete picture. I hope Mr. Justin understood and got the answer to his question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Teruvan Sarnai.
Everyone, sir.
Theruvan
Teruvan Sarnai,
Saranai.
Harshi.
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. I think with that we can wrap up for the day, isn't it? Let's all pay homage to Aryan Mahanse at our feet. Theruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse. Let's meet again tomorrow, Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai for joining today.
Teruvan Sarnai, all Dhamma
Dr.
friends.
Sakuntala and Mr. Bernard, Thiruvan Saranai, all of you.
Theruvan Saranai.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Theruvan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse, Padma Namaskar. Theruvan Sarnai, everybody. We'll start with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6, page number 151. Part 2, Participant. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. I bow down at your feet. On yesterday's Zoom discussion, you explained the difference between the bliss created by an advanced level of spiritual experience, Lotura Suvaya, and the bliss of real Nibbana, Nivan Suvaya. Can you please explain this a little more for my clarification? Aryan Mahansa, this happened in two ways. Some people, when traveling along this path, think that they have achieved the Nibbana due to the blissful states of the mind that they experience, and this is just a thought and not the real Nibbana. Explain to me the way you understood this concept. Participant. The way I understood this is as the liberation from the sixfold basis. Aryan Mahansa. The people who follow this path at times experience this situation. The sixfold base always creates a burning fire. Having seized the burning fire, if someone thinks, I am liberated, this is a misconception and a wrong view. The illusion in mind can sometimes create this view. The people who are caught up with this idea think that they are arahants. This is also a thought just like any other thought such as mother, father, tree, etc. The situation creates bhikkhus similar to Bhikkhu Potila. This path must be travelled carefully and mindfully. Do not get caught by the creations of the illusionary mind. When preaching, one must be careful to see this situation. The people who truly achieve the Nibbana or Arahant state do not go after results. If someone goes after the results, there is a self in existence behind that thought. This can be referred to as the Lotura Suvaya, the bliss created by the experiences. The Nibbana Suvaya or the bliss of Nibbana can be reached only with the renunciation of this idea created by the illusionary me. The real concentration can never be destroyed, but the other type of concentration can be destroyed. The wise person who can go through the illusionary me automatically gets the opportunity to observe how the defilements are fading and dissolving. Just like the Kemaka Bhikkhu stated, yes, most of it is gone just like a cloth become clean after washing. However, the smell of the soap is still in the fabric, which means the process is not completed yet. The story presented by the Jesus Christ also talk about let go of everything and you could get everything. In this situation, there is a being, self, who would get something here. Here, the soul is still in existence. Without completely acknowledging the stanza, Salayatana Loko Loko, the world is nothing, nothing else but the creation of the senses. No one can reach the Nivan Suvaya or the blissful state of Nibbana. During an era that the Gautama Buddha Sasana appears to be going towards its disappearance, it is the duty to keep it alive. The Buddothpado discourses are available to fulfill this purpose, and Buddothpado Aryan Master is trying his best to preserve the Gautama Buddha Sasana. Therwan Sarana.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Shanika.
Therwan.
First of all, we all pay our homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So, you read from volume 6 of the books, right? Is
Yes.
it? Yes. So, it is evident that from the extract that you read, the feeling of living of a person happens due to the 6 sensory organs that you mentioned, Salayatana Loko, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So, basically, from today's reading, what did you try to highlight?
Um,
Okay. So, now, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, as we all know, has revealed the Dhamma of Gautama Buddha dispensation or Gautama Buddha Sasana, which was hidden from the world for well over 2,500 years. So earlier, what people thought was as Dhamma, what we heard during our lifetime also was that the outside external world is there. So there are people, no, so the self is also there. So we have to get rid of this samsaric journey by understanding the suffering that comes from external entities, that come towards us from the external entities. We believed that this body, it is subjected to death, suffering, so everything is impermanent. Now we took about the 32 parts of the body and we contemplated on the impermanence of each part, each body part, and then we that way we decided, we tried our best to end the sufferings. And so actually, though people meditated and contemplated on the impermanence of this existing body and the existing entities of the world, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. They were all suffering. They were feeling sad in the face of death, in the face of illnesses, in the face of separation of loved ones. So it was again unending suffering. But it is not the suffering or dukkha preached by or disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddha. So this hidden truth, ultimate truth, that there is nothing external, was rediscovered. Actually, it was hidden due to various reasons. When it comes to like this 19th century, 20th century, 21st century, it was completely, the Gautama Buddha's true message was completely disappeared from the entire universe. So when we know that Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has been to diverse teachers, during his lifetime, to find out the truth, to understand the truth, to get this true message from someone, both in local context, as well as he traveled over the world where they said that true Buddhism is available. He went to different teachers, and ultimately he came to a certain level, and still he understood that no one is actually able to, this is not from a critical perspective, but it became self-evident to him that no one can guide him till the end in the sense to understand what the extreme or ultimate truth is. So he himself, due to perseverance, tried his best and worked on it, and it became self-evident to him that there is nothing external. It is, we only live momentarily, and the lifetime of a person, of any being, is only the single thought, only the length of a single thought. So for that, actually, what in his Dhamma, what he basically emphasizes is one should know how the mind is created. How the mind is created. Unless and until how a person understands how the mind is created, how this consciousness or vijnana acts as a deceiver, creating a non-existent world in front of us, one cannot think of liberating from the suffering. Suffering becomes a part of this, and a part of our life, integral part. So basically, what we should try to do is to understand how do we feel that there are things outside, as well as there is the self here that experiences the external world. To gain this understanding, you can stop me and question at any point. Shanika, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
And Mr. Bernard also, please contribute whenever you think you have to add and you have to elaborate, okay? All right. So for that, what we should basically, a beginner, what we should do is to understand how we feel as if the external world or the entire world is there, or that how this feeling of self-existence, I am there, how does it first occur? How does it how did we get that feeling that there is a person here and the external world is out there, and we deal with all the stuff external, and we live a life, and one day we die, because that is actually not the truth. It's an illusion. It's an illusion, as if a dream that we happen to believe due to ignorance. So for this, what we should do is to understand the mechanism, understand how we feel that there are things. So if we carefully look at the concept of living through our own experience, it's actually evident that we do not experience anything other than the depictions of these 6 sensory organs. So if I name them, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, then the body and the mind. So very basically we need to understand clearly the mechanism of one sensory organs. So the easiest and the commonest and the most deceitful is the eye. So if we think about the birth of eye, or how the eye occurs, or how we get deceived by the projections of the eye, we can apply this to all other sensory organs, and we can try to understand this illusion. So the moment we open our eye, there may be some object. Shanika, so can you do this now? Just tell me, when you open your eyes, what do you see around, in front of?
In front me, I see a cupboard.
A cupboard.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see is as a cup. You see at once, you see it as a cupboard, right? So what do you actually see? How did you first come to know that it is a cupboard?
It was taught to me.
Sorry, it was
taught to me by my mother.
Exactly. So now just imagine you have a small kind of baby, infant at your place, and that baby who is unable to talk or unable to name anything outside is taken in front of this cupboard, as you say. And do you think, this is an imaginary situation, do you think that little one is also able to see this figure or see this shape, the color or the light, shape of light, let's say, as a cupboard? Do you think?
Not as a cupboard, but like the child might see there is something, like he might think.
Exactly, Shanika. Because that is the work of the eye. Some shape of light will arise, right? But as we see the cupboard, that infant may not see a cupboard out there, but we at once see the cupboard. So now this is a very good point. Thank you for your contribution. So it is the same scenario that is happening in all other entities, happening with all other entities, right? The human eye has a certain capacity to capture certain vibrations. So basically, Shanika and all of you, that basic thing is the entire universe is just a ball of energies or vibrations. So the eye, not this physical eye, that if we consider the seeing, the process of seeing, so here in this the physical eye, there are certain vibrations that occur with certain frequencies. Okay, so all the vibrations world over have different frequencies. So here there are certain frequencies. So out there, cupboard or whatever, there are certain vibrations. So the matching vibrations, as a natural phenomenon, their sparking happens. The sparking of the vibrations of similar frequencies occur, and this sparking happens continuously. It is a natural phenomenon. It happens continuously. especially these vibrations with like opposing kind of powers, the plus and minus, they come together. It's a natural phenomenon, so it happens continuously. So due to ignorance, the one perceives this as an existing object. But seeing the cupboard, as you said, is also something that have you seen how how things spark continuously? Now if you light up fireworks in the New Year season, you see sparking, like it's not consistent. It is occurring and it's going away again. It occurs, goes away, occurs, goes away. But due to the human eye cannot capture that speed, so we see it as a continuous thing. Do you have any questions on that?
No.
Are you okay with that? So it is. So if I quote another example to explain this, Shanika, now when you spin a fireband, right, or a fireball, let's say, you spin it very fast, right? You spin it, so ultimately you see a circle or a fire ring there. So if the person did not see the fireband at once, whoever comes to that place after you start spinning may not say that it is a fireband or a fireball, isn't it? The person would say that it is a ring of fire. It is a ring of fire. It's not a fireband. So that's why we call it a cupboard. We see it as a solid figure, isn't it? Isn't it? But somebody who knows the truth that this is a fireband that I am spinning, or whoever, this is a fireband, knows the truth. However much the other person says, no, it's not a fireband. It is not a fireball of fire. It's a ring. The person who knows the truth knows that it is not an existing ring. It's just a fireband. So that is what happens once we understand the truth, that it is a kind of vibrations coming together, and it sparks continuously, not something permanent. I mean, it is this truth revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. As you mentioned, it was originally discovered by Gautama Buddha 2500 years ago. As we mentioned before, it was disappeared from the world due to the long time span and due to various other factors also. People misunderstood, people preached it differently, people amended it due to ignorance. But due to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's perseverance and effort and wisdom, he was able to reach that original truth, right? And now he has disclosed it for us. Now we know that it is the fireband, it is not the ring of fire. So that way, now we were discussing the eye. So we said that sparking is the shape of light, Shanika. Sparking is the shape of light. It happens continuously. It's a natural phenomenon, and it happens with the extreme speed. Like you are spinning the fireband very fast, you see a very thick firing. If you slower down the spinning speed, then there may be gaps also. People might notice, right, that it is a fireband that you spin. But when you do it speedily, okay, with extreme, unimaginable speed, it is a ring of fire. So that is where we all We all humans have got this existent feel. Okay, that cupboard appears, this chair appears. But since we know the Aryanas, they have given us the fire band. Oh, this original thing, he has disclosed the truth. So we shouldn't get cheated or deceived by it, isn't it? We know that it is a vibration, natural phenomenon, sparking happens with at a very high speed, and then the objects appear to be as real, and we get that existent feel. Okay, we feel that as if it is there. Now, if we take the very example that Shanika has in front of her, the cupboard, now Shanika feels that there is a cupboard. So you said your mother introduced it to you as a cupboard, right? Unless
Yes.
you do not know that it is a cupboard, Shanika. So
Yes.
if just imagine a friend of yours from Japan, China, or Africa, or Kenya arrives at your place, and they also see the same thing, what you call as a cupboard, right?
Yeah.
So will they say that it is a cupboard? Oh, Shanika, there is a cupboard at your place. Will the Chinese say the same thing?
No, they will call it in another name.
Another name. So
Yeah.
it's very clear. We come to the next point, right? So
Yeah.
now externally we don't see anything. Now the mind, the cupboard, the combination of the name and form, it is also not a truth. It is also a concept only, isn't
Yeah.
it? So,
Yeah.
because a Chinese would call it using another name. There is the name and color combination is different. It is different for another person. So, somebody who hasn't seen a cupboard this shape before might say something like another object, some similar object. We'll connect it to a similar object and attach that to this figure, this form. Do you
Yeah.
get it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why we call this name and form, all these labels, they also are creations done by us to facilitate the existence, because we are happy to exist in the world. Ignorance, due to ignorance, we try to expand our world because learning new things, traveling around, what we do is ignorantly people expand their world by adding new objects, giving new labels. So now we are going on a backward journey, right? That's why we call that it is so far we have been going with the current, and now we are going against the current with this on this path, isn't it, Shanika?
Yes.
We are going against the current because now you are young, I am a middle aged, so my world is much bigger than yours because I have a lot of labels, lot of names and forms. Uh, Throughout the life, I have got lot of, because the amount, the volume of myths that I have, right, is much larger. But the magic is, Shanika, once we understand the truth, right? Once we, because Aryan Mahanse always says, you don't have to cut every mangosteen fruit to see the kernel or the inside of it, right? We can't,
Yeah.
you don't have to always contemplate, okay, now this is a chair, it's a name and form. So I have to go back to my Montessori level, kindergarten level to see how it first occurred in my life. Or now there is a handkerchief. How first I saw it as a, when I first show the shape of light, it it was like a piece of cloth maybe, right? Because if I have seen that this material is called cloth, it's not a handkerchief even, but somebody with a beautiful painting showed this square piece of cloth, nicely done, with a beautiful hem, and introduced it as a handkerchief. So from there onwards, the handkerchief came into my life, right? Into your life. So can you tell me such few examples how going back to your kindergarten age, how you first came to know stuff like that, Shanika? Like I explained, handkerchief, chair, and how things came into your life. A few things, even maybe people, even maybe you. How did you come? Can you just go down the memory lane and see, contemplate on how we first came to know the self? This we have a certain image. No, now in photographs we see, in a video we identify. Oh, this is I identify. Ah, that's me. Oh, that's now Shanika. That's Shanika's mother. So how did you first came to know that it's you? This image is called you.
I actually I don't remember, but like
Yeah,
it had to be my mother. Like
yeah. Yeah, that's true. Maybe we can't actually, when it comes to self, Shanika, we can't remember. Honestly, I do agree with you, right? Where maybe the age, at the age that mother was carrying us, maybe, no, maybe the first birthday.
yeah,
Maybe at that time we came to maybe somebody showed took us in front of a mirror.
yeah,
Unless there is something called a mirror or a camera, Shanika,
yeah.
will we be able to attach a shape to the concept I?
No, never.
Not at all. No? So
Yeah,
we might see the body parts except the face.
yes.
So what if we do not have mirrors and cameras in the world? What would have happened? The
We,
perception of I would be the sound, the voice we might hear, and the
yeah,
rest of the body except the face, isn't it?
yes.
So the self image would have been very different. But now, thanks to cameras and these mirrors, to a certain image, we attach the sound I. Is
Yeah,
it clear to you? Yeah,
yeah,
so that is the same scenario. All entities in the world, all entities in the world, that mechanism I explained at the very beginning, right? Is it clear? Do you have any questions related to the first occurrence of things related to six sensory organs and how we mistakenly call the external world is existing? Because we took the example of the cupboard, and how that we explained that the cupboard is nothing but uh, uh, vibrations that happen at very high speed, and I is nothing but uh, vibrations. Even the trees, also called, all entities are vibrations, but we can understand that only through the example of this ring of fire.
yeah. Um,
You don't, please ask.
well, actually, like, but even a child can see there is a thing, right? Like,
Yes,
even it's like it's what I does,
yeah,
even a child can see that. So, like,
yeah.
but like the child can see there is a depth and like a 3D.
3D. So that
Yeah,
also happens, Putha, due to ignorance. No, the 3D, that is the biggest trick here. Because that gaps, we see it as a 3D. But the infant sees it as a 3D? Unless and until that, do you think the infant, the who is in the cradle, sees it as a 3D? now the thing is, Shanika, now
Yeah.
as a grown up, now apple first, when the apple is seen from a distance for the first time, do you think we have a sense of that round shape if
No,
someone sees it for the first time?
no.
No, or just the eye works, right? Eye
Yeah.
saw the color, the shape. But once the apple is given to the person's hand and get the person to touch it and then introduce, see it's round. Now the ignorantly the sensation of the body or this round shape, smoothness, and also the eye, the color of it, and then if the person tastes it, piece of apple is given to the person tastes it, and then the taste of the apple, and at the same time somebody calls it apple, apple, apple. Okay, in the teaching methodology, of course, Pute, there are a lot of strategies uh, being used to introduce, to establish these labels, name and label concepts. So, if I explain to you a primary class experience, right? First of all, when something is introduced to the beginners, what they do is they show the picture card, flash card, an apple drawn in a flash card, and the teacher shows it to the class and shows the picture and then call it an apple. It begins with sound a, apple, and always showing the picture, continuously showing the picture. Okay, so they
Yeah.
are the concept that the image is being attached to the word sound apple, 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 image, right? Then the next stage, what they do is they bring a real apple to the class. It is introduced to the teaching through research that you have to take the real object to the class. So they take real objects to the class. In Sri Lanka, we don't have facilities to implement such sophisticated teaching strategies. The Sri Lankan teachers cannot afford to take apples and all real objects to the class. But if you go to developed countries like especially UK, Australia, they do this. In primary classes, they take real objects, real apples, and get the children to feel the texture. Now, first day it's the image and the name. Next day the texture. They get them to touch and introduce that it is round. Then they get them to cut it and taste. Then smell. So you see all six sensory organs, right? Are
Yeah.
you are kind of given this experience of apple. Get nose, then the tongue, then the body, eye, ear, all. So they make a lot of effort to introduce this to a new person. So that's why it's very difficult once the concept is established. As Aryan Vahanse always says, you cannot convert butter into milk. It is quite true. He's a scientist actually, because Lord Buddha has also, Gautama Buddha has preached that also. You can never convert butter into milk. But it is true that butter is made from milk. Got it? Now,
Yeah.
once the concept is established, Shanika, the name and the form, using all these, giving this all sensory experiences to a small one, that one will never see it as a name and form combination after he or she is given this true Dhamma experience or finds this true Dhamma experience, this true message. So that's now what we are doing is that's what actually called going against the current, right? Otherwise, once the concept is established, it's apple, it's the chair. So through knowledge, we always try to say, no, Aryan answer, it's the shape, the image, and then the chair, the word comes next. However much we argue with him, he doesn't accept that. I personally used to argue at the very beginning, about 2 years ago. I used to tell him, no, Aryan Master, the ball, I feel that the word is coming later and the image is seen first. No, it is just because we know this as knowledge, we apply the knowledge there. But Aryan Master knows, no, that you see it as a ball, right? That is why he is telling it's a chair. You can't, as knowledge, we know it's the name and form combination, right? So still you think the infant sees the apple in a 3D shape unless the child is given the experience of touching and dealing with, playing with an apple? Can the eye person?
So, like, let's say the child is not in a age to go to preschool, but
Yeah,
he can walk. So, we keep the apple on a table, and the
yes.
child can walk around the table and see the 3D shape, even
Then
though he
true,
can't.
exactly. Then also walked around the table unless and until the child touches the apple, right? Feels the shape, the round shape. Still, the child sees the color only until that child is getting the concept that it is round, okay, and attaching that shape ignorantly to attaching that kind of feeling of touching is as round with the name apple. Still the child sees only the color. Without, it is at once we don't see anything in 3D. It is through our ignorance. Now I'll tell you another example, right? So when you go to a new place, you look at, actually when we went to, I can recall that international meditation center, that serene beautiful environment. They are also uh, if you actually contemplate by looking at the environment, if you went there for the first time, seated under a tree, if you look at the environment, your eye doesn't perceive the gaps, the distances, right? Exact distances. You can experiment it. If you walk through that path and you knew, okay, I have walked 100 meters, I have walked 500 meters. So those trees are placed at that distance. These trees are nearby. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That, due to that only when we sit at the place and we look at that scenery, we feel, oh, these trees are close by, those are far. This near and far is also knowledge. I doesn't perceive near and far. I think Aryan Mahanse is also there in Dhamma Mandapa. We can uh, invite Aryan Mahanse to explain this further, isn't it, Shanika? Oh, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse. So Miss Surangika is also there. Miss Surangika.
Yes, Teruvan Sarnai, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika. Now will you be able to elaborate on this? Now what Shanika is asking is whether the eye perceives the distance or the 3D of objects, the eye. So unless and until the person gets the experience of touching it or walking through that distance, that knowledge helps the person to figure out that it is 3D or that gap the distance, but the eye only uh, feels the sensation of the eye is only the shape of light. So will you be able to elaborate on this, Ms. Surangika?
Yes, I can try, Sudharma. And first and foremost, let me pay my respects to our Mahansa and Thiruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. So I think the basic thing for Shanika to understand, Shanika, is that at the newly born infant stage, the perceptions, the sense faculties really are at a very basic level. So what happens at that point is that the baby can actually, there is a sensation of light, there is a sensation of hearing or sound, and so on. So in that very basic sense, the light consciousness occurs, the sound consciousness at that very basic level is existing, but there is no identification of those as different consciousnesses even. That is just what the sense faculties experience at the newly born baby or infant's level. And if you think about it, I mean, do you think that the baby knows what 3D is? No, right? So whether it's 3D, 5D, or 7G, or whatever it is, all these are concepts that have been taught, as Sudharma was explaining, later on. At that stage, even if the baby has eyes, the baby has ears, the nose, and the mouth and the tongue for taste and so on, it is only at that very basic level where those initial, through the vibrations happening in the eye, the light consciousness occurs. So the baby can react if you put a very harsh, very bright light in the room where the cot is, for example. The baby can maybe even squint because the light is too bright for the baby's eyes. But that is just a natural reaction because the baby is reacting to the light. But the baby doesn't know it's light. The same thing with the sound. I mean, if you put a very loud blaring music of even if it is a nursery rhyme, if it is too harsh for the baby's ears, the baby will feel very uncomfortable and start crying because it's getting a bit, it's hurting the baby's ears. So that's not because the baby recognizes that sound is sound, but that is a natural reaction because the vibration happens. And due to the vibration, sound is a perception that occurs. And through that, because our tolerance level is 20 to 20,000 hertz for a baby, which is a really newly born infant, and all the faculties are at a very basic and growing stage, it is difficult for the baby to withstand that kind of sound. Similarly, even the light, if you think an adult can probably withstand a brighter light, but probably not a baby, and so on. So it is in that sense, even if you think about placing an apple on a little stool and the baby, comes around or say toddles past comes to the table and takes the apple to its hands. I don't know if you have heard, R.N. Mahase has given a good example. If you give a phone to the baby will touch the phone, put it in the mouth, and so on. So the same thing happens with the apple. The baby will be curious. The baby will touch the apple, put it to the mouth, maybe even lick the apple. But the baby has no perception that it is an apple, no perception that it is round, no perception that it is circular in shape, and so on. Where do these concepts come? How did we learn that it is circular? How did we learn that it is round or smooth, that the outer skin is smooth? Or, for example, that the apple is red in color? These are all concepts, as Sudharma pointed out earlier, that one learns and learns probably at the Montessori or nursery stage. One is shown an image, and then that image is given a sound. And with the sound associated with it,
the light consciousness combines with the sound consciousness, and then the mind consciousness occurs. In the same manner, if, for example, they have an actual apple in the classroom and the teacher cuts the apple into pieces and lets the little children in the Montessori class taste the apple, then the children get the sensation of taste as well. So then that as a perception also combines with the light consciousness, sound consciousness, and then combines to form the mind consciousness. And at that point, the baby then, through repeated reinforcement of that same signal and name and label being taught in class, gradually it starts becoming of value to the baby or the child at that stage in the Montessori, and gradually the perception surrounding an apple as a lived experience is understood. And each time the baby then sees an apple or hears the word apple, the child, instantly that the earlier experience and this experience telepathizes to form the mind perception and the whole experience of the taste of the apple, that the apple was round, that the apple is spelled this way, A-P-P-L-E, all that will come to the child's mind. So the example that Sudharma gave earlier about distance, that it's also a mind perception. The baby has no idea that something is far away from the baby or close by to the baby, or that it is dark, or that it is daylight. Things like that. They are all, if you think about it in Sinhalese, it's called upadaya rupa. Upadaya rupa in English means perceptions. It is the mind that interprets all these things. The fact that there is that we say that something is far away, distance, whether it's close by, whether it's far away, whether it's high up there or whether it's low down, whether it is cold or whether it is hot. These are all conventions, names and labels that have been interpreted and given names. There's nothing like that. All this is mind made up. It's a construct of the mind, which is why when you understand the mechanics of the mind, you understand that all these things, because if something is tall, sometimes we like tall people. Now, why did we give value to tall people? Because we have created this false notion that this is tall, this is short, or I like tall people, and so on. With these various interpretations that we have given, we falsely, through our ignorance, attach value to it. And through that, we create all these defilements of, certain things we like, certain things we don't like, and so on. So these notions, one has to understand, are things that are created only by the mind consciousness. But the important thing from an apple perspective, if you think about the true Dhamma and the understanding is, for example, Shanika, if you think about an apple now, you would have had an apple before, you would have had different types of apples before, but when you think of an apple now, immediately you will know the apple is round, you will know the apple is green or red, you will remember the texture of the apple, the taste of the apple, whether it's sweet, whether it has a slight sour note to it, all that. But all this is coming through a perception, isn't it? It is nothing but a perception. It's a flash of a thought, and it is a mind perception. But in that mind perception, you feel as if you heard the sound of the apple, the word apple being mentioned. You can almost feel the texture of the apple. You can almost feel as if you feel the taste of the apple. But is there taste in the apple? Is there taste in the perception? Is there sound in the perception? And was there color or an image in the perception? Nothing. The perception gives that false belief that it is, that all this is there. And then if you don't know the true Dhamma, you take it for real. But all we are associating here is just a mental picture, sanya. And in sanya, there isn't anything. Perception is actually made of nothing, because you know that perception is a combination of light, sound, touch, taste, smell, and so on. So those basic consciousnesses come together to form the mind perception. But then we know through the true Dhamma that Aryan Mahanse has taught that there is even nothing called light. Light is also a result of the speed of vibration occurring at the point of the eye. If you're blind, you don't even have the vibration for the light to occur. If you're deaf, you don't have the sound for the sound consciousness to occur. So that perception of an apple, the taste, touch and smell and so on, you have to drill deeper and see, was there even something called light? Was there even something called taste? No. So then really that mental picture that we formed and attached ourselves to, saying, I like apples, or I like red cars, or, I like so-and-so who is my friend in school. Aren't these all mental pictures that we are associating? And is there anything of substance in that mental picture? No, isn't it? So all you have to do is you have to just look at it. Look at the way the mind is formed. What are the elements of the thought? How do these things come about? And where do we go wrong? Where do we mistakenly believe these things to be true? And it is through that understanding that then one realizes, and gradually one then feels that the attachment that we have had, whether it is to the apple, whether it is to our school friend, whether it is to anything out there, starts gradually diminishing. And with that comes that inner transformation. So I'll just stop there because we are still talking about the basic consciousnesses. Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Ranga. Thank you so much for the beautiful explanation. Shanika, now it should be crystal clear to you. Am I correct? So can you, Shanika, are you there? Or
Yeah, I'm here.
yes. So still now you feel that near, far, distance, the 3D, all are perceptions, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Or do you still have doubts? Only problem is we do not have the ability to go back to our infancy, right? To see how we accumulated all these perceptions, how we ignorantly continue to believe that they are existing, right? So it is again going back through using this true Dhamma, we got to analyze in the sense to go back and see how things came into our life as real objects at the very beginning, right? So we were discussing how the eye perceives stuff and how ignorantly we take them as real objects, as existing stuff. So the another point, as Surangika also highlighted, that the cupboard or I am taking the same example as it was just in front of you. So now if just you close your eyes, Shanika, for a while, so the others will also understand when we do it practically like this through using examples. So Ms. Surangika, please contribute. Mr. Bernard also, please contribute, and let's have a more interactive discussion in terms of this. Okay. So Shanika, please close your eyes. So what is around you? What do you think, what can you see when you close your eyes?
It's dark, but like before that there was like a little like a blurred image of the cupboard, but then it's also
Blurred image of the cupboard. Is it actually the eye? When you close the eye, do you still see a blurred image of a cupboard?
It
Close.
goes for a while, then it vanishes.
Is it the derived form, as Surangika said, the upadaya rupa, the mental image, the derived matter, or actually they are the shape of the cupboard occurs? What's it?
It's like the one in front of me, but not clearly, just like a blurred
Is it?
shape. Yeah,
Is
but then
it when you close your eyes? Well, now I also, there is a book in front of me. Now I close my eyes, but I cannot see any image of it or anything. It's total dark, pitch dark. It's around. No object is seen. Maybe you are not closing your eyes. Oh, that mental image comes. That belief that there's a cupboard makes a shape of a cupboard in front of you. Can you just experiment and see whether is it your mind or actually the eye perceives a blurred image of the cupboard?
it's the mind.
Exactly, that's what Surangika mentioned as the derived form. That when we get the very first experience of an entity, what happens is the moment we hear the word, the cupboard or the apple, that mental image or the derived matter appears. We cannot give a place, but it automatically appears, telepathizes.
Yeah.
It does actually in the image that telepathizes. I don't know whether it's okay to use these prepositions as in also, because we are talking about nothingness, but there is no other way to communicate this. So that in that derived matter or upadaya rupa, all the qualities, all the characteristics of that image, if you think about Vatalappang. Okay, now the word, the sound you heard is Vatalappang. Now in the mind, the picture of Vatalappang appears, the mental image, if you have seen, tasted it before. But for someone who just arrived in the country, for the first time, the person is going to have Vatalappang, right? Now the person doesn't, now there are dishes on the table, various desserts and all, but the person has not tasted. So when you say, when the person is seeing all the stuff, if you say Vatalappang, the person will that mental image or whatever, the at least will the person be able to identify the dish Vatalappang tray at once?
No.
So there you are. Now with that previous experience of the perception, nothing is there in the world other than the bunch of colors, right, on the table, or just bunch of colors. So once you introduce now this new friend, okay, this is a delicious dessert called Vatalappang, you give the background, and this is the fruit salad bowl. This is the ice cream. So you introduce, this is the fish curry or chicken curry. After the moment you attach that label, introduce that to the person, now the person connects the color and the shape of light. Shape of light means the image of that Vatalappang dish with the sound Vatalappang. Is it clear?
Yeah.
But does the person when the person sees the Vatalappang dish, does the taste of it, texture of it telepathizes into that sound? No. But now you serve some Vatalappang into a dessert bowl and get the person to taste it. right? And you violated, this is Vatalappam, it was made like this and all. Now the person gets the taste of that, experiences the taste. So that perception is also there. Taste coming of the tongue, occurring in the tongue. Then while eating, the smell is also there, the other perception, right? Nose. Then the person must be not using the spoon, using the finger that touches it a bit. Then that texture is also there. Okay, so all the perceptions, like eye perception, the seeing, the shape of Vatalappam, then the sound, the name Vatalappam, and then the taste, then the texture, then the smell. Okay, all these telepathizers and form the thought, or the mind consciousness comes to work and form the concept Vatalappam. And the beautiful thing is, next day, the person visits you and the Vatalappam dish tray is there on the table. And the moment the eye perceives that shape of light, the taste of Vatalappam, the texture of Vatalappam, the smell of Vatalappam, the name, the shape, everything telepathizes in one shot. And the moment the label, the sound Vatalappam comes, all of them instantly occurs, and the mental image, before the person goes to the dining room, if you, as after welcoming the person, if you say, okay, there is that delicious dish of Vatalappam there, the person knows that derived matter or the upadaya rupa will arise. In that image, not only the shape of it or the color, all the smell, texture, the taste, everything is there, Shanika. Is it clear to you?
Yeah.
Or do you have any questions?
No.
No, you can try it for several times. Go back to, because at the very beginning, this contemplation is important. How to understand how things appeared in our life, like people, even the children or the friends, not all sorts of pets, maybe. This same concept is relevant to all those entities that we believe as if existing externally. So shall we move on to the ear, how to understand this better? Because six sensory faculties we need to go into deeper to understand, because
Teruvan
this
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and thank you are there. I didn't see. Could you please
No,
explain?
I just wanted to add something there. Actually, you went on very nicely about this, the Vatalappam story and stuff. It's really good. I just wanted to add something. Actually, what is the mental image of I? You didn't actually go there, so you stopped in Vatalappam. It's better to go on to
yes, Dr.
I, me, my. How did that happen? So Lord Buddha has cut the body and has tried to show there is no me there.
Yes.
And Lord Buddha has tried to explain every aspect of this, what we feel, what we hear, what we, in every aspect, that there's no self. So it is better to actually go on to that as well, rather than stopping in Vatalappam, because it's nicely done. So
yes, Dr.
bit. So when we tell that, it is very good to add that other part, because we are not actually worried about what lapang here. We are not worried about
Yes.
actually we are worried about why we feel as alive,
Yes.
why we feel as existing. So that is what the magic is. That is what the actual thing that we need to know. Why do we feel alive, and how that feeling came, and also why there is a thought attached to that. Like similarly to Watalapang, you exactly nicely said, Watalapang is not there. You know, you have a taste, you have something, a texture, you have a smell, but there's no Watalapang there. So at the same time, you have to mention, it's the same with the thought of me, or I, or
Yes.
mine. So that thing that we talk about, how do we, what is it? So it's the same thing. We just have to talk about that at the same time, so that someone takes the message of Watalappan, that it is not there. At the same time, if you go on to say that, you will not miss the actual part of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because otherwise the message will be only about the Watalappan and not about the self. Because we are actually mastering these things, not for anything else, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
So what is me? What is me? When you try to understand what is me, then you are lost, because that's why Lord Buddha tried to tell, is there me in that body? Is there me in that sensation? Is there me in that perception? Is there me in that the sankhara? Is there me in that consciousness? There's no any of these things actually didn't have me there. So actually it is something like Watalapam, which didn't exist.
Exactly.
Which didn't exist. So it is nice to actually, if someone is coming to that step nicely, there's somebody was talking with you. So if that person is coming with you nicely, then it comes to that Watalappan level, then you show her nicely that actually Watalappan is not there.
Yes.
And even the light perception, or even these consciousness, or those are the things from you feel that due to the speed. When you say that and you stop there, then the story is not adequate. Incomplete. So you add it to that. So what is the, how did this thought has happened in this world? It's not only to humans, it's to even the animals, it's to even to any being in 31 stages, worlds have this problem. What is the problem? They feel like alive, they feel as existing. So they fear about when their life is going to finish, they feel a fear, whether it is an animal, whether it's a human, whether whatever. So that is what we are actually trying to find out. What happened here? Why do we have a death? Why do we have, like, what is happening here? So then we try to find out, what is this like? Watalapang is not existing. Is I existing?
Yes.
So we try to find out where is I? So that's the basic the research you have to do.
Exactly.
Where am I? Am I here? Am I there? Am I where? So Lord Buddha has tried to explain whatever the things that it's only 5 aggregates you have. Whether so the explanation should extend to that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, it will be similar to like deyak nae in that line, but not the kenek na part. That so everything will be discussed in such a manner that the correlation between where am I here, where is the perceiver, because there's a feel that you perceive something. How did that happen?
Yes.
So that should attach there, because you came very nicely to that point. I just wanted to add that.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thank you so much. That is your kindness to remind, and please, I invite all of you to comment. I mean, this is make this session more interactive, especially Dr. Kokila. Please always correct and improve whatever I try to explain. So let's go back to the beginning. So at the starting point, we looked at how the perception of self came into our life, right? So I explained to you that had there not been a mirror and a camera, even today we do not know who I am, the image wise, right? We might say that we hear the sound and the rest of the body, so-called body, except the face, because without these instruments like mirror or the sophisticated instruments like cameras, video cameras, we wouldn't have been able to see the image of the person even, right? So as I recall, I want to re-emphasize what I said at the very beginning, because we do not have any experience other than the six sensory organs. So I recollect a simple experiment that helped me to understand that we do not have any other experience other than the six sensory faculties. This was actually done by some presenter, some teacher here. I think Miss Asanti. So what she did was she asked me to close my eyes. Now, Shanika, you also can do that, right? Please close your eyes and tell me how you feel that you are existing. When you close your eyes, how do you feel that there is someone called I? Because we already identify this self as I, know that I live or am there. How do you feel that you are there?
Well, with the sounds I hear,
You hear some sounds, yeah.
and the feelings in on our skin.
The touch, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Some thoughts must be occurring, right?
Yeah.
And now open your eyes.
Okay.
Now, how do you feel that you are there? You are alive, that there is some, forget about your history, background, everything, and just focus on this very moment, this second, and tell me how you feel that you are alive. You were correct actually. Earlier you said I hear sounds, thoughts occur, and I get the sensation of touch. And yes, now
it's kind of like thinking.
Thinking, and the I also perceive stuff around you, right? As you earlier said, the cupboard and stuff.
Yeah.
So now, if I share my experience, the seeing of the phone and the feeling that I'm sitting on a cushion and the sound that occurs in the eye, that ear perceives some sounds. Yeah, some thoughts, that the talking that happens as a process. Other than that, I do not know that I am alive. We do not experience a life other than that, right? So the problem is it is the eye that perceives images around us, as Dr. Kokila, this is what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight. Actually, she explained well. So the eye perceives stuff around us, right? As I at the beginning explained, due to vibrations and all that sparking, the speedy occurrence of vibrations, that's the science behind it. Otherwise, there are no permanent objects anywhere. So on this side also, it's vibrations, right? The self, unless and until somebody showed us the image of this body in front of a mirror and told, Baba, this is you. Ah, Puta, this is you. Or the name, you are Sudharma or Shanika or whoever. We don't know that there is a person like this. Originally, what we experienced was actually the experiences of the six sensory organs without any feeling of that I experience, I see this, I hear this, I feel this. But gradually, when the self was introduced, the self perception of self got stronger and stronger, we began to get the ownership of these experiences of the sensory faculties. Now the eye perceives stuff, but ignorantly the strong feeling that I see this. The sounds occur in the eye, ear. The ear perceives sounds, but ignorantly we say, I heard you saying this. So we go on and go on. And the nose perceives certain smells, okay, sense, but ignorantly we say, I smell this, I taste this. So it's very important to untangle this knot. How this self, the sense of self, the feeling of self came into our life. At superficial level, we can say it's okay. Somebody said you are there, so it's you who sees, it's you who hears, it's you who feels, it's you who kind of smells, tastes things, so on and so forth. But is it the real fact? Is it the real thing? It is just because that somebody said that you are there, that the self is there, we took it ignorantly and we believe, no, there is some hidden truth that actually without the explanation of Kalyana Mitra or a noble teacher like Buddothpado Aryan Vanse, so we cannot actually Gautama Buddha, that is the truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddha to relieve the sufferings of people, which was disappeared from the world over the time and now has been disclosed by the redisclosed by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Putte, now what happens is, so if we take the eye, so the eye perceives due to that the similar vibrations of speedy occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, the sparking, continuous sparking occurs. So I don't repeat that. This is the concept that I explained using the example of fire band, spinning the fire band at a very high speed. So it doesn't matter, right? Now the sparking occurs, so it occurs continuously at very high speed. So we feel as if it's existing. So if I take the very example of the cupboard, you feel as if the cupboard is existing. But the problem is, as a natural phenomenon, when this sparking occurs, it creates some power. It generates some power. Okay, so it generates some power, And with that power, the mind power, we begin to give a value. We feel as if it's there. We feel as if the cupboard is there. The birth of the cupboard occurs. And another problem is this doesn't stop at, or this doesn't cease at eye level, this power. So there is another important concept that we should understand, that some vibration which carries, we can't actually say which carries something also, but which occurs from life to life, some strong vibration, internal power occurs in the zygote. I mean, when the conception or the combining of a sperm and the ovum occurs in the mother's womb, at the very beginning we call it a zygote. So this special vibration, internal power, telepathizes into the zygote. So this vibration always kind of activates or deactivates with the powers, with the different levels of powers that are generated through the six sensory faculties. Hopefully you get it, or you can stop me and explain, or ask. If I ask Shanika, is it? Do you get it, Shanika? Okay, so Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Shanika is not a baby. Shanika, no. Yeah. Shanika,
Okay.
something is outside, other side is you. It's a simple.
Yes.
What is
Yes.
Sudharma doing? Is why are you going round? It's direct way, no. No, RNS is telling simply, no. Something is outside, is chair is you. Why? Chair is there. Where are you? I'm looking the chair. Chair is there, chair is the me. How is this chair is coming? That's the our thoughts how is coming. That's the Buddha's philosophy is there. That's the dependent origination Dhamma. Otherwise, this thought how is creating, that's important only. That's why Kokila also try to explain that. So no chair is there. So no me is there. That's the Nibbana is there.
Yes.
It's a simple no. What you think about Shanika? Is real no? Yeah. Yeah. How long you are stay here? No? It's 1 hour, no? No. 1 hour, 15 minutes, I think. No, it's okay. Shanika is newcomer, but Shanika is not new this Dhamma because Shanika's mom is long time.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today I'm doing a self-translation of the Dhamma sermon Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has done 6 years ago. Nissarana Maga 2. That means the Nibbana is near you. Second sermon. As we all know, after 1,000 odd years, true Buddhist philosophy and true Buddhism is revealing by the wisdom of Asia, our great spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, from the year 2019 through YouTube and other social media. Actually speaking, more than 1,000 odd years, this true Buddhist philosophy was hidden because of the cruel people of with wrong views have destroyed it. But nobody couldn't completely destroy it because it is still on this in this Sri Lankan land. It is here because this land is very much special because so many thousands of arahants lived here. After destroying of true Buddhist philosophy, more than 1,000 odd years, nobody can achieve the Nibbana, the ultimate freedom, because there was no true teachings of Lord Buddha. But according to this era is very much fortunate because our spiritual master Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, with the great battle of 30 odd years, found the true teachings of Lord Buddha very difficultly found by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse with his utmost power of wisdom. And when going through this Pali Canon and his experiences in the path to Nibbana, Aryan Wahanse realized that this ultimate realization is not based on one-pointedness meditation, it is based on the Vidarshanam, insight meditation. Because insight meditation is the only way to look at the mind, how the thoughts are creating, how the stimuli are coming through the six senses, and how the stimuli are creating as names and forms, how they are combining and making thoughts. Then all these are having some kind of power because all those are vibrations. This whole cosmos is a vibrational power. When the thought is creating, it has some power, and when the thought is transforming into mind consciousness, the power is generating there. Because of the thought power only, we are still in the samsaric journey. That means the wheel of rebirth and death. Therefore, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is very clearly shown us the true Buddhist philosophy, that is the first step of the foundation of the Buddhism and the foundation of the true path to Nibbana according to Lord Buddha's true teachings. Though there are so many Pali canon written books here, but all this time nobody, not even a clergy, happened to know this because they didn't have such mind power. That's such wisdom to see through these words of Lord Buddha, because all the time there are so many hidden meanings in this Dhamma, because only a person with wisdom only can understand that. Because true Buddhism, the path to Nibbana, true Buddhist philosophy cannot written, it's difficult to write, but because it is coming through all the time, it has come through a spiritual, enlightened spiritual master. But that chain has broken 1,000 odd years ago, and then there were no enlightened spiritual masters, and therefore there were no arhants or any type of spiritually powerful people. So now Aryan Vahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is every day from the morning to until midnight. Always preaching Dhamma, going each and every village and towns and villages, to very rural areas also, to give these true teachings of Lord Buddha, to redeem the sufferings of these innocent people live in those villages. Though they are not very much educated, they can very simply understand this Dhamma, because they are living very closer to the nature. So true Buddhism, true Buddhist philosophy, and the whole Buddhism is teaching us how to become the nature, overcoming the self-view, self-vibration and self-perception. So without self, becoming the nature is the teaching. And people who are living with the nature can easily grab this Dhamma. Even in other religions, even people can understand this Dhamma, because now we are having so many English medias to provide this Dhamma, and Tamil medias also. In this Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, you can very clearly understand from any corner of this planet Earth what is the reality of life and how to overcome the wheel of suffering created in the mind. Therefore, we must always bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of this era in Sri Lanka, giving out this Dhamma not only in this country, giving out this Dhamma to the whole world through this social media, YouTube and all other social media, to redeem the suffering of human mind. So when we come up to this Dhamma discourse, Nivana Obalangamai, 2, that means the Nibbana is near you. Second sermon, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining. When understanding the true Buddhist philosophy, we understand there is nothing outside because we can't see or feel or hear the outside. We are hearing, seeing and feeling only only our mind, therefore nothing outside. And when we are redeeming from the outside, we are redeeming from the form. And what about the mind? It is actually the perceptions stimuli coming through the six senses system is creating the thoughts inside the mind, but each and every stimuli coming through the six senses system and the thoughts coming from the mind are also impermanent. They only stay for a while. That means only in this fraction of the moment it is arising and ceasing. Therefore, there is nothing in the mind because each and every moment the thought processes are rotating throughout these six senses, one at a time. Their mind creation is one at a time. One seeing mind, then one hearing mind, then one tasting mind, one smelling mind, one touching mind, one thought thinking mind. Like that it is rotating. Therefore, there is nothing inside the mind. That means there is nothing permanently inside the mind. Therefore, we are redeeming from the mind also. That means we are redeeming from the name, because names are fed from names are fed from the early childhood. We see things due to fast vibration of the eye and the fast vibration of the light and the fast vibration of the stimuli. Those three things become one vibration. That means synchronizing. The gap between them are vanishing and synchronizing into the eye lens. Then only we can see things. But if there is nothing, that means if there is no light, we cannot see anything. But there is no light. There are only light vibrations out there. And the light is created in the eyes due to the synchronization of vibration, light vibration, rays of light vibration. So light is actually not out there. It is a creation of the eye. Sound is also like that. Sound is not out there. It is creating inside the ear. Eardrum is, when the eardrum is vibrating, we hear the sound. So, but the name is given by the mind. Like that, we are always thinking due to the fast vibrationary nature of eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the body smell. Actually speaking, thoughts are creating due to light and color. We see something means we see a light consciousness, shape of light. We hear something means we are hearing a vibration. But all the names, conceptual names are inside the mind, and mind is the one who is giving the names. So when the name and form is combined, form is coming through 6 ways. That means according to 6 senses, 6 type of forms are appearing and 6 type of names are combining with them, and thought is creating. Thought has power. When the thought has become the mind consciousness, then the power is very much high. But we understand, according to the explanations of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse in the true Buddhist philosophy, completely based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha, what actually here is only the emptiness. Because when we understand the creation, how the thoughts are creating, that thought power is reducing, dissolving. And we know what we are seeing is just a seeing, nothing is there, and therefore there is no self also here to see that. Hearing is also like that. Hearing is just a hearing. There is nothing permanently there. It is just a arising and ceasing sound. Tongue also like that. Nose also like that. Smell and taste are also, and the body skin temperature, cold or hot, is also a creation. When we understand them, all those are creating inside the mind. There is what actually here is only the emptiness. But this emptiness is not according to the emptiness of Hindus, Hindu way the emptiness. No, that is not this. This Lord Buddha's emptiness means everything is there. We can see anything. We can hear anything. We can feel anything. We can taste anything. We can smell anything. We can think about the thought. We can think anything. But actually, even the thoughts from the mind or the other senses, the thought creation of the other senses, nothing is giving us trouble, because that is called emptiness. That thought power is very low, and we are free to see, hear, and feel anything without distraction, without craving, without clashing or attaching. That is called the emptiness. If so, your your reflection is the one in front of you. Yes. So everything is very calm and quiet. If you are seeing, just hearing, and just feeling, at that point, if somebody is in front of you, is the one in front of you is your reflection. Your reflection is the one in front of you. That means you become that person. You become that person because you see him without aversion or attaching. You just seeing means you become the person who is in front of you. If there are a bird on that tree, if you look at it with this clear nature of that mind, you become that bird for a while. It's like that. If so, to whom you are hating? If so, to whom you are hating? To whom you are feeling jealousy? Whatever you do is doing to you only. Yes, this is the very much dangerous story here. Wonderful story here. Because you think there are people out there are animals out there are trees and buildings and vehicles and things out there. But actually it is not so. That means nothing is out there. You see, you hear, and you feel only your mind. If so, when the seeing, hearing, and feeling, you are not attaching or clashing with them, your mind is actually calm. And however, the reflection of you are the reflection of the one in front of you. That means you are seeing the person in front of you, means you have become that your reflection. You become that person. If so, to whom you are hating? Yes, if you are seeing only your mind, you are hating to your mind, because you can't see the actual nature of the person in front of you. Therefore you are seeing you. Therefore you are seeing you. Then how are you hating anybody? To whom you are hating? If you can see only your mind, you are hating to yourself, to whom you are feeling jealousy of. If you are seeing only your mind, you are feeling jealousy upon you. Whatever you do is doing to you. That is the way. Whatever you do is doing to you. So that means, in a way, when we clearly understand this true Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, we are able to see only the reflection and only the shades, that means only the shadows of each and everything around us. That is the actual thing. We are hearing not the original sound, we are hearing the duplicate sound created in our ears. Tasting, smelling, touching, everything is like that. There is a story about this body consciousness. Actually speaking, you are feeling yourself only, not anything else. Therefore, what you do is doing to you. When you look at this human realm, mundane people, you can understand something. Some people are very much hateful, very much full of jealousy, very arrogant, showing one thing in your front and doing one thing behind you. Like that, they are practicing some kind of thinking patterns, and they live according to that because of the pride they have and the controlling ability and controlling power they feel they have. They do very much hateful things to innocent people. After a while, that means after about 10, 20, 30 years, we can very clearly see that kind of people are suffering. Sorry. Suffering with so many unknown diseases because they used to hate themselves for a certain period of time. And now they are suffering because when somebody live with hateful thoughts for so many years, then due to the chemical reactions happening inside the body, they will have so many illnesses. Can't even understand what are the illnesses because of the jealousiness throughout the life and the hateful behaviors. So it is very, very clear. It's very clear. We can understand hating somebody means hating the self, the hating oneself. So this can be very clearly we can understand here. That means your reflection is the one in front of you, or else if you are imagining somebody in the mind and actually clashing with that mind picture, mind image, that means you are all the time struggling with your mind full of jealousy, full of hatred. Therefore, you become a sick person because this pride is very dangerous, and due to the pride, the behavioral patterns are changing according to Aryan Mahanse's teachings. We know that throughout the day, our vibration is changing throughout 31 realms. So that kind of people, hatred people, are always living in lower realms. People with high pride also the same. Therefore, we should be very careful. Whatever you do is doing to yourself only, not to anybody else. If you look at this in another way, mental attention is completely the nature. Aryan Vahanse is explaining mental attention is completely the nature. If you do something to the nature, you have done it to yourself. If you do something into the nature, you have done it to yourself. There is no mental attention without the nature. There's no mental attention without the nature. That means if you do something to the nature, you have done it to yourself. This is a very subtle story Aryan Mahansi is explaining. There is another side of the story. If the two extremes are equal, reply is 0. Yes. When it comes to your mind, actually the mind has the duality from the early childhood. Duality is there. Actually, this world is a dualistic world. This world is creating inside your mind and it is a dualistic world. That means there are all the time there are two ends in your mind. There are two ends. One end is good, the other end is bad. One end is happiness, other end is sorrow. One end is uh, compassion, the other end is hatefulness. One end is greedy, the other end is giving out, things giving out with pleasure. So that this mind is always, there are two extremes. Aryan Mahansa is explaining in this Dhamma discourse, if the two extremes are equal, if the two extremes are equal, reply is 0. That means in your mind, if the happiness and unhappiness is equal, that means the reply is 0. If the kindness and hatefulness are also balanced in two extremes, that means the reply is 0. Yes, that means you are not becoming hatred or not becoming compassionate too much. You are in the middle. That means reply is 0. Aryan Mahansa is explaining that is like shunyata vimuktiya, apranita cheto vimuktiya, animitta samadhiya. That is, shunyata vimuktiya means emptiness, liberation. Signless liberation of mind is animitta samadhiya. Apranita cheto vimuktiya means also the liberation of mind without attracting to anyone, anything. In Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining shunyata, animitta, apranita. That means emptiness, non-manifesting and without desire. Liberation of mind is in this mind. Yes. When you come through this path to liberation, according to the Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's explanations, through Dhamma, you will become liberating from your mind, and it is called Cheto Vimukti, with emptiness, non-manifesting and without desire. Emptiness means all are around there. You can see anything, hear anything, feel anything, but you are not attaching or clashing with the things you see, you hear or you feel. Then only this Cheto Vimuktiya will happen. Liberation of mind is that. That means without attaching or clashing with the thought processes. You are just living a peaceful life that is called empty. It is included emptiness and non-manifesting. Emptiness means not attaching or clashing with the things, stimuli you see, hear or feel. Animitta means non-manifesting. That means your concentration is not going out to catch anything. When you see a cat, that means you are seeing a form of the cat in your mind, and it is also not permanent. It is also just appearing and disappearing. But you are not going to search for a cat outside because you know you are seeing only a reflection of a cat. So that is called the non-manifesting consciousness. That's non-manifesting concentration. Apranita means without desire. Yes, without desire for lust, hatred, or ignorance. You don't have any kind of desire. That is called the liberation of mind. That liberation of mind is in this mind. So everybody live in this world is looking for this liberation of mind in different ways. So many different ways. But there is only way to the liberation of mind. That is the way out. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing the Lord Buddha's path to realization. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing, giving us Dhamma discourses and practical experiences to practice. Each and everything is giving us the liberation of mind. There is no any other way on this planet Earth, though, even in this 31 realm, there is no any other path than this Lord Buddha's actual path to liberation, clearly describing, doing Dhamma discourses by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Nibbana is in this mind at this moment. Yes. Nibbana is not a thing, it is actually a nature of this mind. Therefore, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is explaining that Nibbana is in this mind at this moment. In this mind at this moment, because it actually the nature of this Nibbana in the mind is covered with thoughts. When the thought power is redeeming, we can see this mind at Nibbana in this mind. You see the Nibbana now. You see the Nibbana now all the time, and you are great. If you are able to come to this point, you are very great. You are sure that there is nobody here. Yes, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, the great revelation of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse in this era, there is nobody here. There is nothing is out there. we are just experiencing our mind through our six senses. There's no way for us to experience anything outside. That means the outside is, there's nothing called outside. We can't experience it. That means we are redeeming from the outside. That means we are redeeming from the form. And there's nothing in the mind also, because all the stimuli and thoughts appearing through these six senses are arising and ceasing at this fraction of the second. Everything is like that, appearing and disappearing, again appearing and disappearing, because of the vibratory nature of the mind. So we can't say that there is a mind here, because all the time it is appearing and disappearing. That means we are redeeming from the mind also. That means we are redeeming from the names, because all the names are fed in throughout the life from the early childhood. So also this six sense system, this human body is a six sense system working according to the nature law of cause and effect and the habits from the early childhood. Therefore, and also there is no owner for this body. There's no me here, there's no self here. That is only a wrong view. This body is body and mind, everything is, this human body is completely belongs to the nature. Mind is also the same. They are just arising and fading. All the time vibrations are happening in this body and the mind both. So that nothing is permanent, and actually there is no owner for this body and the mind. Therefore, there is no self here. Seeing is only a seeing. Hearing is only a hearing. Feeling is only a hearing. Feeling. And there is nobody here to see, hear, or feel. This is a complete human machine. And if we understand this, there is nobody here, and this body is, and this body is not belongs to anybody. That means your mind will be at 100% peace. You can live a very peaceful life. You are sure that there is nobody here. If you are seeing everything through the intelligence, you are realized everything. Yes, when you understand the correct true nature of the human mind and the mind-based world through your intelligence, you are realized everything. We have to tell you one fact here. What is the mind? What is the awareness? Yes. What is the mind and what is the awareness? You have to practically see the language you are talking even. Yes. You have to practically see the language you are talking even. Languages belongs to the mind. Yes. Mind is creating with The language is creating with the mind. Languages belongs to the mind because from the early childhood we tried and tried and tried, then started to talk slowly, slowly, slipping out so many words and with this language. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling this language you are talking, even language belongs to the mind. And language is creating with the mind. Yes, for a small baby, there is no mind actually. It's a radiant mind. When the baby is trying to talk and collecting words and thoughts, then only his mind is creating. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling language belongs to the mind and language is creating with the mind. Yes, because in a baby in China cannot speak Sinhala language because he has grown up with talking Chinese language. So he knows to talk Chinese language. That is why this is true. Language belongs to the mind and language is creating with the mind. When the mind is creating, language is also creating. That we can see in the early childhood how toddlers are trying to speak with very, very hard, that is with the great struggle they used to talk, and that with the language they can hear at home, they used to talk it. That is how they are growing. They are creating their mind with the language they practice. You talk good and bad, beauty and ugly, all these are language. Yes, that means in your mind there is duality, So when you talk about good and bad, beauty and ugly, short and long, sky and earth, long and short, high and low, far away and closer, hard and subtle, each and everything is like that. Beautiful and ugly, everything is like that. So all these are language. Through the language we tried to pick up words from the early childhood. What our parents are talking, that is how we gathered words. That is how we gathered words. Aryan Mahansa is telling us stanza here. Atita anagata pachuppannanva olarikava sukumava hinava pranitava Duraveva Sankiteva Atita Anagata Vartamana Ajjatta Bahiddava. That means Atita Anagata Pachuppanna. Past, future and the present. Polarikava, Sukumava, Hinava, Pranitava. The hard ones, the soft ones, taste ones and bitter ones. Duraveva Sankiteva. Far away ones and closer ones. Atita Anagata Vartamana. Past, future and the present. Ajjatta Bahiddava. inside and the outside. ඇතුළත පිටත, outside and inside and outside, ඕලාරික සුකුම, hard and soft, හීන ප්‍රනීත, taste, tasty and not tasty, bitter or something like that. දිග කොට, long, short, අනාතුලන්, සුභාසුභං, සුභාසුභ, lucky ones and unlucky ones. All these are thoughts. All these are conceptual thoughts created due to this human society, conceptual conventions. There is a duality which shows everything separately. Yes, all these are thoughts. There is duality in your mind and which shows everything separately. Yes, if you take a soft ball, your mind says, this ball is soft. If you catch a hard ball, then mind says it is hard. This duality in the mind, thought means only a duality. Yes, because in thoughts, most of the time, there is duality inside the thought. That means we are always thinking of one end, one extreme. We are thinking of how to become joyful. That means one extreme. Thoughts are in duality. Thoughts means duality, and also relativity is also in these thoughts. This is how the illusion creates. Relativity also they are in the thoughts. Each and every words and thoughts there are relativity. Relativity. One is having a connection with the other one, relative. This is how this illusion is created. This is how this illusion is creating each and every moment. This is changing. Your illusionary creation is changing. Language is coming with the thoughts. Yes. We study the language from the early childhood. When we become big grown-ups, language is coming with the thoughts. Yes. We are thinking also with an language. Language is coming with the thoughts. Yes. Again, the language comes without the thought. Again, the language comes with the thoughts. Yes. Language come with the thoughts. That is why Aryan Wahanse is all the time telling you have to get rid of the thought power to feel this nature of this path to Nibbana. You have to feeling means the wisdom. So thought is covering all the time. This mind is covered by the thoughts, and therefore we have to understand the creation of thoughts, how the thoughts are creating. Then only the thought power will be low. When the thought power will become low, actually mind has this relaxation. So all the time thinking is actually a problem for the mankind because too much thinking nowadays given each and every human being a great barrier. A great barrier has arisen due to too much of thinking, and people have anxiety, depression very much because of the thinking, and also the thinking in wrong way, thinking with wrong views, giving them very much pressure. If somebody actually needs to be relieved, then he will have to listen to this true Dhamma, truth, ultimate truth of humanity from this Aryan Mahanse's Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma from Sri Lanka. That is the only way to go out of this sansaric journey. So today I'm going to conclude this session now. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Peruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. We are very grateful to you for all the guidance you are providing us and the leadership that you are giving and the explanations of these Dhamma facts showing us the pathway. Peruvan Saranai. May all our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English series. This is the discussion time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. This is a great opportunity for all the listeners of these English sermons to get whatever the doubts you are having clarified. Because there's no time allocated for questions in the sermon time. So you are mostly welcome to join via this Zoom link to this discussion so that we can discuss one of the topics or one of the any of the queries that you are having. We will try in our best to sort it out. As you know, Buddothpado sermons actually is different from what you have been listening to all this time. The traditional teaching has is the regular thing that you may have listened, but this is something different. Actually, if you want to see through Dhamma, we can very clearly say that this is the path. So, truth is common to every person. Truth doesn't divide the people according to the race, country, or religion or faith. Truth is common to everybody. So, it's worth finding out what is the truth. And we are here to convey that little message to you from what we have learned from Aryan Mahanse. So my friend Champa has already joined. We can start the discussion. Champa, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse and all other Dhamma friends. Yes, Doctor. I have listened to the morning session and taken down some points, not as lengthy these things,
Yeah,
but
I think that is the best thing to do. Yes.
last night sermon actually I didn't hear. I think at the last moment, end of the session, Aryan Mahanse joined, but I didn't have time to listen to that, Doctor.
If I remember correctly, I don't think he discussed any Dhamma facts in that. It was mainly the discussion among the others, Asanti and I think Sudharma also was there, no? Sudharma, Asanti,
Yes.
and Melanie. I think they were discussing among themselves.
Right.
But those discussions were actually good. But Aryan Mahanse didn't have a lengthy discussion on Dhamma facts.
Right.
He particularly said about this Surya Deshanava. I don't know whether you could hear it.
No, Doctor, I couldn't hear that. I think regarding some campus children, no? To
Yes.
some.
Actually, it's a block of some 8 hours something, and it's mainly the last 2 hours, if I remember correctly. It's the
Right.
last 2 hours that has that discussion.
Okay, I'll listen to it, Doctor, tonight. Yes.
What actually he beautifully explained in that
Ah,
about how this light is created, how the
yes.
sound is created, how the thoughts are created,
Yes.
in a more scientific way.
Right. Mm.
maybe you can listen to it and then discuss, no? Otherwise, it will be something.
Yes. Yes, doctor. We can talk about the today's one.
Yeah, okay. Today morning one, of course, I couldn't finish, but I am just at the tail end, so we can talk about it.
Okay, doctor. Actually, Aryanwasi started to talk about the repeated thoughts, Abhisankara.
Yeah.
Starting from that, then again about whatever the incident is, light is not true, sound is not true.
Yeah.
How the sound and light creates. We can talk about that, doctor, with the
Yeah.
experiences yesterday's sermon also. That
Yeah.
yes.
Actually, how the light is created. Now, we always have this concept of light rays coming from outside. No?
Yes.
But then what Aranvasi said was, now if you don't have the eye, then you
Yes.
can't talk about any light rays. That is
Yes.
one. Secondly, depending on the nature of the eye, the creation of the light can vary, no? Now,
Yes.
this part I am telling from something I heard earlier. Now,
Yes.
if we talk about the nocturnal animals.
Yes.
Now, owls and other night animals, they
Right.
are all blind during the daytime, but
Yes.
night time they can see very well.
Yes.
Whereas for us, we can see during the so-called daytime, and we think we can't see anything in the night time.
Yes.
So it is a reverse of the owl.
Yes.
So then, can you say that it is definitely the light which is necessary to see?
No, doctor. Yes. No, without light, they are looking, no? They are seeing.
They are seeing. So, in other words, it all depends on the sensor, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes.
If the sensor is functioning,
Mm.
there is the concept of seeing.
Yes.
Then Aryan Mahanse went on to explaining about that scientific thing, which is that forks, the tuning fork.
Tuning fork, yes.
So according to the science rules or regular science rules or science understanding,
Yes.
these tuning forks have a specific vibratory figure, uh,
Yes.
frequency.
Yes.
So it may be labeled as 150 frequency, another one will have 200, another one will have 250, like that.
Yes.
The even the natural law is that when tuning fork is vibrating,
Yes.
there is another tuning fork which has the same frequency that
Yes.
also will start vibrating.
Yes.
So without you touching that other tuning fork, that
Yes.
one also start vibrating.
Yes.
So this concept of seeing, concept of hearing, or concept all five senses actually work
Yes.
in that way.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Means the frequency is becoming equal.
Yes. Synchronizing, no?
Synchronizing or telepathizing.
Mm.
So the essential thing is now, then he went on to say that now take again about the two tuning forks. One is inside the house, other one is outside the house.
Yes.
So the one inside the house you can take as a eye.
Yes.
Now when the outside one is uh, vibrating,
Yes.
provided that it has the same frequency like the one inside the house,
Yes.
one inside the house also will start vibrating.
Right. Yes.
So when the one inside the house is vibrating, similarly the one outside also will start vibrating. So it can happen both ways.
Both ways, right.
But the fact is, now if you take that one inside the house as the I,
Yes.
if the inside one is not vibrating for some reason, you
Yes.
can't talk about seeing.
Right. Right. Yes.
So
It's
the
not
vibration.
vibrate. Yes.
So essentially, the
Yes.
vibration of the eye or the ear, nose, tongue, skin, whatever the
Should be
sense,
there. Yes.
it must vibrate for you to experience something.
Yes.
And that vibration has to be synchronizing to another vibration also.
Yes.
So this concept of seeing
Mm.
the human eye, and also the other animals who are daytime animals, they
Yes.
all have the eyes which tend to vibrate at this particular time. There,
Yes.
there are equal vibrations outside.
Right.
Now, it doesn't mean that this is the only vibration. There are, Aryan says that there may be trillions and trillions of vibrations outside.
Yes.
We are catching something which is compatible with our eye.
Yes.
So there will be trillions and trillions of sounds outside. But
Yes.
we hear only the things which are compatible with our eye, our ear.
Yes.
So this other example that he's giving is color blindness. Now
Uh-huh.
now if the red color is always coming from outside,
Yes.
a person should be able to see the red color.
Yes.
Now the person with the color blindness can't see red.
Yes.
That means that person's eye doesn't have that vibratory ability to call red color.
Yes. Yes.
Even if the red color things are there outside,
He
that
can't.
person cannot experience it because the vibration doesn't occur on this side.
Right.
So like that he was explaining about uh, the how this seeing and hearing occurs.
Yes.
So now it's very clear that it is something created at the sensor level.
Yes. Sense level. Yes.
And you can't take it as real because it's happening due to the fast vibration.
Yes.
So that metaphor given by Lord Buddha about that fireball, when the fireball is spinning, creating a fire cycle, fire
Yes.
circle. So that is a creation, no? There's
Yes.
no circle there, but it is created.
In
So
front of our eyes. Yes. We just creating in front of our eyes. Yes.
so similar things, similar creation is happening at the level of the eye and the ear both.
Right.
Something
Mm.
which is not there is created due to the speed.
Yes.
So combination of two such creations which are not real
Yes.
will form the thought.
Yes.
So when two things which are not real combine to form another one, the third thing also can't be real, no?
Yes. That is also not real.
Not
Yes.
real. So whatever we experience as the thoughts, they are all created in that way.
Yes.
If the sensor function was not there, there's no creation.
Yes. Can't feel or see or hear anything. Yes.
If it doesn't telepathize also, again, there is no, you can't talk about a light.
Yes. Doctor, here the
Yeah,
telepathizing and synchronizing, is there any difference?
same. Yeah, it means same.
Same, no? Right, right.
Surangika also has joined. Terwa Sarnai Surangika.
Teruvan Saranai Surangika.
Theruvan Sannai, both of you. You were talking about the Surya Weather talk, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, actually, Champa hasn't listened to that, but today morning also, Aryan Mahanse, because after you talked to them, after that,
Yes,
Aryan Mahanse joined and he said, sort of mentioned some of the similar facts in that also, no?
Yeah,
yes,
like another summary, no?
yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but it was like really nice, no? The Surya Vava one, because it was for those young children. I mean, not young children, but like young people.
Mm.
And I think he kind of felt that they could grasp it, so gave that. It was a really, because it was different from the ones that he gives to other places.
Yeah.
It was like very refreshing, and I mean, this is the thing about the Dhamma, isn't it? How much you listen to it, it's as if you're like, like everything is new, like, isn't it?
Yeah.
It goes in, the absorption is always quite novel,
Mm.
because that just shows that it hasn't been fully ingrained or embedded in the first occasion or the second occasion or the many occasions that we've heard it before, isn't it?
Mm. Actually, we are also waiting for the next slide. No, what will he say in the next one? While what will be the next one?
Yeah, it's almost as if like this is like 1,000 or 5,000 jigsaw puzzle,
Mm.
and slowly with every talk,
Filling up.
a couple of jigsaws get into place type of thing. I don't know. I kind of get that impression,
Yeah, true.
because I don't know, the lack of wisdom probably is another factor, meaning the ability to grasp faster or quicker. Also, I mean, depending on the system, but at the same time, so I think that's why it helps with the talks, and that's why it helps when you listen to his talks when he goes to the villages where he starts from scratch.
Mm. Yeah,
Also, isn't it?
yeah. That was actually
Champa, you should really listen to it when you get a chance.
Tonight I'll listen to it, Surangika.
uh, do you have anything to read? You can just I mean, did I complete what you were asking about? You were asking about how the light is formed, how the sound is
Now
formed.
this one, yes,
Surangika, can you add something to that? I don't know. I
yes,
explained in my capacity.
I think what you said was, I heard only the last bit about actually that wave. I had forgotten about it. The basic thing he has said so many years ago, Champa, about the depth of the wave.
yes.
The depth of the wave is the deepest is the red or the magenta or whatever it is, meaning the lower realms.
Uh-huh.
So I think it was red, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Red, I
Red.
pen piece,
Red is the highest frequency, is it?
highest frequency, yes.
Yeah. So that shows the level of sensual desire or Visankarane and the raga type of thing, Champa. And then from that point onwards only, I mean, if you think about a wave pattern, you know how
Yes,
it goes like a string up and
yes,
down.
yes,
And
yes, yes,
the height of the wave,
yes,
the highest height is the extreme.
yes,
Sorry. The highest height is the extreme, which is the red one,
Red
where
one,
yes,
yes.
the sensual desire for the worldly pleasures and so on is the greatest, either positive or negative. And that
yes,
is the thing that can telepathize if the system dies to the lower realms. But and then from that point onwards, the more the one is on the path or the Dhamma is accessed, then that frequency only becomes lesser and lesser, and the reference to that Manse gives to the Sukuma, Sanya Sukuma thing. So the
yes.
the level of perception, how much is the frequency in that level of perception, then it becomes finer and finer. And then obviously we all know that when it comes to zero, it's almost flat lines, isn't it?
Yes,
So when you think about, how we have all watched medical dramas,
mm,
and they put that heart monitor or whatever, or maybe Dr. Sakuntala is on the call, she can say. So, when somebody dies, I mean, we have a regular rhythm, but then
yes,
when they try to resuscitate a person, and then they're, pumping the chest and so on, and then that thing fails and they die. So then it flatlines.
yes, yes, on
So
that
that
machine.
flat line is
Mm.
when the taranga or the company or the wave is no
Wave is
longer
activated.
having
Activated.
the self vibration. The
Mm.
vibration is zero there.
Yes.
Oh, it's correct, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I mean, it's almost the self. We're talking about the self vibration here
Mm.
at that point, because that Yobante Viditwana also comes there, because as long as there is that height up and down kind of thing, only that power is created, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes, the two extremes, power creation. Yes.
Yeah, two
Shall I?
opposite ends. When the two opposite ends are there, there is some power created all the time. So that's
Yes.
the middle line of the wave. Now, if you draw it as something on a paper, it's a wave up and down, up and down.
Yes.
The two extreme ends are the two ends, up and down ends, and there is a power created all the time when there are two opposite ends.
Yes.
It's something like that. I think Dr. Kokila mentioned one day when you stretch a piece of elastic,
Yes. Yes.
you
Pressure. Yes.
yeah you create a tension in the middle, no? By pulling
Mm-hmm.
it
Yeah.
Yes.
aside.
Shall I
So
read another point, Doctor
yes.
Surangika?
Yes.
Dhamma, this is from the morning session, Surangika. Dhamma
Okay.
means only redeeming from the world. World is not true. There is no self here. After realizing, he become the nature and feel the nature. Can see the system like wooden rods.
Yeah. Actually, as he said, Dhamma means understanding the system, no? Uh,
Yes.
that what is happening here. There's a
Yes.
system functioning, there is no person here,
Yes.
and the fact that there is no real world. World is also creation of the system.
Yes.
So understanding that is a Dhamma.
Yes.
Actually, that is what is explained in Paticcasamuppada also, or
Yes.
dependent origination. How
Yes.
the is created,
Mm.
which includes myself also. The same way that this concept called myself is also created in the same way.
Yes.
So when you are moving forward in the Paticcasamuppada path, you are creating the things are there for you.
Yes. Yes.
Uh, things are there means the self is there.
Yes.
When the self is there, that is called jati.
Yes.
Always there is a death. There is
Yes.
always suffering, sadness, all kinds of things will follow.
Yes.
When it is going upwards, so against the current, against the flow, that is the patisota.
Yes.
But it means you go on understanding, realizing what is happening here. You are
Yes.
undoing something which has been tied up.
Yes.
Uh, so Dhamma means that.
Yes.
What else? What did you say? There was one more thing you mentioned
Yes,
afterward.
doctor. Dhamma means only redeeming from the world. World is not true. There is no self, me here. After realizing, he become the nature and feel the nature.
Yes, maybe Surangika also can correct me. That means actually when there is no power, when there is no self, means there is no current here on this side.
Yes.
When the current becomes zero, that means you can feel the other side better.
Better. Yes.
Yeah, you become the other side, isn't it,
Right.
Surangika?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's correct, Dr. Sakuntala, because otherwise always everything is relative to me here, no? Because the I is there. You know how they say in Sinhalese, Sapekshawadi.
Yes,
So
relativity.
everything is
Subject.
Mata Sapekshava only everything.
Oh,
So
yes. Yes.
everything is relative to the me here. If you see something, it's relative to the I. If you
Yes.
hear something, it's relative to the I. So when this self-view is gone, that relativity kind of thing is not there. So what is remaining is only either that person or whatever that is there, which is why you can become that person or that thing, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And
Can see.
that's where
Yes.
that squirrel example is also given by Aryan. Otherwise, there is a person here sympathizing with the squirrel.
Yes.
Or sympathizing with someone who has broken the leg, or some people out there who have suffered from the war, like, you know, Iran and Ukraine and all. Now, I mean, I have a friend who, if I get on the call, she's always worried about what Trump is going to do next and the Iran war and this and that.
Yes.
So, I mean, the lay conventional world, the lay people, I mean, everything is true, no?
Yes.
So everything is true. They are just worrying about. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it in a normal conventional sense. But because it is true,
Hmm.
everything is taken as if, you know, some unforeseen other corner of the world thing is also a problem.
Yes, yes.
Everything is a problem.
Problem all the time. Yes. No fear of death. Thoughts are powerful, simple, structure.
Yeah, fear of death means when the self is here, no?
Yes.
When the self is there only, you have the fear of death. So when the self is gone, there is no one to die,
Yes.
because death becomes that කාලක්‍රියා කිරීම කියලා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ says that means
Yes.
just a matter of
Leaving. Just a matter of leaving only.
no,
Just a matter of the breath going out.
Yes. Hmm.
It's just a part of the physical body, that's all. There's no
Yes.
person who is going to die here.
Yes.
Even that one there, I mean, this Kalakriya, I mean, when you put a word like Kalakriya, you kind of feel as, oh my God, what is Kalakriya type of thing, as if it's like a big thing, isn't it? But when recently, when Aryan Mahansa said that, you know, if now we are breathing all the time, no? Now
Yeah.
we are not even thinking about the breath going up, inhaling and exhalation, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's being done or unconsciously. How many times a day we are breathing? I mean,
Don't
like
know.
up and down. And
Yeah.
it is just that. It is as simple as that our advancer says. So the
I can't.
breath
Yes.
will be, sorry?
Kalakriya means like that, just leaving the
I
breath.
mean, there is a bigger, there is a more slightly complex explanation where one day, I don't know whether you remember Dr. Sakuntala, he said about the Arahat, how they come to a particular level, they come down to, I think, the first dhyana, a kind of level, and where they decide to relinquish or something, the existence, and then it's just a thought or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember whether I can find that thing, but and then ultimately they kind of go back to that Sukuma kind of stage. And it's then just the last breath. So he gave a bit of an explanation about it, but I suppose in the most simplistic of forms, it is just the breath going out.
Yes.
And why he's putting it like that in a simple form is for the audience is because it is the lay person who has magnified this thing called death.
Yes.
Now, as we all hear about the baby playing under the coffin of the mother,
Yes.
that is the state, that is basically what it should be.
Yes.
Because death is just a word.
Yes.
Death is just a perception. So the baby in the cot had no sense of what death is. And so the heaviness, the value attached to the death, the fact that the death is relating to a person to whom again a value has been given, all
Yes.
these things come about because of ignorance.
Yes.
So when all that is taken away, and now he also gives the example about now you are nice and free now, right? Not no cares in the world. Generally, fine. If the doctor calls you and says, okay, the test that you took last week has come up with a cancer diagnosis. Now the entire world changes, right?
Yes.
From that point onwards, your life and outlook and everything has changed.
Yes.
So now you're thinking about last will and you're crying and you're getting your children together and all kinds of things are happening because why? Now you're suffering from the thought of death.
Right. Yes.
So right through the whole childhood, from the time the word death was introduced to the child or at a young age, everything associated with that death. Some deaths have been painless, like grandmothers, grandfathers dying. For a young child, it doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, there'll be a bit of sorrow, but that's it. But then gradually, as relationships get formed, and
Yes.
say those people died, then these are getting magnified and magnified. So there are all kinds of negative, sorrowful, depressive kind of connotations associated with the word death. So all these magnify over time, and then in the final stages, when this system itself is contemplating death, all those perceptions telepathize to this one moment, which is why from the time the doctor called and said, now you got a cancer diagnosis, everything about that person, knowing about friends, relatives, everybody who died of death, suffered and died, or in some various kinds of cases, all those telepathize. And if they don't have access to the Dhamma and understand the process of the mind sensor, now magnifying and magnifying, right? The mind sensor is going to town, isn't it?
Yes.
And so you can imagine. So from the time the doctor called, that system is dying 1,000 deaths
Yes. Because of that thought, not Surangika.
because of the thought becoming real.
Yes. Then Narayan Wahanse talked about this Sukha Viharanya, peacefully dwelling, peaceful abiding without tension. Can you remember?
Yeah, sukha is something that is explained in the state of the arhat's mind, no?
Yes.
So actually, he said was sukha cannot be experienced by the senses. Now,
Yes.
the Sapa Satuta, those things you can experience by the sensor level.
Yes.
But Sukha, what he said was there's no equal word to explain that. Even in English, we had a difficulty, that way to find out what is meant by Sukha. Sukha
Yes.
is something felt.
Yes. Blissful abiding with, yes.
Mm.
Peaceful dwelling. Yes.
What is it? Peaceful dwelling.
Peaceful dwelling and blissful abiding. Two clarification.
Right.
Yeah, I think those are good terms, isn't it? It kind of denotes something which is beyond this conventional kind of sense or the sensor-driven happiness.
Yes. It is coming through a realization, wisdom, no, doctor?
What did you say? Can you please repeat it for me? Peaceful
Peaceful dwelling, DWELLING.
and the blissful abiding. Huh?
Yes. Other one is
Blissful
blissful
abiding.
abiding without tension.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Champa, I was going to tell you that in some part that you were reading for Adhigata Samadhi, I think you said non-meditative concentration. That concentration is not generally used for the word Samadhi. So if you're translating for a book or something, you might have to change that a little bit, because I remember a year or so ago, RN once started this English translation group, WhatsApp group, and in that Harshi, I think it was Harshi put a term for that. She called it, actually that was Appadittita Vinyanya. She called it non-meditative consciousness.
Yes,
For Adhigata Samadhiya also, I think she said something, but anyway, Adhigata Samadhi is not concentration, because concentration is used for samatha, no? So samatha bhavana is concentration, meditation. So in that case, the samadhi can't be concentration. Concentration is samatha. Maybe we might have to find a word for that, no?
Awareness can't say, no? Surangika? Non-manifesting awareness. Is that so?
Yeah, something like that. We might have to look for something. Yeah, awareness. So we can't have vidarshana bhavana, no? So we can't use meditation there, no?
Yes.
Mm.
Awareness about the avadhiya. Avadhiya is equal to awareness.
Avadhi is awareness, but I think as Dr. Kokila says, awareness has been used, interpreted wrongly so much that we had to be careful. But I mean, I suppose we can still use the word and say that that's not the same thing that we mean, like Western society. What is Adhigata Champa? Non-meditating.
Non-manifesting.
Non-manifesting, okay.
Doctor, that is awakening to the moment, no? This
Right. Okay.
avadhiya means awakening to the moment, no? This peaceful dwelling is coming through adhigata samadhi, non-manifesting awareness. Which
Adhigata Samadhi, Dr. Sakuntala, is actually the Arahat stage, isn't it? Whereas Avadhiya is something that starts awakening gradually, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, Adhigata Samadhi, when it is static only, you call it the Arhat state, no?
yes,
Now,
here
Yeah, Avadhiya when it is static. Avadhiya when it is static becomes Adhigata Samadhi, is that right?
yeah.
yes,
I mean, or else Avadhiya when it is in the full bloomed state.
yes,
Now, it
Yes.
is something which is gradually getting better and better, no?
yes,
When the defilements are fading off on one side, Avadhiya is becoming more and more prominent.
yes. That thought power is becoming low. No.
And the peak level is the Adhigata Samadhi.
Yes,
Yeah.
And even Adhigata Samadhi, isn't that the one that Lord Buddha is asking from Anuruddha Thero, whether it is
yes,
lasting,
yes,
it is
yes.
Yeah,
coming
that
and
one. Yeah.
Do you have it permanently? Then Anuruddha Thero said, not yet. Yes. This powerful dwelling is coming through this
Peaceful dwelling. Yeah.
peaceful dwelling is coming through adhigata samadhi, the non-manifesting awareness, non-manifesting concentration, I have put it, which arise when realizing there is nobody here seeing the system. ඥාන සමන්නාගතයි කෙනෙක් නැති බවට. That is what Arinasi said.
yeah, Jnana Samannagata means it's understood by Jnana, no?
Yes. There's no self. Fully
No sense.
understood, there's no self. And seeing the system only, there's nobody here, that is confirmed, realized. Due to that only this samadhi, this adhigata is coming, non-manifesting. Awareness is coming.
Yeah.
The world we see is not true. It creates in your eye. Everything is happening in one vibration. Dot on the white sheet is Deshana. 2023, the final Dhamma discourse for Varnagandha Rasaoja Patavi Apo Tejo Vayu. That can you please talk about that, Doctor? This color, smell, taste, and this sound, and
Yeah,
the four great elements.
yeah, eight elements, no? That
Yes.
is the
Some other name it has. 8.
Sudashtaka.
Yes.
Ashtaka, isn't it the 8 elements?
Not 8
Yeah.
elements. There's another word for it.
Did he use another term?
No. In English, for that, there is another English word for that. Everything happening in one vibration. Can you imagine? I didn't hear that sermon. Dot in the white sheet.
Yeah, there was one actually in 2023.
Yeah, I have listened to it several times, maybe twice or thrice, but maybe I need to listen to it again. Can't remember. It was an Abhijna talk, actually.
Yes,
That is why he referred to it. Yeah.
Yes, that is the final Dhamma discourse about that.
Yeah, we said that is the
What
last
is
time.
Dr. Shuddhastaka? It says 8 octad. 8 pure elements.
No,
About
8 patterns of vibration. Now I just remembered.
yes.
8 patterns of vibrations.
Yeah, that's why there is a Wisdom of Asia talk on the 8 patterns of vibration. A video also. So that dot is the Ekama company thing, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? And I think what he said in that talk, he said a lot of things, but the little part I remember is that he said when you put a dot on the blank sheet and when you drag it up or drag it somewhere, it's like you're creating that tension. Isn't it? That's what he was trying to say there again, that Majje Sutra explanation.
That means that means that dot he's keeping the pen on the dot and doing something or just pulling the sheet.
No, the pen on the paper, and you drag it up, and then you're creating that tension type of thing. That's what he was trying to say. Of course, I think it's better if you listen. If you want, I can find it and put it onto the chat.
No, I think it's in. I saw it is in the Buddothpado main channel. I'll.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
One of you can please put it to the this group. I
Yeah,
think.
I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you. What you were asking, I will just tell how I have understood. Surangika can correct me. It is about these 8 patterns of vibrations, or the Shuddhashtaka is a basic thing, and from that you create the Ditta Sutta Mutta, all 3. That means what is seen, what is heard, and what is felt. Under Mutta, you get the feeling of taste, feeling of smell, and feeling of skin sensations. So all these are created from this basic element called Shuddhashtaka.
Yes.
So that has the qualities of all 8. From that, depending on the sensor, it will create something. So if it is something to do with the eye, from the Shuddhashtaka, it will create a light.
Right.
If it is the ear which is involved, it will be the creation or the manifestation will be a sound.
Right.
So depending on the sensor function, something is created from that basic Shuddhashtaka, or the element. Actually, even if I say element, there is nothing called element.
Yes, it is actually in the mind. No, doctor, not.
So it's something, a vibration. You can say it's a vibration. From that vibration, it manifested in different ways.
Yes, yes.
So Aranvasi gave a beautiful example that when you bring the two ends of the wire, which is connected to battery,
Yes,
uh, when they are touching each other, there will be a light.
yes,
So light means the manifestation of the I function.
right.
From the same thing, same power, you can create a sound. Sometimes you get that sort of chatas like sound, no, when it is when it
Sparking,
two
sparking,
wires
yes,
are meeting together.
yes,
And if you happen to touch it, you will feel the warmth.
yes,
You might even get a little bit of smell, like some
yes,
burning copper smell. So what he said was that basic current, which is equal to the single vibration or the Shuddhashtaka, from that any of these things can be created.
right. Yes.
So Surangika, please correct me if there's anything to add or change.
Yeah, I think that's right, Dr. Sakuntala. So basically, it is only because of these 5 channels are depicting things in a different way, Champa.
Right, right.
But essentially, it is one vibration.
Yes,
And if the sensors were not there, there wouldn't be anything at all,
yes,
basically, which is why the whole thing is mind driven. Or
yes,
the sensor-driven thing. So why say other people think that the Patavya, Potejo, all these solidity, liquidity things are there outside. That is the insight that the Dhamma gives. That
yes, but there's
liquidity
nothing like
is
that.
also something that is discerned to the senses.
Yes,
No sensors, no liquidity, right? But where is the recognition that liquidity is liquidity?
yes,
Again, that is also coming from the touch or from
yes,
the eye sensor, from whatever it is. So ultimately, there is nothing, but the Shuddha Ashtaka is also the 8 is coming because of the 5 senses that humans have.
yes.
But for other animals, they can have lesser
Oh,
elements or whatever, like the worm.
yes. But Surangika, actually, this um, Suddha, so that one vibration thing, when we go to our early childhood, when we think about our mother, most of these 8 things, all the 8, we felt like, no, we felt the warmth, we smell the sound and the form, everything from through the mother.
I didn't follow you. What was that
No,
again?
that means each and every vibration is there is this 8 components are there. That is the way we have to look at it, no, Surangika?
The 8
Each
component, you can't say the 8 components are there. The 8
yes,
components are getting created,
yes,
manifesting because of the senses.
senses. No, when we think about mother, very, very small child, mother's smell, mother's touch, mother's sound, like that, no, mother's form, everything is coming through the mother, like,
Small child won't think of any of those, actually.
yes, don't think, baby didn't think, but something like that altogether.
But that is how the mother figure is created, no?
Yes,
What you
yes,
said, that is how the mother is created.
yes,
Mm.
with all those, yes, loving and everything.
Mm.
So Aksikacha, one vibration also have power, hidden power, it seems. අක්ෂිකාචේ නාභිගත වන තැන ඇතිවන වේගය.
So
අර
that is vibration, no? That is vibration.
yes, that one vibration also have hidden power, it seems. They
Mm.
say. A life field is creating due to the combination of power. Check on this power. We know it is Sashrava power.
Yes. So one wave means now that one wave is that one piece that you are drawing it as up and one down. So that is one. So even that has a little power because there are two opposite ends. So there is some minute power created there. But when these waves are occurring again and again and again,
Yes.
that little power gets built up, no?
Yes.
So that power becomes stronger. So that is why when you say that light, the function of seeing,
Yes.
function of seeing means it is not one wave. There's
Yes.
a
So
whole lot
many
of
ways.
waves there. So
Yes.
whole lot of waves means there is more power. That is why even the small child feels as if there is a light. Even
Yes.
though the child doesn't understand what it is, there is no naming, the
Yes.
child feels that there is a light because of that collective power.
Yes.
And that is what is actually named as, that is because of that sasava nature.
Yes.
So when the seeing and hearing and all the other senses also combine, that power is even multiplied by several times.
Yes.
More power is accumulated, and then finally, when it comes to the level of the thought
Yes.
has much more stronger power.
Yes. Because too many vibrations are happening. Yes.
Yes. When the same thought, that means always a thought is a single vibration again. Even though you have so many vibrations coming together, it forms another single one.
Right.
It's something like now when you prepare a cup of tea, right? You add milk, you add sugar, you add tea leaves, hot water, everything. And
Yes.
what you get is ultimate product is a tea.
Tea.
So in the tea, you know that those components are there, but
Yes.
you can separate out the tea leaves, sugar and water and everything. You can't separate out.
Can't. Yes.
So the causes will give rise to the effect.
Yes.
Hetuva saha palaya.
Yes.
So palaya is something different from the hetu.
Yes.
And also palaya or the effect cannot be reversed also.
Cannot be reversed. Yes.
And that is a different product. So it's another vibration only, different type of a vibration, but it has a much more stronger power.
Yes.
So when the same thought is occurring again and again, now say thought about the mother or thought about the child, when that thought is getting repeated again and again, that is where you feel that it's really there. So that is the level that is explained as itta sanyava.
Yes.
Exist, whatever is existing, whatever is felt as existing, it is felt by me.
Yes.
And wantedness to maintain that, wantedness to have it,
Craving. Yes.
to self.
Self.
So always existence means on the other side is the self.
Yes.
Yes. Teva Sarnai Surungaka?
Yeah, actually, and the issue is the feeling that something, that thing is existing,
Yes.
and it's not even something that you think, it's felt. That is why it's very hard to dislodge.
Yes. Yes. Everything is automatically, it's
Yeah,
coming like that. Oh, it's there. Right.
yeah.
Without
So
it.
whilst the baby doesn't know the light is light, but once the thought has arisen about the tree and the apple, in that is inherent the fact that light has been accepted, that light is there.
Yes.
So whilst light is also recognized as a thing, the
Yes.
fact that light is there, that it exists, is a feel that comes with it.
Yes.
And that is the part that is difficult to dislodge, because that feel of existence is the the power behind the power that is in the vibration, isn't it? The power makes the system feel that something is there.
Yes, and someone is here. Yes.
And that's the thing that gives that sense of being alive.
Yes.
And it is that sense of being alive that this system wants to keep. And it
Yes.
keeps on wanting to propagate, to maintain that current. The current is the feeling of being alive. And that feeling of being alive, the current can only be maintained by the generation of thoughts. So this
Yes.
is like a massive production line.
Yes. Oh my God, can't imagine. It's wonderful. Don't know Lord Buddha how did he Lord Buddha actually found this. It is coming from zygote vibration. If even power is still there and synchronizing like Sirasa Dherana, this power is in one vibration also.
Yeah, so it is, we have, I think that fact is very clear, no? Because the zygote is having a current already.
Yes.
That current or that vibration is coming from the genes.
Yes.
The self has a vibration, and then a similar vibration will synchronize there.
Yes.
So that synchronizing vibration can bring up the whole history of the samsara journey.
Yes.
So the two vibrations become the same and
Yes.
synchronizing to this one, and then onwards the zygote will start growing.
Yes.
So that current which was synchronized is persisting there,
Yes.
and we call the sasava or
Yes.
formless or formless. So yeah, formless level.
Yes.
Arupaya or Sasava, both names are used for that current, which is like it's there like underground, but
Yes.
not manifested.
Ah, yes. Yes, Doctor.
So manifestation occurs when the baby is born, and when the mm, uh, we don't know actually some form of manifestations, whether there are any some form of manifestations even in utero while in the womb also, but
Yes.
it's clearly apparent when the baby is born.
Yes.
So the Sasavana is manifested in the form of a light, where the baby is experiencing the light, baby
Yes.
is experiencing the sound, and there is a subtle attachment. I don't know, I use the word attachment. There's some light towards the light, no? The baby
Yes.
indicates some
Yes.
form of light to
Attraction.
the so that is how the Sasava nature is manifested.
Yes.
But still you don't talk about the defilements because baby has no thoughts and baby doesn't know what is death or birth or whatever it is.
Yes.
So once these six functions start combining together, only you talk about the thought formation.
Yes. Until
And
such time that power is hidden, no, Doctor.
power is hidden. Because of that power only, that baby shows some attachment to certain things. Now this common example that we are discussing, when you give a toy to the baby,
Yes.
or even when Hansi says about giving the phone to the child baby,
Yes.
and when you try to take it away, baby is resisting,
Shouting.
no?
Yes. Sure. Yes. He's
Like,
crying and yes.
yeah, even now, if the mother moves away from the baby, or then also the baby indicates that.
Yes.
The opposite is when the baby is crying, when the mother comes near and calls, it's just a sound to the baby, and it's just a picture shape to the baby.
Yes.
Baby indicates that baby's happiness.
Yes. Yes.
So those are all because of that classroom nature.
Yes. I have a small question there, doctor. That when that zygote is forming, it has the genial power of parents, no, mother and father. So then the out from somewhere else, don't know, another power is synchronized into this zygote. Then only it is developing. Is that so?
Yes. Yeah, actually, it is explained in one of the sutras. Surangika might be able to tell me that Lord Buddha has said that if that push, that vibration doesn't occur, uh, it will not grow further. It will end up as I mean, that pregnancy will be terminated, or it will be as an abortion. I don't know
Right.
whether you can remember that sutra.
No, not really, doctor. Was it in a sutra? Okay.
Yeah, so one of the sutras, very famous sutras, I can't remember. And also in that sutra, Lord Buddha has said, if at some level, in that sutra, which I have read, actually, it is explained as if the Vijnana leaves that. If the Vijnana leaves that, it it will at any time, even after growing up to a certain extent, that the fetus will not continue to grow and it will end up.
Right. Right. Yes.
I don't remember. That's a sutra. The different stages Lord Buddha has explained about how that the fact that the fetus, that zygote needs a push for it to grow, and halfway if that push or whatever that current uh, stops functioning or leaves, and then it will come to an end. The baby will not grow, and it will end up either as an abortion or even halfway it can happen.
Yes.
If
That
time,
kind.
you know, yeah, it's not from R.N. Mahase's things. Some sutra that I have heard earlier.
Right. Right. Right.
It was in, I think, one of Katakurunde Jnanananda Swami Mahase's books.
Right. Doctor. I just wanted to know that means they are telling Vijnana coming, no? They are not talking about the Bible.
Yes, that the way wording is not correct. That's what I said. So you can't explain it the way that they have said. And R.N. Mahase clearly says, no, if that push from the other vibration, that push should be there for the zygote to grow.
Yes. Yes. Understood, doctor. It's very clear.
Yeah, yesterday he said that, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah.
That for the cell vibration to happen, that telepathization has to happen, no?
Yeah.
Yes. It's a wonderful thing, no? That means, doctor, this flesh is not a barrier for that vibration, no?
No, flesh itself is
Flesh,
Patavi. It's a
yeah,
Patavi. That itself is a vibration.
flesh itself is what? Flesh is what? Flesh is all elements, no? I mean, elements in, at least just for the sake of the conversation. It's all cellular, everything is vibration, no?
Yes, that means how that vibration is going through going to the womb. That is what I was
Nothing is
thinking.
going like that. If Dr. Kopila was here, you will have
Right,
said
right. That
something.
is also synchronization, no? Right,
Yeah,
synchronization. But
there isn't anything called a whole mass of flesh which is separating something from something, or the stone is separating, or the boulder is separating, or the flesh is separating. Everything, the basic form is that vibration, no?
yes,
So it doesn't need permission or barriers or anything to telepathize.
Yes.
And that is why Aryan Vansi said, I don't know if it was this morning or when, but he said as long as there is a vibration, even the Sukuma Sanya perception, the smallest, faintest of vibrations, that is inevitably going to telepathize when the system dies, if it hasn't been brought to zero.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that means without a body, even that vibration is there in the Brahma realms, no? Yes.
Mm.
What he said was the vibration, I mean, if it does not synchronize with another life immediately, it is not switched off.
Uh-huh. It
So
is
it
just
will be activated at any time.
right.
Isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, that part I can't remember. I must have fallen asleep then. Uh,
Not,
but
not, not today
yeah,
morning.
but essentially that is what it is. You're right, doctor, because he says no. That is why the kalpa thing is there, no, Shampa, because even if it is dormant or not active for kalpas and kalpas, it has the potential to telepathize at any moment.
Yes, yes.
Which is why all those Uddakaramaputta type of people, when you have the self-view,
Yeah.
invariably, what does that mean? That the vibration is there, right?
Yes.
Although they have gone into this kind of heavy jhanic kind of meditative state, the self vibration hasn't been brought down to
Yes.
zero.
They are there until a vibration happen and transform into another realm. Yes.
It has
Peace.
the ability to synchronize at
Yes.
any moment. And then the other part of it is, I don't know if it was Aryan Mans or whether it was another Paramartha Dharma that I have heard before, but I think it might have been Aryan Mans because it says that, and when it telepathizes, even after so many kalpas,
Yes.
there is like almost a 99 or 95% chance of it going straight into the lower realm.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
I heard about it. He
Mm.
was most probably lower realms. Yes. Peaceful dwelling is not related to the six senses. Happy and sorrow is belongs to the senses, as you described earlier. The power is one vibration coming continuously and creating the light vibration. That is why we are not imposing consciousness to a tree.
Yeah, because now the consciousness means feeling as if it is there, no?
Yes.
Onkara දැකීම.
Yes.
And that is what is meant by consciousness or vinyana.
Yes.
So what happens is when the vibrative power is so high, it is
Yes.
as if it is really there.
Yes.
So that is the consciousness. So the perception is not a strong, it doesn't have a strong power, but the perception when it goes on happening, it is the construct. It's felt as if it is really there.
Yes. Yes. Mind
Light
conscious.
is felt as if it is there. Sound is felt as if it is there. So that
Yes.
is the Sota Vijnane, Chakku Vijnane, those things.
Yes.
And then, but the tree, the thing is, tree has sensors.
Yes.
But the sensor functions do not combine to form the thoughts.
Right. Right.
So it's nothing called forming Vijnane there.
Yes. Yes. Not combination. It's happening. Yes.
Combining, yes. No combining, only the sensors. Again, those sensors are actually different from the animal sensors, no?
Yes.
They are anyway slowly functioning type of sensors anyway. So they are, it's I think like radiant mind without any sasana.
Yes. Yes.
Bit Surangika.
Were what exactly were you explaining, doctor?
Tree.
The
Tree.
tree has sensors?
Yeah,
Yes,
tree has sensors, no? Tree has sensors. That is why it's turning towards the light.
yes,
The roots are turning towards the water, and that animal eating type of plants do have this various functions, closing the lid of the pitch, and
yeah,
in plants like Nidikumba will close when you touch. So those are the sensor functions, but they are different from the animals' function sensors.
yes.
This was explained by Alan Hansen some time back about
Okay.
sensors in the tree. Yeah,
Sunflower is also circulating
yeah,
through the
yeah,
yeah.
towards the
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of those things, but I haven't, for some reason, heard of it being called a sensor.
yeah. It was called as sensor.
It's
Ah, right, okay.
some
So,
kind of sensor, no, that is
Mm.
mm.
why they are actually with the chlorophyll, light and water. That means light and water. They prepare their meal, no,
Mm.
no, doctor.
Yeah, trees actually do not have any sasava nature. No, there's
Yes,
no current which is synchronizing there.
yes,
Therefore, at the end of the birth lifetime of the tree, there's
yes,
nothing to synchronize. Also,
yes, yes,
there's no current, just the sensors, and it behaves in all other ways similar to the other living beings. It's now the Bijanyame is there. According to the Bijanyame, the seed will grow to the tree, grow up
yes.
to a huge tree, and then it's manufacturing its own food.
Mm,
It has these sense creation, sense functions are there, and there is reproduction.
mm,
The
yeah,
seeds to the distant places and going for the next generation, and
yeah,
there's deterioration of the tree, the aging is there, and then at the end of it, it will come to an end.
yes. Becoming
There's
the yes,
power to synchronize.
yes. This secret is in consciousness. We are talking about how the power of consciousness creates. Chakku Vijnana plus Sota Vijnana, Mano Vijnana is equal to. Then Ditta Sutta Mutta. This is how the power comes to the thought. All those power comes together and thought power is creating. First comes Itta company, mind vibration, alive feel. Mind vibration into alive feel. Itta භාව අඤ්ඤතා භාවි. ආත්මය වගේ අපට දැනෙන්නේ අරූපයේ තියෙන ඒ power එක. That power is in non-form, feels as the self, soul. Until this is vanished, you are somewhere. All your sansaric journey is in one vibration.
Yeah, what did you understand from that? I think you will be able to tell us.
Yes, doctor, that means because of this power, uh,
Mm.
a life feel is happening,
Yeah,
and because that somebody is here, uh, but actually this power is in the non-form level, it seems.
yeah,
Until it vanishes, you are somewhere. So
yeah.
all yes,
Mm.
all our sansaric journey is in one vibration. That is
Mm.
the greatest part, I think.
Yeah, that is the sasava nature, no? The sasava is the one which is the cause for this samsaric journey.
That means, doctor, when that is, say we are leaving the body in this life,
Mm.
that
Mm.
sasana nature has changed in this life for a certain pattern, no? And it is going to another place, vibrating to another place. maybe sometimes maybe that means the pureness may be low or high.
Yeah,
If I
actually, the normal setup, I think, whatever the SAR or the level of the current which was there in the baby, all
yes,
this gets built up.
yes,
The current is stronger and stronger because we have got so many thoughts that we are clinging to.
yes,
So the level of current is very often high. So that
yes,
is what Buddha said, that most of the humans who are born as humans will not be born as humans in the next birth,
yes,
still go to Nirvana because they are having the high current level
yes,
compatible with lower realms.
yes. Power is increasing here.
Yes. So if the person realizes this Dhamma path and tries to make this current lower,
Mhm.
uh, then the chances of being in a higher realm is there, which is just in a very handful of people.
Yes,
So if a person in a particular level of, I mean, if a person is in a lower realm at one point in his thought, his own thoughts level of mind, level of the mind,
yes,
say a person who is very angry is
yes,
burning fury at a particular time,
yes,
maybe got involved with a fight or something.
yes,
That at that point, if that physical body comes to an end,
yes,
the current of that mind is very high at that time,
yes, yes,
and then something that can synchronize will be a place like Niraya or something worse than like that.
yes.
Or
Hmm. That means
so
different people are practicing different lifestyles, no, doctor? Some are practicing actually the jealousy lifestyles. Some are jealousy and hatred. Some are peaceful. So that is also not at once coming. Due to their practicing, it will reach at the end, and that kind of vibration will be there. No, doctor.
yeah, something that they are doing as a habit or something that they are practicing very often
Yes.
will result in something in the same line. No, now as you said, a person with lots of patiga nature, patiga thoughts,
Yes.
uh, uh, often tend to have a particular sort of level in their mind most of the time.
Yes.
A person who is having a very sort of low vibration, a very calm and quiet person who is on this Dhamma path, who has understood these facts and trying to correct the self, trying to understand the system.
Mm.
That sort of persons, most of the time, the vibrations will be at a very fine or sukuma level.
Yes. That's
So,
for
what?
that.
Yeah.
That means all other thoughts he practiced the vibe actually telepathizing to that moment, I think. No, doctor.
Yeah, anything can telepathize. No, whatever the experiences, not only in this life, but
Yes.
throughout this life cycles, all the experiences will be telepathizing in one vibration. No?
Yes. Yes.
That has a summary of everything.
Yes. Whatever comes up will vibrate to the other level.
Yeah. Surangika, anything else to add? I don't know whether you are you have to talk between 5 and 6 also, no? I
No, no, doctor. I don't do that anymore. So no, that part is correct what you said. Yeah, that's fine.
okay.
Nirvana journey is a program Lord Buddha created. Chaturarya Satya program is also in this program which Lord Buddha created. When we feel something is here, then the suffering is here. When we understand there is
nothing here, that is Nirodha, cessation. Seeing, dakima, samudaya, arising. If seen, that power is dissolving. That is the marga, path, in Lord Buddha's program. And Aryan Mahansa said Lord Buddha's I is telepathizing to Aryan Mahansa's I, Dhamma I, me. That is Aryan Mahansa's I. That is the meaning of Buddothpado name.
Okay. That is a Dhamma Chakshusha, no? What he meant was Dhamma.
Dhamma. Buddha has done this program for us, it seems, Doctor. That means create a program for people to realize this Dhamma.
That is a Chaturarya Satya. Is that what he said?
Yes. Chaturarya Satya is also in that.
Yeah, so Chaturarya Satya and also Aryashtangika Marga, those are all part and parcel of this path, no?
And
how
this
understand this Dhamma path, how these thoughts are formed, and how the thoughts are felt as real, and the fact that that is the thing called birth, not the birth of this physical body.
Yes.
And the death of that, I mean, when you realize that fact, the thought doesn't become a thing. The thought, that feeling of real thought,
Yes.
feeling that the thought is alive, is no more there. So I think samudaya means you investigate or you research about how this thought is formed. So when you evaluate it or when you study it deep, you realize that it is just a creation. And then value which was given to the thought is faded. So that is your value.
Yes.
Samudaya means how it is formed, how the thought is formed. When you study that pattern, automatically the value given to that thought or that current which is created with the thought goes down. So that means අරමුණ දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
නෑ අරමුණ දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නෑ. Yes.
අරමුණ දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. That is the වැය.
Yes.
So සමුදය අත්ථගමය or සමුදය වැය both means same. How the thought is how this thought got this value, how the thought is formed. So when you analyze that, automatically it becomes negligible. Yeah.
That is what Aranans is telling. If seen, that power is dissolving. That is the path.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Now,
is where the janato ahambhikkhave passato happens, but knowing alone is not enough. So the seeing has to happen. The seeing is the realization.
Yes.
Because otherwise it is just relegated to the mind, because one can actually study it, no? Like academia, you can study it. Now, apparently I was talking to a friend who was listening to Buddothpado talks, and he said he has friends, some who listen to the Dhamma like another academic subject.
Yes.
They are interested only in the ins and outs and the intricacies of it, just like another subject. Not for the purpose of eradicating the self-view and finding nirvana and so on. So that is why the knowledge alone is frowned upon, right? So whilst knowledge is required as the first stepping stone, janato ahambhikkhave passato. Passato is the actual seeing through, and then the arising of the wisdom through the practice.
Feel, no? Passato feel, no?
Passato is seeing, yeah.
Yes. That is what, no, Lord Buddha and Aryan Vansi also telling not to take this as a subject or the something like studying that like that other monks doing.
Mm. And the problem there is the knowledge is there, and then in between there, what happens is the mind almost gives like a pretense that this has been realized.
Realized, yes.
That is why people get stuck, because the calmness and everything is there.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that is why we were talking about the avadhiya earlier. It's not as if the avadhiya is not there. The
Yes.
avadhiya is there. The awareness, the calmness, the lightweightness. Things are not becoming a thing. All that is there.
Yes.
But the self-view has not got eradicated.
Yes. That is a very
If you remember 2-3 days ago, there was a person who said that he got a really bad toothache.
I didn't hear that part. Yes,
That
yes.
was a good one. You should listen to it, Champa. I think it was a morning session, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, that boy from Korea, I think. Is that the one?
Yes, the one from Korea, that's right. So he said he had an unbearable toothache. And he didn't feel as if it was a thing. And I think gave a few other examples also. And then Aryan Mahatsa said that all that is fine because it is the avadhiya. But at the same time, there is a person experiencing the avadhiya, meaning the self-view had not been eradicated.
Right, right. But වේදනාවට හිමිකාරයෙක් නෑ. Like that he may have stayed, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, actually, about a couple of days ago, I had a toothache also. I mean, not a long drawn thing, but just for a couple of minutes it lasted. But clearly, one can see the pain is just a pain.
Yes, yes.
There is no latching on of an eye into that pain at all.
Yes.
So there is such a clear distinction. What the lay people think is, it's my pain and my tooth is hurting and all that doesn't happen. But at the same time, there is that underlying feel of the eye being there. So if the underlying feel of the eye being there is there, that means self-view has not been eradicated, no?
Yes, yes, yes.
So that is the problem. That is where there needs to be more research undertaken as to whether the light is real, whether the sound is real. And that's why Aryan Vansi says we are not doing enough our experimentation.
That means, Surangika, most probably we may have, actually, I may have still this light and sound is not cleared much, I think.
Yeah, something is stuck somewhere, Champa. That's why each system is having that problem of not being able to. So there is more to be cleared, actually. That's what it means. So.
But actually, now we can't do anything purposely. That is the problem. Yes. We can't do it.
Well, I mean, Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think about it? I mean, there has to be now, Aryan was telling us something the other day, right? Not enough determination, effort.
Yes, yes. He said yes.
So it's like that, what do you call that sutra? I forget. Ogatarana Sutra. Yeah, it's a balance. It's a fine balance, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, not too much effort, not too less effort, no?
Yes.
Ultimately, the relegation of every experience to the senses has to be complete. Until such time that is done, there is no getting rid of the self-view. Or the self-view won't break down. There is no getting rid of, otherwise that's an active thing. The self-view won't break down or cease until that full surrender has to be there to the senses.
Can
And
you
every,
talk
yeah,
about it
every
further about
experience is a sensor-driven experience, nothing else.
yes. Only sensor functions, yes. We have to, but we have to do a little insight about it, I think.
It's easy to say, isn't it? Very difficult to do.
Yes. That means we haven't get that index properly. Index is not there.
Not
Measure
enough Sasara Purudha, I think. No, Dr. Sakuntala.
Actually, nowadays we can quickly pick up the instances where the thought is well, I don't know. I mean, when the projection occurs to the outside,
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, if there is a third eye, that is picked up quickly. The moment that the things are projected to the outside world, it is picked up. At least that is there. It wasn't
Yeah.
there early.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It's that
it's like,
there's no time to time you get onto the stage, act a little bit, and then come back to the audience.
that's like,
Yes,
and
very
and then he said to us, Auntie, what Ibbage gamana yanna, go in the tortoise's journey, right? Don't be the rabbit.
rabbit. Yes.
That's a good one.
Yes, yes. Because jumping and going can't have this no while jumping and going. Yes.
No, I mean, the thing is, because, I mean, invariably from this system, when you hear other people saying, oh, they are feeling very light and this is what it feels to feel and this, that, and the other, then you get the feeling, no, that, I think he said it to Asanti, but then I think if sometimes everyone gets that feeling as to, why this system can't get it.
Yes, yes. Yes.
So then that is where the I is there. Moment, I mean, it doesn't come in words. It doesn't come even in a thought sometimes. It can. Certain people or systems can actually think about it, think it in words. But then sometimes it can manifest in the form of heaviness.
Yes.
So if that heaviness is there, so one has to actually analyze the heaviness to see where is it coming from.
Yes, yes.
What is the underlying cause of the heaviness? I mean, the
Yes.
heaviness has to come now from the senses. No, the burning happens somewhere. It's coming from somewhere, right?
Yes.
So this is where all these things happen. So, and
And
what he was trying to say was, I mean, there is no competition here, no?
yes, yes. No competition.
So each one system has a different way of dealing with things because the perceptions and the samsaric experience for every vibration is different.
Different, yes.
So therefore, what gets solved for either example Melanie or what gets solved for Swarnamali is not the same for Asanti or Champa or Dr. Sakuntala or Suramika or Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
Each one's vibration is different.
Yes.
So the figuring out of the taints is up to that system to find what is the place where this getting stuck thing is occurring, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes. Yeah. That is Kamatahana. We can catch our Kamatahana.
Yeah, so Rangika, can I ask you a question about that boy from Korea? Now, just now you said that Aryan Mahanse said that it is a self. Why did you say the self weave? That means, can't it be the self perception? I mean, his thoughts are not there anymore. Can't it be the self perception? So,
No, I think the way he was trying to pinpoint what it was, Dr. Sakuntala.
okay.
If you listen to it again, you will realize that there was that nature in the way he presented it. that he was kind of striving. It's almost as if there was a person striving to find out whether it was the Avadiya or whether it was something else, and what was going wrong and that kind of thing. I mean, in contrast to other people who have talked about a similar type of thing, it wasn't so obvious with him, but still, Aranwansa was very, very sure. He said, and I mean, you could kind of feel it a little bit also, but Aranwansa clearly said that it was the Sakaya Ditthiya and that he has to clearly work on that. But he also didn't rule out that it wasn't Avadiya. So that is why I said earlier, somewhere halfway through, that the Avadiya can still arise. But if you both recall, Renwanse has said that one can come almost up to the Anagami stage, but not have the self view broken.
Yes.
In which case, you're back in square one really, because otherwise you're going along the almost the Uddakarama Putta line.
Yes.
So it is, and yesterday or day before, he was saying to that Dr. Ashoka Jaya said, the Sakaya Ditthiya is part of the world, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the worldly view means Sakaya Ditthiya because the eye is also form and color and sound. No?
Yes.
And this is the thing that we should do more more research and analysis also, because how did we know there was an eye? Because we were taken in front of the mirror and the mother or the father showed that that person is me, right?
Yes.
And then from that point onwards, now we have taken that persona on, but because our eyes are projecting outward, we don't see ourselves. No? Like somebody said, we don't see our face. No, we have never seen our face.
Yes.
What we see is from the neck, like shoulder, part of the neck and shoulder down. We don't see our neck even. No?
Yes.
So what does that show? What does that tell us? That tells us that the eyes are a camera, isn't it? So the
Yes.
camera, the peripheral view of the camera is only now if you take an actual camera, the camera can't project the image onto itself, no?
Yes. Can't.
The camera also. Why do we tell people now go further? I can't get you onto the screen.
Yes. Yes.
We say, now come together, you're too far apart, this, that, and the other. We say, no, when we are trying to take a photo.
Yes. Yes.
Why do we do that? That's because there is a particular distance and this and that the camera can actually capture into the focal lens or whatever. So similarly, I mean, that example really shows how our eyes are actually like camera, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's and so because of that, now even the ears are projected outside. No, the eyes are projected outside. The nose is projected outside. But from the way it is, it's all set up to deceive.
Yes.
It's set up to almost take it that everything is outside.
Yes. Very true. Yes.
So that is why the deception is a really great deception. And that is where the Dhamma is so crucial. The Buddha says that the eye is also a ditthiya, what do you call it, misconception.
Yes.
The eye is also just like the mother, the father who is also in ignorance, showed a figure of a child in front of the mirror and pointed the finger, and that particular system then believed that that person is that person, whoever it is, that was shown in the mirror.
Yes.
And from that day onwards, that reflection, that image is the me. So that me is also form and sound, like the mother is form and sound, and the father is form and sound, and the tree and the house and everything is form and sound. But we somehow kind of want to avoid that, isn't it? Now we are studying everything else.
Yes.
We are studying the mother is form and sound, the father is form and sound, the world is form and sound, but we are almost conveniently forgetting that the eye is also form and sound.
Yes. Everything. Yes.
So that is
Everybody
why that Sakkaya Ditthi is part of the world. I think it was a very nice way of Aryan Mansa putting that, because I mean, however much he says hundreds and hundreds of times, when one puts it in a different way, it kind of goes in also, isn't it?
Yes. We must actually understand what yes, as you said, yes. This is also the light and the sound. Aryan Vahansi has different powers. Dhamma, Abhinya, Jnana, penetrative seeing, insightful penetration, clear discernment, to the wording of Lord Buddha, explain them clearly. Power of one vibration is shown in the dot on white sheet. Today, power has arisen. Father, mother, sun, moon, tree and vegetation, cat and everything, all are existing. When seeing, all are sound and color, which are not true. Power of the thought is dissolving. What is this dissolving? The power of our vibration is also dissolving. See in the child in a thought how it is becoming powerful. Sorry, seeing the child is a thought, how it is becoming powerful. These are not easy things. You are watching a TV film. There is no self here. Certainly, a thought power only, no death. In thought power, who is realizing the thought is redeeming from this. So it is the same facts that we were talking again and again, no, Champa, because how
Yes.
the sun became a really existing sun because of that
Yes.
volition formation or that abhisankarana of the same
Abhisankarana.
thought.
Yes.
Same thought being more and more strengthened, more and more power is added because the same stimulus is occurring again and again.
Yes.
So to the basic concept of sun,
Yes.
so many other side thoughts are being added.
Yes.
So the other data is being added now about the sun's behavior, the things that sun likes, things
Yes.
that he doesn't like,
Yes.
even then all kinds of things. How much of data is there when you talk about the son or the husband, wife, or
Yes.
even the siblings? So
Yes.
the time that you spend them depends on the time that you have spent with them and the association that you are having with the person,
Yes.
and that makes those data more and more stronger. So
Yes.
that is, in other words, that is the current or that is the self.
Yes.
That means you feel them real more and more. Feeling the feeling becomes more and more strong.
Yes.
That is real. I mean, even now the son is not with you. You have the perception that he is living in that country somewhere,
Yes.
and also you have the perception that he is coming soon.
Yes.
So that is the itta sanya, you know.
Yes.
It now the self, the perception of existence. So perception of existence means you are there on this side. The perceiver is here on this side.
Yes. And the
So
thing is the other side, yes. Two extremes are there, yes.
two sides, the duality is there.
Duality is there, yes.
Yeah.
Then
Dr. Sakuntala, on that question that you asked me, maybe we can raise it with Dr. Kokila also. So I think what you're trying to say was, so this Sakkaya Ditthya, self-view, now Dr. Kokila talks about this often, no? So it's not just the outside world, then there must be a release from the mind also, not the perception. And then from the formless realm also for a fraction of a moment for the self-view to be broken.
Yes.
So when Aaron Vance says your self-view is not broken yet and you need to do more research on it, it is possible that that person had the avadya, but at a perception level, that because of the thinking around it, that self-view, that fraction of a moment awakening has not occurred, which Aaron Vance may have caught. So maybe we can discuss that with Dr. Kokila. Because for a fraction, all three realms have to be transcended, no?
Yes. Come out from all those, no? And that means see in the Nibbana for a fraction of a second.
That is why I said that this self-view doesn't always come out very obviously in words. Now, lay people will say, I did that, I saw that, this is happening to me, this, that, and the other, right? Now, those things are not said anymore, no?
No.
But at least as an outline, as a perception, that can be there.
Yes.
Or even not even as a perception, as a feeling, there can be some kind of unrest. So
Yes.
that means at some point, still in one of those realms, there is something getting stuck, right?
Non-form level, maybe non-form, maybe.
Which is preventing that fraction of a moment awakening.
Yes. Going through the three realms at one moment, well, 1 second. Yes.
Transcending, yeah.
Transcending, yes. One day Aaron was explaining about this arupaya in a different, with a different metaphor. He said, you might remember, he said that, inability to concentrate on one thing, that restless feeling is a feature of arupaya. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember the leaf, for example, no?
Yeah, leaf. Yes. Now, something I experience is that now I am okay to look at something like a tree or something like that, something related to this so-called nature, not the nature that we are learning in this Dhamma pathway, but the nature, natural things. For those things, I can watch for hours and hours. I don't mind. But when it is something like now, this was the experience that I had recently, that we went with these children. They took us to an opera, and another occasion they went to this some form of musical show. It was some candlelight musical show. I think Surangika must be familiar with those. So I mean, they were nice. They were not very disturbing type of music or loud music which irritates the ear, not something like that. Very soothing music and very comfortable to the eye also, not bright lights and no sort of that you know what sort of things are there in the normal musical shows. So something like that. But still, in such things also, when I'm watching that, I just felt that I want to come to the end quickly. Like, so I was wondering what that thing is. Even now, when I start going somewhere, now when we set off to go somewhere far away, I can feel that kind of restless feeling within me to come to the end of it quickly. So that also must be a different phase of the Arupe, I thought. What do you think?
I think you're right. It could be another phase of the Arupa because, and then the other thing you can also think about is now you have to go for these programs, no, doctor? Because sometimes Aravasa tells you to go to Kurunagala, which is not your usual place. So in instances like that, you don't get the feeling that it needs to end quickly, no?
Yeah, that's right.
So
But that
I think
is not something I experienced. Now he told me around 4 o'clock, like in the evening, you go to Kurnagal tomorrow. So I had no idea about the route or whatever. So I could feel that frantically I was trying to give calls to various people how to go there, and I didn't know even the address. That restlessness I could recognize at that moment. Now I think back, I know that it was the self self thing which was rising up. That could be the self will, because I felt that restlessness within me. How to go now? I didn't want my husband to come with me because I said you go to Candy, because he is now coming for these programs.
right.
He's just there. So I said, don't come to Kurunagala because you are listening to the same stuff. You better go to Candy where Asant is coming. So I sent him there. I said I will go by bus because I didn't want to drive. I
Yes.
wasn't sure about that stretch also. So, but that previous day, I could feel how restless I was. And finally, I rang Manil and asked her the address, and then I was ringing someone to find out how to go. Someone was saying, "ආනේ ඩොක්ටර් බස් එකක් අරගෙන යන්න ගිහිල්ලා ස්ටෑන්ඩ් එකෙන් බහින්න මේ එතනින් පුළුවන් 3 wheel ගන්න කියලා." So he was so so it was really a funny experience. I now when I think back, I can see how the self we rose up at that time. Everything became real to me. I was in the drama full.
Mm. No, I mean, those experiences are really good, doctor, actually, because
Yeah.
now otherwise one is cloistered in the houses.
Mhm.
I mean, brilliant example is this system here, who's also working from home and rarely goes out. So it's, but that experience now, I mean, that particular experience you experience yourself, and now after that, now it has become a normal, norm, no?
Mm. Mm.
So when I was actually talking about an instance where it is now become normal, right? So now it's normal for you to be for you to go to Kandy or Kurnagal or wherever for a Dhamma program. Now
Oh.
compare that with when one of your children say, "Let's go out for a candlelit concert." So now there the rest. So there, I think what you're feeling is you're finding it you're finding the restlessness for those mundane work kind of things,
Yes. I also
but not for the other ones.
yes.
So that is like they say that Nibidavata,
Yes.
Yeah.
That is
it
happening.
could
Can't
it
take.
could be something like that, but maybe we can ask Dr. Kokila, because we were also discussing yesterday about Champa also saying not interested in TV and
Mm.
that kind of thing. So it would be good to compare the two experiences to see how Dr. Kokila analyzes it. But I think, as you said, there can be an Arupa element also. But at the
Yeah.
same time, I have heard even in the Andolanaatmaka, it doesn't, I don't know whether it will be a restlessness, but there is a tendency of not wanting to be part of those things.
Yes.
And there is a I don't know whether you can call it a wanting, but there is a kind of tendency to move away from dwelling in places like that or experiences like that. For example, I mean, if there is the TV on and you have to say something to somebody while the TV is on, you can speak to them or whatever. But if they are continuing to watch a program, then you're not, I mean, it's not relevant for you anymore, right? For this system.
Yes.
Mm.
That is
So the tendency is to move away. I mean, there doesn't have to be a gatima,
no.
a conflict, but still there is a moving away from it, right?
It is happening to me every day, every night, every evening. Because no
News.
no no need to clash. Just moving away.
Yeah.
It's
But
not
the restlessness is the thing that we need to ask maybe Dr. Fokina next time. I mean,
Mm.
yeah, I don't know, the restlessness is a bit
I don't know
Yeah,
whether it is
sometimes you can get
but
that also, and it could be just a feature of being on the path at a particular stage also, isn't it? But I mean, can you imagine? I don't know. I mean, can you imagine Aryan sitting and listening to one of those things? No, no.
mm, mm.
It's
I don't
it's
know.
actually irrelevant for people like that then. So
Mm,
there is a this Detis Katha thing, and also there is a certain amount of conversation that one has to make when one is part of a household, isn't it?
mm.
So that also, I mean, it becomes minimalist. Now I
Yeah.
remember Aaron once saying when he goes and visits his father when he was alive,
Yeah.
he used to always go and say what needs to be done.
Mm.
මොකද්ද කෙරෙන්න ඕන, no?
Yes.
Rather than sitting and chatting about what you did for the weekend, who said what and what gossip type of thing.
Yes, that can't
You don't do those things now because all that is becomes irrelevant now. So then what is left? The obligation, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so then, I mean, this is the problem. Actually, it is, I don't know whether it's correct, but sometimes now with my parents have come a couple of weeks ago, but it's difficult to think about topics to talk.
Mm. Yes, yes. Nothing to
Uh,
talk. Yes.
I mean, those days there would have been millions of things to talk.
Talk, yeah.
But now difficult to find topics. I ask like who called for the day?
Mm.
What did you do?
Mm.
like yeah, so have to rack the brain to think about what should I ask type of thing sometimes. I mean, because it's almost, if they are not in the Dhamma, as R.N. Master says, you have to, maintain the proper relations, right? Still.
Yeah. Yes,
So
actually,
there
but
is that kind of thing as well. Yeah.
actually something is happening at that time, whether the feeling is there or not, whether gone through all three realms or not, that don't know, but something is happening. That can felt very clearly.
So only thing is something can't become a thing, Champa.
No, not becoming things, but different. That means attachment to the world is becoming low. That is what I think happening.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Kokila says all the mothers say that, no, so she's never satisfied with that kind of answer. So what she always encourages us to do is to do that full research, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise, stagnating at a particular point is not appropriate.
But Surangika, if we are thinking it, it is also will be a burden. Not yet gone, not yet
Yeah,
released.
true. That is true, Champa.
Just wait. Nothing will happen. That thing will happen. That means the stream entry will happen at one time because
Dr.
it will happen.
Sakuntala, what do you think of that?
Yes, be sure
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, I think it will happen at whatever the time. I think we have to
Yes.
patiently wait.
If we are going to think, that will be another problem. Relaxation should be there.
Yeah, actually, Champa, was something that I wanted to tell now, as you, I mean, similar to you, I also don't enjoy at all about the news.
Yes.
Now, some time back, I didn't want to watch it at all. I had no interest at all.
Yes.
Then I could feel the feelings of the other person, the other sister. I mean,
Yes.
there's no one else at home.
Yes.
So I felt that the other person needs some form of company in these issues. I mean, at least to have a word.
Yes.
So I started sitting and watching the news
Yes.
only night at 6:55. So that goes on for about 35 minutes.
Yes.
So I started doing it.
Yes.
Earlier, I was having the Gatima within me about the things that are appearing on the screen, but now I'm just neutral. I just watch.
Yes.
If there is anything, I can comment. I can add my views also.
Mhm.
So it goes on. It becomes more peaceful.
Right.
It's my experience.
Sometimes when I am having that is my meals, it's in that room. So he's watching, and I'm just while eating, I'm also just looking. That's all. After that, I'm leaving. Like it's there, but I can't be with that a long period. Like because at the end that means in between so many I don't know what type of things, all negative things are coming with that. There's no actually pleasant things are not there. Like so, not searching for pleasant, but it there's no liking towards that.
Yeah, but that is also thought, isn't it? Pleasant
Yes,
or unpleasant, they are all our
yes,
thoughts, isn't it?
yes. Also,
Yeah,
everything
the
is
other thing is that if you are watching that and say now what you thought it was going to be 15 minutes, but now that person wants you to wait for longer, and then start slowly, as you talked about that restlessness, doctor, you can start to feel a little tension. And then you're thinking, oh, okay, I kind of thought I will be here for 15, 20 minutes, and now this person is wanting me to be here for 1 hour or something. And then if something comes up saying, I could have listened to a Dhamma talk at this time, then that's a thought, isn't it? Then
I
that
think
means Dhamma is there somewhere.
yes. I can see something else like that kind of thoughts are coming.
Yeah, so you will think that I could have done a translation at this time.
Yes, yes,
Something like that. So that means you are just replacing one with the other.
yes, yes,
Both are perceptions. Both,
yes,
then that thing has become real. That is what Aranvansa says about the person here wanting to achieve nirvana. We have replaced the otherworldly objects with nirvana, and we are no better in that way, this system.
yes, yes,
I mean, no better is comparative, but what he's trying to say is we just replace the stimuli.
yes. We have to accept everything as it is, no? Surangika, yes.
I think we've come to the end of the
Yes.
talk discussion time, isn't it?
Thank you, Surangika. Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thank you both, Thiruvan Saranai and let us
Yes.
worship our advanced Thiruvan Saranai and Advanced.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. It's with great joy and gratitude I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this meaningful Dhamma discussion. On this blessed morning of 27th September 2025 at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we come together in the spirit of learning, reflection, and spiritual growth. Before we proceed with our discussion or the discussion, let us first take a moment to offer our deepest respects to our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpado. His wisdom, compassion, and unwavering dedication continue to illuminate our path, guiding us towards the ultimate goal of Nibbana. So we are actually fortunate, or we are truly blessed to have such a noble teacher leading us on this profound journey. May I also extend my heartfelt blessings to all who have joined today's discussion. So, Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Before we delving into today's discussion, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce or remind you about our main websites. The main website is www.dhamma.com website. This website serves as a huge reservoir of Dhamma knowledge. So it offers numerous invaluable resources to aid our spiritual progress. Here you can access a collection of profound Dhamma books, including this esteemed series, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. This consists of 6 insightful volumes. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6. So actually these texts serve as guiding lights, helping us deepen our understanding and accelerating our path towards the true liberation. So it serves as kind of a a foundation, a solid foundation, a solid base for our understanding. So other than that, we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com. So people who are interested in the modern day findings, modern day science. So if they are keen to search about what is the relationship between the ancient wisdom and the modern day science knowledge, so this website is available for you to visit. So it clearly reflects how this modern science well align with the wisdom that has been revealed by the Lord Buddha about 2500 years. So it can clearly bridge the gap actually. So I invite you to visit that site as well. So then we can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Shani to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the sixth volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So then we can start the discussion afterward. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Teruvan Saranai, good morning everyone. Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Teruvan
Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Aryan, I bow down at your feet. I am taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burnt inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought, because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon. Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. Aryan Mahasar. In you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by these illusions in the mind. Aryan Mahasar. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Theruvan Saran.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can discuss. We can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened between a participant and Aryan Vanse. So a participant says here, it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never like before, he feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aran says is, you are thinking. So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aryanvasa says is you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and he what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance as well, with the present instance. The burning previously he had, and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it? Through the mind. That's why Aryanvasa keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that is that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we always comparing. We always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I am improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going. Keep it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what Aryanvasa said, the advice that was given by Aryanvasa to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why Aryanvasa clearly says, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. Let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again intentionally won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipadava, that means the Purabhaga Pratipadava, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the Pratipada is missing. They are lucky, they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. They don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahya. Ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam, mute mute mattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So, in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you know, not actually the word, we can't use the word knowing, but at the beginning you have to know what it is, what it clearly says. Then of course you can apply to your practical life. That means how the mind gets created. So you have to analyze, put that knowledge into that in practice. You have to analyze and see, do the experiment. You have to conduct your own experiment by putting yourself into as the sample. So am I the one who is there? So the Atma is here. So how this Atma? So I feel that I am existing. So how this has happened? How this the perception of self had been created? So that is the challenge. That is the question for the entire research. That is the research question. Who am I? From where am I? Where have I come from? So what is the purpose of being here? That is the major question. So with that question in mind, we have to conduct our own research. So how the self, notion of self had been created? So we can use the model that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The model is the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So we can apply that model and see how this self has been created. So the path is very clear. This cause and effect Dhamma is very clear. So that's clearly explained how the self gets created, how the soul gets created. So in order to do so, we have to go from the beginning, how this thought gets created. So thoughts collectively form the mind. There is no such a thing called mind. So form the thoughts collectively forms the mind. So then we have to analyze how these thoughts get created. So if you go to analyze that thing, you will understand without the faculties, the 5 faculties you have, there is no way of creating a thought here. So then you have to analyze what the functionality of these faculties. Then you have to get one faculty at a time, and you have to analyze each and every faculty very delicately. So that is the vidarshana that you have to have. So creation of a faculty is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. So when you do this experiment, you will understand, even though you tell that there is kind of a vision, there is kind of a thing called light, there is kind of hearing, there is kind of thing called sound. All these things are creations. They were not there before, and they will not proceed further. They get constructed then and there at this very moment. So then what you have to do is, then you have to escalate further to how this how this magic gets created in that very moment. So to that, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra level, and we have to have a clear idea of how the different polarities make some kind of a feel like existing. If we can apply this knowledge to one single faculty, it is not very hard to apply to the rest of the faculties as well. The same mechanism can be applied to the other faculties as well. Same thing happens. If somehow you feel, if someone, a feeling of alive thing gets created in the eye faculty, that is the moment where the lights get created. The perception of lights get created. That's why it is called Nama Rupa. There won't be any kind of perceptions without a feel underlying. So all these things are creations, not had been there before, they will not pursue further as well, persist further as well. So yes. So what is the message that can be taken from that discussion, which has happened earlier? What the advices that have been given by Aranvasa to that particular person is you need experience. So experience is the non-self state, non-source state. So let's go back to that first thing. If you feel there had not been self in the previous experience and as well as this experience, so what is the purpose of comparing those instances? You are comparing these two instances because you were there in both instances. Previous I had a burning, the participant said, previous I had a burning, now it has been reduced. So who were there? The soul was there, the self was there. That's why he compares those two instances. But if he were not there, he was not there in the previous instances as well as the present instance, so who will be going to compare those two instances? No one. So that's why the experience is pretty much important here. So it is a very nice discussion. I think we can start our discussion from here. I think it is very nice, and it consolidates the truth into one piece of discussion. So I think Mr. Bernard is also here with us, and Sudharma is also here. So yes, I think we can start discussion from there. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma.
නමස්කාර වේවා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi and තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. Yes, Dr. Ravi, your explanation regarding this, the notion of self, the trickiest of this Dhamma. Every day, everyone focuses on that, especially Aryan Mahanse giving all sorts of examples which caters to like all types of people, despite their cultures, languages, even the socio-economic backgrounds. He makes every effort to convey this message that there is no self, no soul. It's like you are deceived by this magician called consciousness. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And you referred to, Dr. Ravi, at the very beginning, the practical approach prescribed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi. That is, you said the main focus should be on the preliminary practical approach, preliminary
Yes,
part,
exactly.
that is Purvabhaga. So very recently I read an example given by Gautama Buddha himself. It has been repeated by Aryan Mahase also. It says, Dr. Ravi, if you bring in a simile or a metaphor, this preliminary approach can be compared to the mountains of Himalaya,
Yeah.
the in size, and then the final stage or Aparabhaga Pratipada can be compared to a small stone. It is mentioned there, so that
Yeah.
itself gives how much weight, in the sense not as a person, but how much we should spend time with Dhamma discourses, uh, by listening to them, by taking part in Zoom discussions, because in Zoom discussions, basically, what is being focused is this preliminary approach, like Purvabhaga Pratipada, how the mind is created, how we get caught in this mental fabrications. So, as you said, Dr. Ravi, you wanted to start the discussion with how somebody compares the previous and the current
Yes.
experiences. Is that so?
Yeah. So when we read this book that we used to read, so in
Yeah.
one chapter, there was a kind of a discussion between a
All right.
participant and Aryan Mahasa. So
Right. Yes.
that's why.
It is something that we all get caught, Dr. Ravi, because when Aryan Hansi questions in a digital platform, okay, what are your experiences right now? How do you feel it right now that you are on the right path, right? So what happens is, Dr. Ravi, we use the mind consciousness there,
Yeah.
thinking that we use the word I. If I compare my experiences, Aryan Mahasa, I was like always deceived by the creations of six sensory organs. I was so proud, I was so dominant, I was having lot of pride or kind of conceit, man, egoistic, and now I feel they are not. I had lot of jealousy, but I feel they are just dissolving, diminishing, and that the notion, the focus given to the self-importance, self-dignity is gradually going away. So that is how we say. So probably we use the word I 10-15 times.
Yeah.
So ignorantly. So although we try to establish the fact that there is no soul in me, from the way the person uses the words to communicate message, Aryan Hase can feel the vibration of the sound the person makes, and the number of times naturally someone can, without using I also with the self perception, with the strong self perception, can deceive the audience without mentioning I. It is not a matter of
Yeah.
mentioning I or not, but still,
Yes.
Doctor, I also contemplated on that, and what was evident was there, when we try to talk about experiences, we go to the mind.
Yes.
Probably, if we aware that we are aware is not a person, if we within feel that okay, now it's the mind that recalls this experience, I think
Yeah.
it's fine, but that only that person knows, doctor. Others
Mm.
cannot. Others do not know whether the person as a with the notion of self, with that belief, wrong belief, whether he talks or with the awareness that this is just recollection. It's also an automated function. The the sound vibrations occurred in the ear. It created the mind power, and the body came into action. And this recalling, and as a function, it happens. So that
Yeah.
only that very person knows, doctor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. The point you highlighted is very important. But
Mm,
we can say,
yes,
we can use our mind to tell,
yes,
to express our
yes,
ideas. That's all right. But
yes,
if you know internally, your
yeah,
awareness, if your awareness can keep track, so
yes,
the state of the self, so
yes,
the state of the self, that is the understanding. So that is the internal transformation that RNAs expects us to happen. So I
exactly.
think, yeah. So so I can express that. So my defilements were like that, and now I have lesser amount of defilements, and so on. So again, if I know in the previous stage as well as the present stage, there was a no person behind any instances. So that is the understanding that I'm having. So as you clearly said, no one can see from outside. So both will be expressing the same way, in the same way. So, but the underlying understanding uh, of the proper follower will be different. So that is most important thing. So so people might think, so if you become to that kind of understanding, how can you perform your day-to-day activities, or how can you plan for the future? So you can plan it very perfectly, very nicely, because you know this is the mind consciousness. This is the one who is planning for the future. So that's all right. So we can do, but with the understanding, this is the functionality of the mind sensor. This is the nature of the behavior of the mind sensor. So don't bother. So let it happen, isn't it? So it comes to the understanding. What do you think, Sudharma?
Yes, doctor, exactly. And doctor, until Aryan Vahanse revealed that groundbreaking truth,
Mm-hmm.
I also had a huge problem. Like, okay, it's a system. There are six sensory faculties. They
Mm-hmm.
create stuff, they create power. So, why does it matter? How does it matter? Then it will again that power, if that power occurs and disappears, it won't be a problem for us being, no, I mean, living
Mm-hmm.
being. So,
Yeah.
when he disclosed this pure truth, that the taints or the sahasrava, that vibration, inner vibration which comes as a natural phenomenon at the zygote level, then only now we know the perfect kind of the mechanism behind. Okay,
Yeah.
the eye, the birth of eye, or seeing, when the moment that spark continuously happens and the power gets created, it it transfers, we can't say transfers, but it connects with the internal power here, no, within, no, although
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah.
place, there is the vibration, so that
Mm-hmm.
is mistakenly taken as the self. So that is why
Yeah.
it is so tricky, and we need to understand it very, very clearly, why it is a problem.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we already know about, okay, the mechanism of six sensory faculties, but we can't connect why it becomes a problem to this,
Mm.
I mean, notion of self or whatever. So it
Yeah.
is because of this sasrava internal disdains, we call. So that we can, it is a, it's a strong factor that that affects negatively when we try to liberate, right, from everything. That awareness, and one should be able to see the big picture, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. As you said, yeah, yeah,
not
yeah. Go
as
ahead.
bits and pieces. So
Hmm.
to clarify and to, it's a kind of understanding that happens gradually. In my
Yes.
experience, that's it. Yes,
Yeah,
doctor.
as you said, yes. So we can say, yes, there are six faculties. That's all right. So let it happen. So likewise, you can stay like that without bothering with it too much. But only thing, now we can understand, if you think, if as long as you think these six faculties are true, that spontaneously create the self. So people who think, yes, there are six faculties, that's all right, so let them happen. So but you as long as you think the light is real, that will create the self. Yes, that is the
Exactly.
problem. So the understanding should be very thorough and very clear and very precise. And otherwise the power that is generated within the faculties will be there. So
Exactly.
that power can make a soul for you. So this power can make a soul for you. So from so you the if the soul gets created, the suffering and the other things, the coming into the soul cannot be prevented, isn't it? So that's why Aranvasa said, something is there, the feeling of something is there is the power generating factor, is the power generating factor. If you know, so we can't say light is not there, sound is not there. So even if you say, you feel like sound is real, you feel like light is real. So that feeling will lead you to make you a soul for you. So with this understanding, what will happen? You will understand that feeling is also not true. It is happening due to the functionality of these faculties, isn't it? So that is the way how you can liberate from those thoughts. So thoughts will come, you can plan for the future, that's all right. You can memorize things which are necessary for your day-to-day activities, or we'll say for a graduate student, so you have to memorize all these stuff to face your exams. So that's all right, but that is, if you know that is the functionality of that mind sensor, there is no truth in it, that is all right. So I think that should be the understanding that you have to have, I think, isn't it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's right.
yeah. Yes, I can see Dr. Kogila is also here with us. Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Kogila.
Theron Sarnai, sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the first part.
Yeah, so yeah, we were discussing about how these faculties function together to make a sense of soul. So if you put a value to that feeling of existence, so that of course will lead you to make some soul within you. So that is the thing that we were talking about.
How did you word it? Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you word it?
No, I was telling that so as long as you take something is real, even the light, even the sound. So if you feel like it's real, so that makes you to bring about a
Yeah,
soul for you. Yeah,
you feel like the existence. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah,
You feel alive. Yeah.
yeah. So we were reading the book, the one chapter from the book, and it says it was all about a discussion between Aryan Mahasi and a participant. So participant was telling that he had no kind of a burning sensation as previously. So the answer that has been given by Aryan Mahasi, so you are thinking again. So you have to have the experience that thing. So that likewise, the discussion was going like that. So we started discussing on top of that.
Yeah, we can think about it too. It's okay, but just thinking will not be sufficient.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes. Do you have anything to add? Or
Just because I just joined, I'm not in the actually in the
okay.
vibe of.
Anyway,
So you
yes, we
can
can ask.
ask me a
Yeah,
question, then I might be able to start it.
yeah, yeah. So until then, I can invite Dr. Sakuntala to add something. Tirvasaran, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therun Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Therun Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Therun Saranai, all Dhamma friends. In fact, I also listened to part of your discussion. You were talking about the vibrations, how the vibration should be understood at deeper and deeper levels, because right at the beginning, I mean, on the very superficial layer, what we try to understand is the world, what is called the existing world, how the existing world is created as a result of the sensor functions. So it's basically the mother, father, child, vehicle, tree, all sorts of things complete the accepted world. So world is first level, I mean, from the very superficial level, we have to understand, the system should understand that it's completely dependent on the nature of the senses of each living being. So the world, different worlds are created for different species, and even for the same species, the world created may be slightly different from each other. So when you realize that there is no world that we assume as a real thing outside, then we tend to, the system tend to understand that it is a creation of the mind. So when you analyze that part, how the mind is created, it's a collection of vibrations again from the senses. So in other words, the thoughts are then and they are formed, and thoughts are the collective function or the collection of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then there may be occasions where you are having purely thoughts, not related to the other five senses at that moment, but it is always a creation of the five senses at some point in the past. So those are the thoughts. So in other words, those thoughts are creations of the five senses somewhere at some point, which is sparked right at this moment. So then again you come down to some form of vibrations of the senses. Then you are left with the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the warm, cold, and the firm or hard feelings by the skin. If you stop at that level, I think you all already discussed about this. If you stop at that level again, you are not you are stuck somewhere because you are taking the senses as real. So that is a little lower level, maybe more advanced than taking the thoughts as real or the outside world as real. But then you have to understand the system should analyze very well and then try to understand that this is again a creation of the senses itself at that point, at that moment. So when the system realizes that that is also just a creation or a vibration, and because of the speed, it's shown as if it is existing. That means as a color existing, which we call the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the sound consciousness, taste consciousness. The all five we attribute to that. That means viññāna in Pali. So that again, it's understood that that is also just an illusion or a creation at that moment. Then basically, is there something called vibrations? Vibrations are also not something persisting, which occurs then and there. And as a nature's law, there is a current or a power created with each wave, and that current is the one which moves forward and becomes stronger and stronger, and that gives the power to the thought, and that is exactly what is explained or interpreted as self. So in other words, that current gives some life, like you are putting a battery to a doll or a toy, and when the power is given, the doll starts moving, or the toy starts moving. So it is the current that gives you the live feeling to the system, and that is very wrongly interpreted as self. I think that's a short thing I wanted to add. Please correct if
Yes,
there are any mistakes. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, thank you very much for your explanation. So I hear some echo, my own voice. Yeah, now it has been sorted out. Yeah. Yeah, as you said, and Dr. Sakuntala, what I felt was when you tell you have to get free from the illusion in the outside, so people who is listening for the first time or the initial stages of this or to this forum, so they might think outside, yeah, I have to get away from the illusion of the outside. So they might not be knowing that there is nothing called inside. So yourself is also becomes a part of the outside. So
Yes, that is quite
I think,
correct. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I think Dr. Kogla, can you please elaborate more on that? Therwan Saranai?
About the outside,
Yeah.
actually, now
yeah.
people will know now. Before this Dhamma came out, before this Dhamma is being elaborated, everyone tried in different ways to, to attain this status. So we tried to change the outside, And I would say correctly, there have been instances where people tried to change the way of thinking. People try various things actually. So they can try change the way of thinking. They will try to change the way they perceive, or try to change how they react, and so on. I mean, it goes on and on. They tried so many various stuff, and but now we know the only path. Why there's only one path is because to know the truth, that there is nothing actually true in any of these things. That is where the actual the change can happen, because this is not about changing how we react. This is not about how we, like, whether we are going to change the outside or the inside. It's actually trying to understand what is this outside, what is this inside. Actually, whether there is an outside or not, whether there is an inside or not. Actually, there is no outside or inside in the end. So that truth, it should be contemplated, it should be understood properly first, and even it as a thing that before you feel it, you have to actually possibly try to understand what is being said, because we usually try to change things so that we may feel lighter, we may feel happy, we may feel some kind of at peace. But what here we reiterate is, what is the truth? What is the truth is there's actually no truth. So the truth is that there's nothing actually important, whether it is. So we usually divert everything or direct or project it to the outside. That's how it is. So projection has been so engrossed into our life. So as a baby, we don't project it nicely. But then when we talk about a child, now we say the child has understood a lot of things, child can live now. That means actually he has been able to project this to outside and inside, and understand that this is outside and this is me. So basically we have achieved that. If you ask a child who is in year 10 or doing year 10 exam, they will tell, oh yeah, this is outside, this is me. So that has happened already. But this is kind of change in this whole scenario. How we change it is by truth. How we felt that. How did we project that there is outside and how there is inside? So how we projected that outside world is because we have so many things. What are the things? Like sun, moon, mother, father, friend, school ground, ball, the cricket, bat. So we have so many things. When we have something, always the two sides have come already. So it's very easy for you to like get into that world and do that. So that would be a child who understood everything. But now we are trying to actually reverse this process and try and understand what to do, like how this happened. So we understand how this happened. That's all actually. We don't do anything. We are not trying to change the perception. We are not trying to change how we live. We are not trying to change the activities. What we are trying to understand is what happened to the child, what happened to the human baby, what happened to the child, what happened to the man or woman, what happened actually, how did this world begin? So Lord Buddha actually nicely explained it to Venerable Rahula, where he was actually a child at that time, and to say the mirror view of the water is your world. So it itself is saying to the child that what your world is. So how this distinguish the two sides arise. So we don't do actually try to change anything. Still, it will be the same. Nothing has changed here. Only by knowing the truth, the understanding will be different. You know how this happens. So the magic is no more magic, because the magic became magic because we don't know about that. But the thing is, this will be understood by theory first, but then later it won't be enough, because we have to feel it. We have to go to that stage and actually feel the vibration we are talking about. So if you go to that level, then you will feel the vibration, and you will feel that if that is also not taken for granted or taken as a thing, then you won't feel anything but the actual, you can feel it. So the main reason why the Pratipada is there, or the program is there, is to let people feel this. That's the main important thing, that how this is not enough. Just by knowing this is not enough. That's why we have a program. If you don't have a program, then actually you don't have a path. Because if you don't know how you are born, or in the sense how you feel alive, and then you won't know how it is gone also. In different words, the rising and the actual, I can't remember the word for the vaya, the udaya, the thing in Sinhala. But you have to know, you have to feel it, you have to be able to feel how you are born and how you are actually not there. So at that particular moment, you will understand that what is being said. So it is your chance to feel it by through program, where you will be giving a chance for that system to actually feel it. Then the doubts will be gone. It's so important that the doubts about this, what is being said, because anyone can say anything. Anyone can say anything. We have heard so many things in our lifetime, like, we have been said so many scientific stuff. The science itself keep changing. So we have heard so many things. Whether we take them seriously or not, you will take it serious if you actually feel it. So the chance of feeling it is very high in program. But you can actually do it in your home, in your day-to-day life. See, the first one is like almost bread and butter to everyone now, because it's been said so many times that everyone feels that actually everything is in the mind, actually not out there. So the moon, sun, family, school, house, or your home, whatever, it's everything is actually their thoughts. Their thoughts are just originated in the senses, the mind. But then the second one becomes very important, because whether they are true, these thoughts, are they actually true? Are they actually there? It's just a vibration. But then we don't feel like that. We don't feel like as it's a vibration. So it's the knowing of that. How well you are sure of this, you will feel that you can you get better at it. Actually, you will understand that even the words we talk, they're just the part of this mind. We use our mind to communicate. We use our mind to plan things, do things. But that's actually the directed film. If we were in a different status, like animal, the world is different to that animal. A world would be different to even country to country. The perceived world is different. Like Lord Buddha said, it can be very different actually. Every being, it can be human being, it can be animal, it can be any being. The perceived world will be different. So is it true? It's not true. It's just it's there. It's not. We can't say it is not there. It is actually there. But whether it's true or not is the thing we have to understand. So then you actually can feel the other senses too. When you are not actually taking the mind as not true, you will feel the other senses too. And then you can feel the vibration, and that vibration is also, you feel it because of the speed of that. And if you know that only, then you will feel not feel it as a thing. Then you know what we are talking about. This non-self perception.
Yeah. There's a specialist, non-self done. Nobody's here. No one is here. Non-self done. So what is the truth? Yeah. So this is not a religion. So Buddha explained this truth every religion. So Jatila, Niganta, Brahmana is a Buddha's time. So others, everybody. Buddha explained this truth. What is the truth? Today, the whole world, the humans, special. They don't know the truth. They are in illusion. They are like a blind guys. They are thinking one day they are die. They are thinking they are now born. What is the death and birth? No death or birth here. This every time, every moment, thought is created. This thought is not real. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. Feel this coming. Yeah. You have a life feel. House telling nobody is here. No one is here. I'm here now. I can feel. Yeah, it's okay. Feel is here. How is this feel is coming? Kokila, explain that. Kokila, try to explain it. How is our feelings come? This system, this censoring word, you know, your sensor creating, come in the power. What is this power? This mind power. You know, sometimes you're angry, sometimes you're unhappy. The power is there. How much power you have when you're angry? It's more power. More power is there. This physically body, this systematically, this physically body want power. How is our arm up and down? How is our leg are creating? How is these activities are happening? So physically body, how is working? And generating the power. Every living being like this, generating the power. What is this power? How is creating this power? How is coming this power? You know, after death, so your body very 60 or 70 or 50 or weight is there. You know, how is your arm up and down? Is it simply no weight is there? Hmm. Smoothly is happening everything because the power. How is this power is coming? How is this power is creating? It's very important. This system, someone understood. How is your senses creating? How is your eye creating? How is your ear creating? How is your this sensor, eye, ear, nose, mouth, and your skin, body feel? This sensor creations creating those parts, the vibrations, no? Light also vibrations. You know, it's a eye sensor is constructing this naturally. No one is doing, nobody is doing. It's automatically constructing. A natural phenomenon is here. Automatically constructing, automatically is happening. Your eye is working. You can see your eye something happen, damage you can't see. The meaning is eye is like a camera. Eye like a camera. Camera something happen, you can't see. Photo is not there. This type of equipment, your eye. Is no camera. No camera is no is a equipment. Nobody is there, but photo is there. This type of cause and effect down. Cause is vibration, sparking speed, electricity speed. We are talking. Effort is the picture, photo. It's same happening right here. Drum is vibration. Sound is coming. What is this sound? Is this outside? No, it's your eye and your ear. Why we are talking like this? Because every living being have various of type of their own pictures. Sometimes not a picture, not this type of sensor. You know bad. Have other type of sensor. It's a radar. System is signals are coming. Meaning is power is coming. You know, I creating that perception is there. Is sparking speedily is happening. So you know the we are talking about skanda. What's the word is skanda? 5. Yeah.
Five aggregates.
Five
Ah, sorry.
aggregates. Five aggregates. What's that five aggregates? Buddha's word is skandha. Nam patipa atanam patlago ayuche jat. What's the meaning is that sutra? It's a Jatikam Sutra. What's that? Skanda. What is Buddha's word is? Someone know the skanda. What you want? What you? Someone asking the Buddha, how is becoming Sotapana? How is becoming Sakadagami? How is becoming Anagami? How is becoming Arahata? The Buddha telling every time, everybody, you know the skanda. Nothing, doing anything. Understand the skanda. Is the everything is happening. One thing, one way. What's that way? Understand this skanda. 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 That's Buddha's word is skanda udeva. What is this udeva? Arising and passing, no? That's
Arising and cessation.
cessation. So what is this skanda? Is a how is happening, no? Ude, what is this ude? Buddha's word is udeva jnana, no? What is this udeva jnana? Skanda udeva jnana? Someone know this skanda, he know everything. What is the meaning is this? You know, best Buddha's word is some Majja Sutra, different Indian somewhere. The power is there. No different in, no power. So, Majja Sutra is Yo Bante Viditvana Majja Mantana Lipati Tam Bruhi Mahapurusho Seda Simbani Majjiga. What is that? Some we ask the different name, they ask the power. So, you know, battery, you know, there's a vehicle have batteries now. Everywhere, every batteries have different name. No? Minus and plus. You know, this different name, touching, is the power. You see that? The power is there. The river flow down. They're stopping somebody. Is the circle is there. That's the power. Because different end is coming. You know, the bomb blast, you know, Big Bang, our universe. How is our galaxy? The scientists are talking about Big Bang. It's a blast. So how is blast? Different end. You know, nuclear bomb also different end. You know, every atoms. You know, what is that picture? Different end. Electron and proton. Then, you know, this different end. Nothing here, anything. You know, what is the different end meaning is? So vibrations, sparkings. So scientists are talking of our universe, our galaxy is dark matters. No, after they are talking, no dark matters, no matters anything. It's a dark energy. What is this energy? Is a galaxy. Yeah, scientists are talking, sun is coming big and earth is disappearing because firing, burning. Where's the earth? Earth is here. You know, this is an example is the eye. The ice is a solidity, liquidity, and the air is gone. No, heat is there. In that case, you know what is the heat? Heat is otherwise is the vibrations, different end. There's waves. You know, there's a light also waves, sound also waves. What is the waves meaning is? is a, as a quantum theory, it's the waves. What is the quantum? Is a packet of vibrations. What is this skandha? Packet of vibrations, the quantum is the same. Why we are talking like this? Huge science is here. Not no any other. What is this? Skandha is a quantum. Yeah. Is that true? Yes. What is this skandha? It's a vibration speedily happening. Skandha is the effort is a skandha is a vibration. It's okay. Vibration is rapidly, speedily happening. It's sparking, speedily happening. No, it's a effort. Its cause is the spark. Is one spark. So many sparks. It's rapidly, speedily happening. So what is the effort? Is light. Is your eye. That's why Rupa is the vibrations. It's okay. Vedana is how is telling that vibration. There's the power inside. Every vibration, a different name there. No, every spark. One is spark have different name. Different in meaning is power is there. Is okay. Many spark is happening. Many power is there. So speedily this one is happening. These are together coming. It's a combining. The more power. That's the light. That's the perception. Is light is there. It's okay. Now there's a Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. This is what Buddha's word is. 5 aggregates. It's okay, 5. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. What's this English? Rupa is vibrations. So Vedana is indicating vibration. Yeah, it's a like a feel, no? Vedana is a how is telling that indicate, no? It's okay. It's a vibration. Yeah. What is that vibration? Vibration is there, power is there. It's okay. But vibration is spark. It's an eye. It's an ear. It's a vibration. It's a drum. It's a sound. That vibration. Eye, sensor, creation, like a factory. What's the manufacturing? Light. It's okay. Perception is a light. Producting. It's okay. Constructing. It's okay. This is speedily happening. Constructing the light. It's an eye. You see that inside what happened there? Yeah. Rupa. It's a vibration. It's a Vedana. It's a signal. What is that signal? It's a perception. It's a light. Rupa Vedana Sanya perception. Sankara Sankara is a creating. It's system. It's a process. It's a happening. It's a Sankara. What is the effort? It's final. It's a Vinyana. It's consciousness. Perception became a consciousness. How is this happening? This perception is like no power. Perception word haven't a power. But this vibration is speedily happening. Inside power is constructing. Power is combining together. More power is there. There's a light coming existent. Feel that one is the vinyana. Is consciousness. Consciousness is the beginning of a life field. It's why something there. What is this? Consciousness. We are not talking about the trees have consciousness. It's the living beings have consciousness. What is this living being have consciousness? It's the power. Existent power. Is the beginning. Is the light have. Existent free. Light is there. That's the beginning. Your story. That's why Buddha told Mahanini is asaloke. What is the meaning is? I is the word. Ear is the word. This sense of given you the word. Salayatan Luku Lukang Vadeti. Monks are asking the question, what is the world? Buddha telling the answer. Your sense is the world. So world is there. You are here. What is this meaning? World, your eye, that's beginning is a light. You know your ear creating the sound, same. The same type is happening. Similar that. Sound is coming. Your drum, eye drum, ear drum is creating. It's vibration. It's coming the sound. You know, it's a science, is very huge science. What is this science? You know, it's a tuning fork we are given here because same tuning fork, same waves. One tuning fork touching other tuning fork automatically vibrating. How is this happening? Nobody is doing. Same vibers, same vibrations, automatically creating. This type of your eardrum vibration, where's the same vibration is telepathy. That's very important. Buddha's word is samanantara. No middle, anything. Two side is same. No. What is the connecting? No connecting anything. You know, two side is same. Tuning fork example. We are talking about same tuning fork. Like this. Same waves. These are vibrations. Same vibrations. So that's your sound. Your sound is not outside. You know, sound is your ear something happen. Your ear something happen. You can't hear. No. What is this meaning? Your ear vibration. You know, same vibration somewhere the vibration your ear drum is telepathy. Vibration is happen. That's when you know. That's your sound. Is a vibration system. You know, various of type of living being have various of type of this vibration levels. You know, dog have range. So humans are 22. What is this human range? 20,000 and 20. Heads 20 to 20,000. But dogs have range. No, this is larger than change. No, it's okay. These various of type living beings have various of type of senses. Not only the sound, not only the light, not only the smell, taste, and body feel smooth and rough, and this type of. You can realize this. You can search. Yeah, you can go Google. You can search. You know, today Google given you the message. You can search. Yeah. This important thing. This one is very important. What is same vibrations? This telepathy word is very important. Telepathy, we are talking, but I don't know that one is suitable or no. But we won't given you to message. What happened here? You know, this ear consciousness and the eye consciousness together coming. That's the mind consciousness. Kindergarten time, what happened there? Teacher given picture to eye and given sound. Chair. Where's the chair? Where's the chair? Is your sense of creations given chair? That sound and form together coming. That's the mind. That's the thought. It's chair. Chair is where's the chair? You know, Sri Lankans are not talking about the chair. Putua. Where's the putua? Chinese are talking other sound. What is that? This sense of creations is not anywhere. That's right. You can make a new one, new language, new sound given pictures. What is this silly word? It's your mind. Yes. You are thinking gold is very value. You are thinking iron is not value. What is this? How is this coming? You know, chair is there is okay. Someone understood this Dhamma, it's okay. You understood this Dhamma. After what happened? You know, this chair, you see the mechanism here, the process is here. The how is this thought are creating? So otherwise, you know, inside what happened? Consciousness. Consciousness is the power. You know, the eye consciousness have the existent field, the light. Otherwise, ear consciousness have the existent field is sound. This existent field together coming, does the thought have existent field? I have existent field. What is this? Now you have cha. What's the meaning is? Cha, existent field is the otherwise alive field. That's the type of kindergarten time little baby born in this world. What is this Buddha telling this? Your birth is your eye creating something there. That's the birth of you. That's why Buddha told. So, what's the birth? Buddha telling this. I is the I creating something. That's the birth. I say upatai. Upatama. That's one is the udayana. That's the udayana. What's the vayana? Vayana meaning is you know udayana is the here. Is kandanam patibhava atana patlava. What's there? Is sensor. Given you the word, how is sensor given the word? You won't know the mechanism. No, you know how is coming this? How is coming existent field? Existent field is the consciousness. Now is chair have consciousness. What's the meaning is? The feel. What's the experience is? You chair, baby, how chair feel, existent feel. That's the world. Is chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon, everything is your world. That's your world. That's you have mother, you have father, you have everything. Like these thoughts. It's unbelievable this. You don't believe this. Don't trust this. You can experience. You can realize. It's not a believing, it's not a trust. You can experience. It's very important. The experience. You can experience it. What's the real happening? Yeah. You know, this existent feel is the otherwise alive feel. Unbelievable. How is here? Now your mind is automatically coming. Little baby's mind automatically coming. What's chair, table, mother, father, brother, sister? He's going to mirror. This is me. My mind is coming. What is the feel, the power? That's given inside is the signal is me. Existent feel, other side me. Existent feel is the same is you. Alive feel. Now his soul is there. Now you have chair. Now you want chair. Someone get in the chair. It's coming. What is defilements? Because the power is there. Now you want more than more because power generating. System is working, generating system because one is spark, many is spark. Now is spark not is stopping. So chair is again and coming. There's a chair is coming, existent field. Now you want chair. You've not given anybody. Someone is getting, you are attacking because power is coming two sides. Attach and disattach. You know how his power is coming more than more. His defilements there. Pragadesma. You know, it's our ego. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working, power is generating. Someone understood this truth is the power is disappearing because nothing here, anything. Everything is systematically happening. What is here happening now? Now you can see, you can hear. Now you can, everything is normally happening. Your thoughts also coming because mind sense also working. Otherwise, the eye sensor, ear sensor, body sensor, and the five sensors are also working. This is sensors are working. From stimulus are coming. So every time one thought is here, but no value is here because your inside coming without value. This cause and effect Dhamma is given you to finally is thought is me, my mind. That's what finally thought. Cause and effect Dhamma first is spark, is okay, effort is light. And cause is spark, vibration, effort is sound. Especially the sound and form. It's okay. But other sensor is okay, feel, smell, taste, and body. These three is a feel, sound, and your eye form. It's okay, picture. These three together coming, that's the thought. Tina Sangati Passo. It's a Buddha's word. It's a mind, sensor creating. Mind sensor not anywhere, is a spark. Not place. Not given place. Because battery have battery acid. No battery water is there. But battery water have the power. These two side, no? The wire is connecting, power is there. The power is not the water, battery acid. Battery acid have the power. These two, the points touching, the power is coming. The power is other one. That's the cause and effect Dhamma meaning. Effort is other one. Cause is other one. So this sparking speedily is the cause, effort is the light and sound. Other step is light and sound is cause, effort is other one is coming, feel also is okay, but especially the light and sound. It's okay, effort is the thought. Cause and effect Dhamma. After that, another step is coming because chair and table and everything is word is okay. Bhava sanya is coming. Skandana Patiba, Atana Patilabo, and Chati Jatis. What is the meaning is Bhapacha Jati. Ajosayati, someone is getting this existence is really Yarupe Nandi is getting the value. Taduparam Bhav is again and again and coming is the existence. Feel is the Bhavasanya. The same is the word. Bhapacha Jati meaning is you also word. Because chair is a thinking, there's a chair, it's a light and sound, it's okay. There's a chair, it's okay. Chair is you otherwise. Without chair, nobody is there. Chair is there, you are also there. The chair is you otherwise. Is this very interesting this? Because the feel, there's a practically you can experience is thought is here, chair. How much you want chair, that's your life feel. So who are you? You are the chair, no? Without chair, you are not here. The chair, table, sun, moon, everything is like, you see, without, you are like a galaxy, no? Only the dark. Nobody is here. This world is the otherwise, side by side. You is this thoughts. This thought is you. That's why you see that the eye and the ear, the sound and form together, that chair is there. Existent field is coming that systematically. It's okay. Power is there. That's why existent field is there. Otherwise, thought is chair. Otherwise, you are going to mirror, and baby is going to mirror. Baby going to mirror and looking. Me is here. Yeah. Now picture is mirror picture, and sound is me. Sound and from there. You also thought. Chair also thought. You are. That's the cause is chair. Effort is chair again and again and coming. You won't keep the chair. You don't like destroy the chair. You won't keep. How is that's want? How you want your meaning is you want it. That's the power. Another power is generating. That's is alive feel. That's you. How much you want it. That's your alive feel. That's your ego. The chair, existent field, how is becoming alive field? That type of secret is there. You know, otherwise, the huge science is here after that. Not to stop it now. Now, you can see huge science here. What is this? You know, today, you're not a baby. Now you are thinking, how is chair is coming today? Do you know this is the Buddha's word is Pubbhe Nivasanussajnana. What is this? So, you know, that's a tuning fork example. Is the light also same vibrations? No. Sound also same vibration? No. Not outside. It's a vibration. It's a waves. It's okay. Now, today, you are looking the picture. Chair sound is coming. No, you know, other languages put to Sri Lankans are talking, Chinese are talking chanting. How is this chanting coming? How is this Putu is coming? Because these vibrations together coming, that's the thought is one vibration. It's very important. Thought is one vibration. Thought you can't separate light or sound or anything. It's everything together coming. One vibration is there, one is spark. It's a thought is sparking. It's very important. That is why mind sensor we are talking. You see, now it's a chair. It's okay. Chair have now not only the chair have value. That's the meaning is chair existent field. Is otherwise is a field. You is okay. Now you see what is this cause and effect Dhamma explaining. Finally, don't have this everything value. Don't have. How is this now thought? Is coming. Is coming the. You don't know the truth. That is why is coming this. Finally, thought is real. Is other thought is here. Chair is other one. Chair is here. Real is the other thought. Is here. You see, final what's the destroying, you know the Dhamma, real, chair is real thought is destroyed. It's not real, it's coming. After destroying the all of power, is the neutral is coming. How is this secret? Chair is other one. Chair is real is other thought is coming here. Because the power is there, existent field is coming, that's a real is coming. Chair is real is other thought. That is the itta sanya. Is coming. What is the understanding happening? What is the why inside meditation is understanding one? We are talking. Is understanding after coming is not real. Real is coming. Is a two. Now is Jaya is real is the thought is automatically coming. It's anusota. It's okay. Patisota meaning is someone understood this Dhamma. What is the truth is? What is the real happen here? Is Jaya is real thought is destroying and coming. Jaya is not real. It's Anitya Sanya. What happened now? Now, Tia is really thought, Tia is not really thought is coming, is destroying the real, is all of power. Very interesting, this power is destroyed. This not only the only the thought scene. This power is destroying. You know, this power, how is coming? Unbelievable is here. Is Anitya Sanya. You know, is Sanya is a perception, but this Sanya is coming, not only the perception, is actually feel is disappearing. Feel is the power. Power is coming. You know, this thought is given, no perception. This thought is given real. Jaya is real, is a thought. That thought have power. Now, Jaya is not real, is coming. This negative and positive is parting. What's happened is destroy. That's why nothingness is coming. Your mind is coming. Inside destroying the power. After what happened? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, everything is there, but power is not there. Meaning is your defilements are fading. Your ego is gone, disappearing. The finally tranquility is coming. The peaceful mind is coming, calm and cool, like a nature. How nice this. Unbelievable. It's happened here. That is the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana Paramahansa. Is the meaning is someone understood this. Without understand, you haven't, you can't achieve this. You won't understand. This understanding is the inside meditation. It's not the concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourse is very important. This why? It's inside meditation, is understanding. Why? You can't get in this concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourses is very, very worth today. That is why you all of them are here, because Buddothpado Aranas is explaining, and experience is very important. It's not trust, it's not belief. Everything, everybody happen in this inside, and everybody inside transformation is happening. So everybody tranquility is there, is coming. They have after that experience. They know this is the real way. It's happening. It's happening one. Is the defilements are disappearing. That's the Buddha's explained. Really, really is happening here. Inside meditation is very important today. That is why Buddha, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, finding the teachers and explain this, never heard before the Dhamma. It's not concentration meditation, because 5 teachers did it. Siddhartha also did it. But it's not the way. Today, whole world, people doing Hindus concentration meditation. They are talking Buddha is Hindus other type of god or something. Is something like that. No, it's misunderstand. Buddha left that concentration meditation. It's not a Buddha's way. Today, many guys are misunderstanding, because the sutra is there. It's the Anapanasati Sutra. It's explained the Buddha Ghosa Thero is Hindu guy. He explained this Buddha's word Hindu meditation is concentration type. That is why today struggling the monks finding the truth. They are not in real way. They are misunderstanding. What to do? It's not happening. Concentration meditation, many guys are doing. It's okay. At that time, it's okay. There is a calm and cool because they are in samadhi. It's not still because it's Buddha's word is Aninyabhisankara also. It's not real. At that time, who are doing that time, that moment is okay, in cool. It's not real one. It's a duplicate. It's not real. Because your mind, you can hide in your mind feeling, but it's hiding. It's not converting. It's a really converting is happening, understanding after that. After you can't change your original is understanding is coming. Its original is tranquility is coming. You can't change because it's happening internal transformation. It's the real way. It's a endless happiness there. Because the nature, you are close after the nature, is a non-vibration stage. So vibration is over. Now you have become a Buddha's son. Because Buddha word is non-existent. What is Buddha's word is meaning? Non-existent. Buddha told this. Someone know the Dhamma, he know me. Someone don't know the Dhamma, he don't know who am I. Buddha is not a person. Buddha is non-vibration. What is this non-vibration? Is alive freely, is disappearing. That is why Buddha always telling Anatma Sanya, Anatma Dhamma. What's the meaning is Anatma Dhamma. Nobody is here. No one is here. No being. No living being. Nothingness here. It's really nothingness here. Very important. Everything is here. That's why after finally Buddha telling is you win the world. What is the three word? Is a sensual world, unformed world, and the formless world. You are winning this three world because this one thought have these three. It's okay, we can explain another day. Now today's time is over. But the Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha is Buddha's word is finally how it became a Gaya. That's a tree. It's a tree. That's at that time is a Buddha's time. Siddhartha Tapas, how it became a Buddha. That's one night, no? Midnight is coming and early morning is coming. It's a Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha, no? How is becoming his understanding. After 7 weeks, is practice is doing. So we are talking about Satsati. So it's very important. 2 months, is a perfect experience. Always thoroughly, getting the. It's okay, perfect. After going to 5 teachers and explain, this is new one. This is not your story. It's a truth. I became a Buddha. What is a Buddha? Destroy the Bhavasanya. What is the Bhavasanya? Existent field. How is coming? After. Nobody is here. No one is here. Is not a thinking. Is internal transformation is happening. Your defilements are disappearing. Ego also disappearing. Is tranquil is there. Finally, you like a nature. It's happening. non-vibration. We are talking there. What do you think about Dr. Ravi?
Yes, Arenas, you have explained within this short period from top to bottom everything that needed to be understood by to become a Buddhist actually. So that piece of knowledge is very enough. Understanding is very much enough to become a real Buddhist. So you started from 5 aggregates and how it contributes to formation of this soul here. So if you are able to see the formation of this thing, it will automatically disappear. Then by that, how this non-soul feeling comes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Kokila, are you there? Are you there? Sometimes she's not here now. It's okay. Yes, Suranka, what do you think about?
Yes, there was an answer. It was, as Dr. Ravi said, in half an hour, you summarized the entire Paticcasamuppada and how this whole soul is formed through the senses and the sensory perceptions, how the fabrication of the mind happens. But ultimately, the most important thing is how through understanding the mind, R.N. Mahansa, how you showed that this so-called senses and the perception and the power gets neutralized, isn't it? It's
That's Itta Sanya and the Anitta Sanya is very important.
Yes,
You know, that's a Buddha always telling this Anitta Sanya is a perception. What is this? What is the English word? Is Anitta Sanya? What is that, Suranka? Do you have?
non-existential feel and non-vibrational.
Oh, how is it? I think it's not perfect. It's a perception, no? It's a real perception. It's a non-real perception. No.
Yeah.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi? It's a non-real perception, no?
yeah, yes, and non-existence perception.
Non-existent perception. It's okay. Existent perception and non-existent perception. It's come. It's understanding one. No, it's inside meditation is coming this one. It's a really understand after come. So very important. Yeah, our time is over now. It's okay, doctor. Okay, everybody. Yeah, there was tomorrow we can join again and discuss again what is the real Buddha's way, what is the real dependent origination, what is the really happening here, how is coming to the Arahata. You all of them can do this. You all of them is happening, I think, is normally internet translation because you are studying, you are following the Buddothpado Dharma discourse. It's glad to say this. Come in and is a Buddha said, come and see. It's okay. Everybody, Tervasana.
I
invite you. Yeah, it's okay. Tervasana. Yeah, it's okay.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai and Mahansa, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 144. This is the last portion of the discussion. Participant, during this era, the insight wisdom has been blooming. Even the Mahatheros now understand the true nature of the Buddothpado discourses. Just as Buddothpado understood what true Dhamma refers to, more people are beginning to grasp the essence of the Buddha Dharma. Now, answer this question. When we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? The answer lies not in an individual, but in a condition or state. Free from the notion of a self, a situation in which nothing inherently exists, an unshaken mind, peace and tranquility. R.N. Mahan say, this is the answer to the question. It refers to tranquility itself. There is no burden to carry because all burdens arise from thoughts. With thoughtlessness, there is no burden, no burning fires. It is simple and beautiful. No one can take this mind quality away from you. The Dhamma or the Buddha Dhamma is immensely beautiful and magnificent. Do not cling to words and suffer. Do not let the what-it-does destroy this precious Dhamma. When we put out the burning fires created by defilements, it is extraordinarily beautiful. And with that, we come to the end of that discussion we've been having even yesterday too. So this era where the true Dhamma has awakened finally after 2500 years, all this time we were talking about concentration meditation in whatever the form they explain, to whatever the meditation centers we went to. Everybody was trying to say this meditation works, this is the true Dhamma. But now, just like how Buddha said, there will be a time when there will be more imitation gold than the gold itself, and it will be very difficult to detect the real gold. So just like that, we kind of passed that period where everybody was claiming to expound the true Dhamma, but nobody really was expounding the true Dhamma. How do we know? Because we followed these paths for years and years. Most of the Buddothpado listeners, they have gone to all these places and experienced these so-called supposedly true Dhamma, and seeing first-handedly that they did not find that true Dhamma. Just like how Buddha told Kalamas, if a certain Dhamma, after practicing it for some time, leads to diminishment of defilements, that Dhamma should be identified as a true Dhamma. So we followed the same path, and after practicing those supposedly true Dhammas, we did not find that tranquility. So we moved from one place to another, wandering and looking for this true Dhamma in our journeys. So finally, we found this Dhamma under the shade of Buddothpado discourses. It was the same way, just like in Buddha's days, how Buddha told Buddothpado that even at the uh, state of neither perception nor non-perception, the sense of self was in a very subtle way present. Buddothpado understood that he was in the wrong path. Same way, lots and lots of people today are beginning to grasp the essence of Buddha's Dhamma, this beautiful Dhamma. They are beginning to grasp the essence of what true Dhamma is. The clues were hidden in our plain sight. We were not insightful enough to read the clues and reject those non-true Dhammas. But today, under the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, we are able to see that. Now the question is, when we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? It is not a person. It's a state that is free from notion of a self. Anyone who sees this Dhamma, who sees how this mind is created moment to moment, slowly the sense of self is diminished by seeing how this self is created. Just like how when we see how the magic tricks are performed, how the astonishment of the magic fades away. Similarly, when we see how the mind is created in this moment, or the so-called self is created in this moment, the so-called self slowly diminishes. So, and it leads to a transformed state where neither a person nor a being could be found. Even to the so-called self whom supposedly started the journey. So in that state, we cannot say something exists. Nothing inherently exists. In reality, nothing inherently exists. But a wise person would see that and realize this for himself, where there won't be a self anymore. And that's a non-vibrational state. There's no vibration anymore. That's just pure peace and tranquility. And what's left is tranquility itself. There's no burden, there's no internal firing, there's no unnecessary thoughts. There are thoughts, but no unnecessary thoughts. Thoughts will just be utilized as just a tool. No burning fires. It's just a beautiful state, simply beautiful. And no one can take this quality away from you. And this is the Dhamma. And it is Buddha too, like the state of Buddhahood. And there's nothing to cling to anymore. So our responsibility is to not let the portillers destroy this precious Dhamma. And to see this Dhamma first-handedly within ourselves by putting out these fires created by the defilements, by seeing the truth in the moment. So that's the end of that first discussion. I see Shani has joined. Shani, if you want, you can continue with page 146. Are you comfortable?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Saranai Harshinis.
Yes, there are some negotiation.
Night Zoom discussion on Sunday, 22nd, 10th, 2023. Participant, when you say to get away from the sensual world, when at times I get angry about certain matters. I would like to know how to stop these angry feelings. Aryan Mahanse, do you listen to the Buddothpado discourses? Participant, yes, for about 2 months. Aryan Mahanse, first you have to follow the right view. You must know and have a knowledge of Buddha's doctrine. You also need to have an understanding of the sensual world created by materiality and formless worlds. You need to follow the sequential pattern and observe the true knowledge, practical knowledge, and experiential knowledge. You need to see the ultimate truth within this moment in one thought. This is not a religion. You need to recognize how the senses work. You need to observe Salayatana Loko, the things created by the six-fold sense base. All these are creations due to vibrational energies. It does not exist anywhere. There are only creations in other world illusions. You also need to realize how sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, and sensations combine and how it instantly changes into Dhamma sparks or mental formations. With the continuation of these sensual sparks, they turn into objects such as table, chairs, etc. in the mind. Through this reconstruction or reoccurrence, these become objects and real in the consciousness, and you must be able to see this process. Harshinis, do you want to explain?
Yeah, thank you, Shani. So that is the next discussion, night Zoom discussion on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. And so this participant says that when Aryan says that we need to get away from the sensual world, that it makes him angry. And how is he supposed to stop these feelings of anger is what his question is. And Aryan asks if he listened to the Buddothpado discourses, and he has been listening for about 2 months. So this is Aryan answer. So anybody who listens to these Buddothpado discourses, that is the first thing that you have to do. You have to listen. So that is the preliminary approach to this Dhamma, and we call it, in Pali we call it Satyajnana, or in English we call it wisdom of truth. And you must get to the right view by understanding it intellectually, and then by practicing it, by seeing this Dhamma in action within your own mind. When your own thoughts are created in the moment, you can see what is this mechanism that is being talked about in the wisdom of truth section. You can see that mechanism at work. So this is Buddha's doctrine. And so we need to understand the sensual world, that is the material world that we call it. And form. So there are three worlds that we talk about in this doctrine: sensual world, form world, and the formless world. Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka in Pali we call it. So these are created in kind of a sequential pattern, and we can kind of observe it in using wisdom of truth, and then wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, Krutajnana. Meaning, wisdom of truth is, like I mentioned before, listening to this Dhamma and understanding it intellectually. Like it makes sense based on what you already know about the world, based on the logic that we usually use to make sense of the world. This is given to you. This is the message of the noble friend. And it makes sense. It makes sense that how this mind could be an illusion. It makes sense that how there's no continuously existing mind, but only the thought in this moment. If we think about something in the past, it is a thought in this moment. If you think about how your mother took you to school when you were a kid, if you have some sad thought about that, or angry thought about that, or loving thought about that, you will be thinking about it right by just sitting in this very same chair. You don't even have to leave that same chair. Meaning, it's in this moment you will be thinking about the past. There's no way that we have ever visited our past except for thinking about it in the present moment using a thought. Similarly, if we are planning something for tomorrow, if we are planning something long term, all that is happening in this moment, while us using thoughts as a tool. So we have never really visited the past or visited the future. Everything is happening in this moment. But this is the wisdom of truth section. If I tell it so these things make sense when the noble friend delivers the message. It makes sense, right? There's no rocket science about it. It's not easy to practically see it, but it makes sense if you have enough spiritual receptivity to see this. It's not easy to see this, but it's not difficult either. A 7-year-old can even understand this. And here, what they call it as practical knowledge or wisdom of duty, Krutyajnana, is when that same knowledge, that intellectual knowledge we acquired through the message of the noble friend, now, okay, we already had listened to it, but as we go through our day-to-day activities, this kind of come back to us, and we see this in action. We kind of inquire and investigate within us to see if that is the truth. If that is the truth, is that how really our minds behave? So, for an example, there's a dog barking. You don't even see a dog, and the barking is suddenly heard, and you just pay attention to that, and you really inquire into that. Is there a dog in that sound? Somebody could have recorded in a radio and played it to you. There's no dog in that one. It's just a sound. Sound is a bunch of vibrations. We know our the range in which the humans can hear is 20 to 20,000 hertz. So similarly, this kind of exploration, inquiry, investigation is required so that that knowledge that we have gained intellectually becomes our own experience. And as we continue to do that, okay, let's say someone says something hurtful, and you feel the hurt, and that heaviness is there, and all of a sudden it occurs to you, this Dhamma that you had listened. Okay, the idea we have is somebody yelled at me, somebody said something hurtful, but if we really kind of go deeper into what really happened, through the ear, what was received was just a bunch of vibrations, a sound which was made sense using the mind. The labels gave the meaning, and that meaning, let's say someone called you a loser. Loser is just a word. In some other language, it could mean something else. And it could be like that word could be in the middle of a song, in the middle of a dialogue, in a drama. It wouldn't have hurt. But here, the meaning that's been attributed to that, the way in which this system thinks when it's heard, that is the one that brings the pain. If you heard it on the TV, it would bring you pain. But the way in which the system is wired to think, or this person said, called me a loser. He shouldn't have, or she shouldn't have said that. How dare he or she call me that? It's very hurtful. How much have I done for this person? This is kind of the thought process after just listening to a sound, because this is how this system works. So if you see in that moment, now what you heard was just a sound, but in that moment, this Dharma came to you. Dharma appeared in the moment. The truth appeared in the moment. It's just a sound. That is the meditation. That is the penetrative contemplation. And if you really use those thoughts to see that truth, you will see that in that moment, yes, it is just a sound. There's nothing more to it. The rest of it is the works of the mind. And that is an insight that doesn't belong to the thoughts that you used to kind of contemplate about. So with time, if you have enough of contemplation like that, whether anybody yells at you, just calmly complain and, accuse you or whatever the situation may be, nobody's words are going to hurt you, because now within you this spiritual maturity is growing, because now you know whatever anybody says, it's just a sound. Whatever the thoughts that arise due to that, make it a base. That's the creation of the mind, which is the mind is created in this moment. Mind is created due to images, sound, smells, tastes, and touch coming together in the moment. And if you look at the sight, the eye sees only this visual range of light. That is a bunch of frequencies. Ears detect the audible range of vibrations, 20 to 20,000 hertz. Similarly, nose detects smellable frequencies. Tongue detects the things that there's a flavor, that flavor ranges, that's another different range of vibrations. So different vibrations, different ranges of visuals. Whatever you can see is seen, whatever you can hear is heard, whatever you can smell is smelled. Likewise, it extends to all five sense faculties, and when all of them come together, the mind is created. So this mind gets entangled. These inputs from the sense bases get entangled, and even thoughts get entangled. The habit is that we've formed thoughts before. The system has formed thoughts before. If someone else to think in a certain way, how dare, based on what, how you have seen, heard people discussing about these things. Sometimes for the first time in life, when you hear someone yelling at someone, you would see, let's say the first time in your life as a kid, you heard your father yelling at your mother. And after father left, your mother would be, this person is always like that, he's yelling at me, and she was crying. And so this is kind of, now our systems are conditioned to think about somebody's yelling like this now, because they get entangled. These sounds get entangled with our thoughts. And now when somebody else yells at us, we kind of follow the same thought pattern. We have never questioned why that thought pattern is followed. Why does this system think that like that? That this is how, some people introduce us to language, people introduce us to into the different ways to talk, different ways to think, different ways to walk. When we are 13, 14, we look at how, popular girls and boys in the school walk and style their hair and all that. So that is taken upon by the system. So we kind of mimic that. We follow these things. So today, now when we go to the bank and go to the counter to give our deposit to the teller or whatever, we even stand in that same way we acquired when we were 13, 14. We followed, we mimicked the same way. So this so-called self, the extent of self is everywhere. Like it's kind of like how you would spread butter on a slice of bread. It spreads everywhere. Wherever it touches, it spreads. So we see this Dhamma in action. And what will happen is you go through enough being yelled at by different people, the Dhamma comes to you, the truth appears in the moment, and the truth is seen about these words uttered. And with time, anyone can yell at you, nothing will, no reaction will come. It's like, it's irrelevant. It's like just some drama on a TV, how it doesn't affect your feelings. Same way, even these yellings won't affect you. So that is the wisdom of duty, wisdom of truth, wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Wisdom of completion is Krutajnana, is when that reaction doesn't now arise within, the so-called within. We are just only using the language to explain that. When we say within, it sounds like, okay, then the within exists. No, we can't be telling it all the time, so we kind of easily say it, but please be mindful, it's the world or the self or the within or the external world or whatever we say, they do not exist. We are just using words as a tool to explain it. So, and that this is the path, and this is not a religion. This is the absolute truth. There's no other way in which this world comes alive. When it'll become self-evident to you as you see this within you. And you recognize how these senses work. And Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. The world that appears as a world is the doing of the inputs of the sensory sense faculties. This phenomena created by the sixfold sense bases. And like I said, they're all vibrational energies, different manifestations of vibrations. This so-called world, we think we were born into a world that was like being operated before us. No, when you were born, you didn't even know how to recognize your mother. It all came when you were introduced, when this so-called you were introduced to the language. Even the label of mother, the idea of the mother is a concept that's given by the society, by the convention. So this, as the baby starts speaking at the age of 1 or 1.5, mother, the so-called mother herself pointed at herself and called her the mother. So the image of the mother, so-called image of the mother, and the sound the mother, so the mother would keep repeating this so many times until this become registered in the child's mind, and eventually the child will start uttering the word mother, recognizing the mother. So what we realize is all these creations, the mother, father, the loved one, the husbands, wives, all these things, the kids, they come alive moment by moment. They're created in the moment. There's no pre-existing mother or pre-existing world into which we were born to. And that is how this illusion is realized. And for that, you have to see how these sounds